Prologue of the Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Plain, treeless, shrubless, smooth as a sleeping sea. Grass upon it. This is so short that the smallest quadruped could not cross over without being seen. Even the crawling reptile would not be concealed among its tufts. Objects are upon it, sufficiently visible to be distinguished at some distance. They are of a character scarce deserving a glance from the passing traveler. He would deem it little worth while to turn his eyes towards a pack of prairie wolves, much less go in chase of them. With vultures soaring above, he might be more disposed to hesitate and reflect. The foul birds and filthy beasts seen consorting together would be proof of prey, that some quarry had fallen upon the plain, perhaps a stricken stag, a pronghorn antelope, or a wild horse crippled by some mischance due to his headlong nature. Believing it any of these, the traveler would reloosen his rein and ride onward, leaving the beasts and the birds to their banquet. There is no traveler passing over the prairie in question, no human being upon it, nothing like life save the coyotes grouped over the ground and the buzzards swooping above. They are not unseen by human eye. There is one who sees, and who has reason to fear them. Their eager, excited movements tell them to be anticipating a repast, at the same time that they have not yet commenced it. Something appears in their midst. At intervals they approach it, the birds swoopingly from heaven, the beasts crouchingly along the earth. Both go close, almost to touching it, then suddenly withdraw, starting back as in a fright. Soon again to return, but only to be frayed as before, and so on, in a series of approaches and recessions. What can be the thing thus attracting, at the same time repelling them? Surely no common quarry, as the carcass of elk, antelope, or mustang. It seems not a thing that is dead, nor yet looks like anything alive. Seen from a distance, it resembles a human head. Nearer, the resemblance is stronger. Close up, it becomes complete. Certainly it is a human head. The head of a man. Not much in this to cause surprise. A man's head lying upon a Texan prairie? Nothing whatever if scalpless. It would only prove that some ill-starred individual, traveler, trapper, or hunter of wild horses, has been struck down by Comanches, afterwards beheaded and scalped. But this head, if head it be, is not scalped. It still carries its hair, a fine chevelure, waving and profuse. Nor is it lying upon the ground, as it naturally should, after being severed from the body and abandoned. On the contrary, it stands erect and square, as if still on the shoulders from which it had been separated. The neck underneath, the chin just touching the surface. The cheeks pallid or blood-spotted, the eyes closed or glassy. The attitude could not fail to cause surprise, and yet more to note that there is neither pallor nor stain on the cheeks, and the eyes are neither shut nor glassed. On the contrary, they are glancing, glaring, rolling. By heavens, the head is alive! No wonder the wolves start back in affright. No wonder the vultures, after stooping low, ply their wings in quick, nervous stroke, and soar up again. The odd thing seems to puzzle both beasts and birds, baffles their instinct, and keeps them at bay. Still know they, or seem to believe, 'tis flesh and blood. Sight and scent tell them so. By both they cannot be deceived. And living flesh it must be? A death's head could neither flash its eyes nor cause them to revolve in their sockets. Besides, the predatory creatures have other evidence of its being alive. At intervals they see opened a mouth, disclosing 2 rows of white teeth, from which come cries that, startling, send them afar. These are only put forth when they approach too threateningly near, evidently intended to drive them to a distance. They have done so for the greater part of a day. Strange spectacle! The head of a man without any body, the eyes in it that scintillate and see, a mouth that opens and shows teeth, a throat from which issue sounds of human intonation. Around this object of weird supernatural aspect, a group of wolves, and over it a flock of vultures. Twilight approaching spreads a purple tint over the prairie, but it brings no change in the attitude of assailed or assailants. There is still light enough for the latter to perceive the flash of those fiery eyes, whose glances of menace master their voracious instincts, warning them back. On a Texan prairie twilight is short. There are no mountains or high hills intervening, no obliquity to the sun's diurnal course, to lengthen out the day. When the golden orb sinks below the horizon, a brief crepusculous light succeeds, then darkness, sudden, as though a curtain of crape were dropped over the earth. Night descending causes some change in the tableau described. The buzzards, obedient to their customary habit, not nocturnal, take departure from the spot and wing their way to their usual roosting place. Different do the coyotes. These stay. Night is the time best suited to their ravening instincts. The darkness may give them a better opportunity to assail that thing of spherical shape, which by shouts and scowling glances has so long kept them aloof. In their discomfiture, the twilight is succeeded by a magnificent moon, whose silvery effulgence following over the plain almost equals the light of day. They see the head still erect, the eyes angrily glancing, while in the nocturnal stillness that cry, proceeding from the parted lips, affrights them as ever. And now the night is on. More than ever does the tableau appear strange, more than ever unlike reality, and more nearly allied to the spectral. For under the moonlight, shimmering through a film that has spread over the plain, the head seems magnified to the dimensions of the Sphinx, while the coyotes, mere jackals of terrier size, look large as Canadian stags. In truth, a perplexing spectacle, full of wild, weird mystery. Who can explain it? End of prologue. Chapter 1 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Two sorts of slave owners. In the old slave-owning times of the United States, happily now no more, there was much grievance to humanity, proud oppression upon the one side, with sad suffering on the other. It may be true that the majority of the slave proprietors were humane men, that some of them were even philanthropic in their way, and inclined towards giving to the unholy institution a color of patriarchism. This idea, delusive as intended to delude, is old as slavery itself. At the same time, modern as Mormonism, where it has had its latest and coarsest illustration. Though it cannot be denied that slavery in the United States was comparatively of a mild type, neither can it be questioned that among American masters occurred cases of lamentable harshness, even to inhumanity. There were slave owners who were kind and slave owners who were cruel. Not far from the town of Natchez, in the state of Mississippi, lived two planters, whose lives illustrated the extremes of these distinct moral types. Though their estates lay contiguous, their characters were opposite, as could well be conceived in the scale of manhood and morality. Colonel Archibald Armstrong, a true Southerner of the old Virginian aristocracy, who had entered the Mississippi Valley before the Choctaw Indians evacuated it, was a model of the kind slave master, while Ephraim Darke, a Massachusetts man who had moved thither at a much later period, was as fair a specimen of the cruel. Coming from New England, of the purest stock of the Puritans, a people whose descendants have made much sacrifice in the cause of Negro emancipation, this about Darke may seem strange. It is notwithstanding a common tale, one which no traveler through the Southern states can help hearing. For the Southerner will not fail to tell him that the hardest taskmaster to the slave is either one who has been one himself a slave, or descended from the Pilgrim Fathers, whose feet first touched American soil by the side of Plymouth Rock. Having a respect for many traits in the character of these same Pilgrim Fathers, I would fain think the accusation exaggerated, if not altogether untrue, and that Ephraim Darke was an exceptional individual. To accuse him of inhumanity was no exaggeration whatever. Throughout the Mississippi Valley there could be nothing more heartless than his treatment of the sable helots, whose luckless lot it was to have him for a master. Around his courts and in his cotton fields the crack of the whip was heard habitually, its thong sharply felt by the victims of his caprice or malice. The cowhide was constantly carried by himself and his overseer. He had a son, too, who could wield it wickedly as either. None of the three ever went abroad without that pliant painted switch, a very emblem of devilish cruelty, in their hands. Never returned home without having used it in the castigation of some unfortunate darky, whose evil star had caused him to stray across their track while riding the rounds of the plantation. A far different discipline was that of Colonel Armstrong, whose slaves seldom went to bed without a prayer poured forth, concluding with, "God bless the good master," while the poor whipped bondsmen of his neighbor, their backs oft smarting from the lash, nightly lay down, not always to sleep, but nearly always with curses on their lips, the name of the devil coupled with that of Ephraim Darke. The old story of like cause followed by like result must, alas, be chronicled in this case. The man of the devil prospered, while he of God came to grief. Armstrong, open-hearted, free-handed, indulging in a too profuse hospitality, lived widely outside the income accruing from the culture of his cotton fields, and in time became the debtor of Darke, who lived as widely within his. Notwithstanding the proximity of their estates, there was but little intimacy and less friendship between the two. The Virginian, scion of an old Scotch family who had been gentry in the colonial times, felt something akin to contempt for his New England neighbor, whose ancestors had been steerage passengers in the famed Mayflower. False pride, perhaps, but natural to a citizen of the Old Dominion, of late years brought low enough. Still, not much of this influenced the conduct of Armstrong. For his dislike to Darke he had a better and more honorable reason: the bad behavior of the latter. This, notorious throughout the community, made for the Massachusetts man many enemies, while in the noble mind of the Mississippian it produced positive aversion. Under these circumstances it may seem strange there should be any intercourse or relationship between the two men. But there was, that of debtor and creditor, a lien not always conferring friendship. Notwithstanding his dislike, the proud Southerner had not been above accepting a loan from the despised Northern, which the latter was but too eager to extend. The Massachusetts man had long coveted the Mississippian's fine estate, not alone from its tempting contiguity, but also because it looked like a ripe pear that must soon fall from the tree. With secret satisfaction he had observed the wasteful extravagance of its owner, a satisfaction increased on discovering the latter's impecuniosity. It became joy almost openly exhibited on the day when Colonel Armstrong came to him requesting a loan of $20,000, which he consented to give with an alacrity that would have appeared suspicious to any but a borrower. If he gave the money in great glee, still greater was that which he contemplated the mortgage deed taken in exchange. For he knew it to be the first entering of a wedge that in due time would ensure him possession of the fee simple, all the surer from a condition in that particular deed: foreclosure without time. Pressure from other quarters had forced Planter Armstrong to accept these terrible terms. As Darke, before locking it up in his drawer, glanced the document over, his eyes scintillating with the glare of greed triumphant, he said to himself, "This day's work has doubled the area of my acres, and the number of my niggers. Armstrong's land, his slaves, his houses, everything he has will soon be mine." End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 2. A Flat Refusal. 2 years have elapsed since Ephraim Darke became the creditor of Archibald Armstrong. Apparently no great change has taken place in the relationship between the two men, though in reality much. The $20,000 loan has been long ago dissipated, and the borrower is once more in need. It would be useless, idle, for him to seek a second mortgage in the same quarter, or in any other, since he can show no collateral. His property has been nearly all hypothecated in the deed to Darke, who perceives his long-cherished dream on the eve of becoming a reality. At any hour he may cause foreclosure, turn Colonel Armstrong out of his estate, and enter upon possession. Why does he not take advantage of the power with which the legal code of the United States, as that existing all over the world, provides him? There is a reason for his not doing so, wide apart from any motive of mercy or humanity, or of friendship either, though something erroneously considered akin to it. Love hinders him from pouncing on the plantation of Archibald Armstrong and appropriating it. Not love in his own breast, long ago steeled against such a trifling affection. There only avarice has a home, cupidity keeping house and looking carefully after the expenses. But there is a spendthrift who has also a shelter in Ephraim Darke's heart, one who does much to thwart his designs, oft-times defeating them. As already said, he has a son, by name Richard, better known throughout the settlement as Dick, abbreviations of nomenclature being almost universal in the southwestern states. An only son, only child as well, motherless too, she who bore him having been buried long ago before the Massachusetts man planted his roof tree in the soil of Mississippi. A hopeful scion he, showing no improvement on the paternal stock, rather the reverse, for the grasping avarice supposed to be characteristic of the Yankee is not improved by admixture with the reckless looseness alleged to be habitual in the Southerner. Both these bad qualities have been developed in Dick Darke, each to its extreme. Never was New Englander more secretive and crafty, never Mississippian more loose or licentious. Mean in the matter of personal expenditure, he is at the same time of dissipated and disorderly habits, the associate of the poker-playing and cockfighting fraternity of the neighborhood, one of its wildest spirits, without any of those generous traits oft coupled with such a character. As only son, he is heir presumptive to all the father's property, slaves and plantation lands, and being thoroughly in his father's confidence, he is aware of the probability of approximate reversion to the slaves and plantation lands belonging to Colonel Armstrong. But much as Dick Dare may like money, there is that he likes more, even to covetousness, Colonel Armstrong's daughter. There are two of them, Helen and Jessie, both grown girls, motherless too, for the colonel is himself a widower. Jessie, the younger, is bright-haired, of blooming complexion, merry to madness, in spirit the personification of a romping elf, in physique a sort of Hebe. Helen, on the other hand, is dark as gypsy, or Jewess, stately as a queen, with the proud grandeur of Juno. Her features of regular classic type, form tall and magnificently moulded, amidst others she appears as a palm rising above the commoner trees of the forest. Ever since her coming out in society, she has been universally esteemed the beauty of the neighborhood, as Belle in the balls of Natchez. It is to her Richard Darke has extended his homage and surrendered his heart. He is in love with her, as much as his selfish nature will allow, perhaps the only unselfish passion ever felt by him. His father sanctions, or at all events does not oppose it, for the wicked son holds a wonderful ascendancy over a parent who has trained him to wickedness equalling his own. With the power of creditor over debtor, a debt of which payment can be demanded at any moment, and not the slightest hope of the latter being able to pay it, the Darkes seem to have the vantage ground, and may dictate their own terms. Helen Armstrong knows naught of the mortgage, no more of herself being the cause which keeps it from foreclosure. Little does she dream that her beauty is the sole shield imposed between her father and impending ruin. Possibly, if she did, Richard Darke's attentions to her would be received with less slighting indifference. For months he has been paying them, whenever and wherever an opportunity has offered, at balls, barbecues, and the like. Of late, also at her father's house, where the power spoken of gives him not only admission, but polite reception and hospitable entertainment at the hands of its owner, while the consciousness of possessing it hinders him from observing how coldly his assiduities are met by her to whom they are so warmly addressed. He wonders why, too. He knows that Helen Armstrong has many admirers. It could not be otherwise with one so splendidly beautiful, so gracefully gifted. But among them there is none for whom she has shown partiality. He has himself conceived a suspicion that a young man, by name Charles Clancy, son of a decayed Irish gentleman living near, has found favour in her eyes. Still, it is only a suspicion, and Clancy has gone to Texas the year before, sent, so said, by his father, to look out for a new home. The latter has since died, leaving his widow sole occupant of a humble tenement, with a small holding of land, a roadside tract on the edge of the Armstrong estate. Rumour runs that young Clancy is about coming back, indeed every day expected. That can't matter. The proud planter, Armstrong, is not the man to permit of his daughter marrying a poor white, as Richard Darke scornfully styles his supposed rival, much less consent to the so bestowing of her hand. Therefore no danger need be dreaded from that quarter. Whether there need or not, the suitor of Helen Armstrong at length resolves on bringing the affair to an issue. His love for her has become a strong passion, the stronger for being checked, restrained by her cold, almost scornful behaviour. This may be but coquetry. He hopes, and has a fancy it is. Not without reason, for he is far from being ill-favoured, only in a sense moral, not physical. But this has not prevented him from making many conquests among backwoods belles, even some city celebrities living in Natchez. All know he is rich, or will be when his father fulfills the last conditions of his will, by dying. So fortified, so flattered, Dick Darke cannot comprehend why Miss Armstrong has not at once surrendered to him. Is it because her haughty disposition hinders her from being too demonstrative? Does she really love him without giving sign? For months he has been cogitating in this uncertain way, and now determines upon knowing the truth. One morning he mounts his horse, rides across the boundary line between the two plantations, and on to Colonel Armstrong's house. Entering, he requests an interview with the colonel's eldest daughter, obtains it, makes declaration of his love, asks her if she will have him for a husband, and in response receives a chilling negative. As he rides back through the woods, the birds are trilling among the trees. It is their merry morning lay, but it gives him no gladness. There is still ringing in his ears that harsh monosyllable, "No." The wild wood songsters appear to echo it, as if mockingly. The blue jay and red cardinal seem scolding him for intrusion on their domain. Having recrossed the boundary between the two plantations, he reins up and looks back. His brow is black with chagrin, his lips white with rancorous rage. It is suppressed no longer. Curses come hissing through his teeth, along with them the words, "In less than 6 weeks these woods will be mine, and hang me if I don't shoot every bird that has roost in them. Then, Miss Helen Armstrong, you'll not feel in such conceit with yourself. It will be different when you haven't a roof over your head. So good-bye, sweetheart. Good-bye to you." "Now, Dad," he continues, in fancy apostrophizing his father, "you can take your own way, as you've been long wanting. Yes, my respected parent, you shall be free to foreclose your mortgage, put in execution, sheriff's officers, anything you like." Angrily grinding his teeth, he plunges the spur into the horse's ribs, and rides on, the short but bitter speech still echoing in his ears. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 3. A Forest Post Office. From the harsh treatment of slaves sprang a result, little thought of by the inhuman master, though greatly detrimental to his interests. It caused them occasionally to abscond, so making it necessary to insert an advertisement in the county newspaper offering a reward for the runaway. Thus cruelty proved expensive. In Planter Darke's case, however, the cost was partially recouped by the cleverness of his son, who was a noted nigger catcher, and kept dogs for the especial purpose. He had a natural penchant for this kind of chase, and having little else to do, passed a good deal of his time scouring the country in pursuit of his father's advertised runaways. Having caught them, he would claim the bounty, just as if they belonged to a stranger. Darke, pere, paid it without grudge or grumbling, perhaps the only disbursement he ever made in such mood. It was like taking out of one pocket to put into the other. Besides, he was rather proud of his son's acquitting himself so shrewdly. Skirting the two plantations, with others in the same line of settlements, was a cypress swamp. It extended along the edge of the great river, covering an area of many square miles. Besides being a swamp, it was a network of creeksy bayous and lagoons, often inundated, and only passable by means of skiff or canoe. In most places it was a slough of soft mud, where man might not tread, nor any kind of watercraft make way. Over it, at all times, hung the obscurity of twilight. The solar rays, however bright above, could not penetrate its close canopy of cypress tops, loaded with that strangest of parasitical plants, the Tillandsia usneoides. This tract of forest offered a safe place of concealment for runaway slaves, and as such was it noted throughout the neighbourhood. A darky, absconding from any of the contiguous plantations, was as sure to make for the marshy expanse as would a chased rabbit to its warren. Sombre and gloomy though it was, around its edge lay the favourite scouting ground of Richard Darke. To him the cypress swamp was a precious preserve, as a coppice to the pheasant shooter, or a scrub wood to the hunter of foxes, with the difference that his game was human, and therefore the pursuit more exciting. There were places in its interior to which he had never penetrated, large tracts unexplored, and where exploration could not be made without great difficulty. But for him to reach them was not necessary. The runaways who sought asylum in the swamp could not always remain within its gloomy recesses. Food must be obtained beyond its border, or starvation be their fate. For this reason the fugitive required some mode of communicating with the outside world, and usually obtained it by means of a confederate, some old friend and fellow slave on one of the adjacent plantations, privy to the secret of his hiding place. On this necessity the negro catcher most depended, often finding the stalk or still hunt, in backwoods phraseology, more profitable than a pursuit with trained hounds. About a month after his rejection by Miss Armstrong, Richard Darke is out upon a chase, as usual along the edge of the cypress swamp. Rather should it be called a search, since he has found no traces of the human game that has tempted him forth. This is a fugitive negro, one of the best field hands belonging to his father's plantation, who has absented himself and cannot be recalled. For several weeks Jupiter, as the runaway is named, has been missing, and his description, with the reward attached, has appeared in the county newspaper. The planter's son, having a suspicion that he is secreted somewhere in the swamp, has made several excursions thither, in the hope of lighting upon his tracks. But Jupe is an astute fellow, and has hitherto contrived to leave no sign which can in any way contribute to his capture. Dick Darke is returning home after an unsuccessful day's search, in anything but a cheerful mood, though not so much from having failed in finding traces of the missing slave. That is only a matter of money, and as he has plenty, the disappointment can be borne. The thought embittering his spirit relates to another matter. He thinks of his scorned suit and blighted love prospects. The chagrin caused him by Helen Armstrong's refusal has terribly distressed and driven him to more reckless courses. He drinks deeper than ever. While in his cups he has been silly enough to let his boon companions become acquainted with his reason for thus running riot, making not much secret either of the mean revenge he designs for her who has rejected him. She is to be punished through her father. Colonel Armstrong's indebtedness to Ephraim Darke has become known throughout the settlement, all about the mortgage. Taking into consideration the respective characters of the mortgager and mortgagee, men shake their heads, and say that Darke will soon own the Armstrong plantation. All the sooner, since the chief obstacle to the fulfilment of his long cherished design has been his son, and this is now removed. Notwithstanding the near prospect of having his spite gratified, Richard Darke keenly feels his humiliation. He has done so ever since the day of his receiving it, and as determinedly has he been nursing his wrath. He has been still further exasperated by a circumstance which has lately occurred, the return of Charles Clancy from Texas. Someone has told him of Clancy having been seen in company with Helen Armstrong, the two walking in the woods alone. Such an interview could not have been with her father's consent, but clandestine. So much the more aggravating to him, Darke. The thought of it is tearing his heart as he returns from his fruitless search after the fugitive. He has left the swamp behind, and is continuing on through a track of woodland which separates his father's plantation from that of Colonel Armstrong, when he sees something that promises relief to his perturbed spirit. It is a woman making her way through the woods, coming towards him from the direction of Armstrong's house. She is not the colonel's daughter, neither one, nor does Dick Darke suppose it either, Though seen indistinctly under the shadow of the trees, he identifies the approaching form as that of Julia, a mulatto maiden whose special duty it is to attend upon the young ladies of the Armstrong family. "Thank God for the devil's luck!" he mutters, on making her out. "It's Jupiter's sweetheart, his Juno or Leda, yellow hided as himself. No doubt she's on her way to keep an appointment with him. No more, that I shall be present at the interview. $200 reward for old Jupe, and the fun of giving the damned nigger a good lambing, once I lay hand on him. Keep on, Jule, girl, you'll track him up for me, better than the sharpest scented hound in my kennel." While making this soliloquy, the speaker withdraws himself behind a bush, and, concealed by its dense foliage, keeps his eye on the mulatto wench, still wending her way through the thick standing tree trunk. As there is no path, and the girl is evidently going by stealth, he has reason to believe she is on the errand conjectured. Indeed, he can have no doubt about her being on the way to an interview with Jupiter, and he is now good as certain of soon discovering and securing the runaway who has so long contrived to elude him. After the girl has passed the place of his concealment, which she very soon does, he slips out from behind the bush and follows her with stealthy tread, still taking care to keep cover between them. Not long before she comes to a stop, under a grand magnolia, whose spreading branches, with their large laurel-like leaves, shadow a vast circumference of ground. Darke, who has again taken stand behind a fallen tree, where he has a full view of her movements, watches them with eager eyes. $200 at stake, 200 on his own account, 1,500 for his father, Jupe's market value. No wonder at his being all eyes, all ears, on the alert. What is his astonishment at seeing the girl take a letter from her pocket, and, standing on tiptoe, drop it into a knot-hole in the magnolia. This done, she turns shoulder towards the tree, and, without staying longer under its shadow, glides back along the path by which she has come, evidently going home again. The negro catcher is not only surprised, but greatly chagrined. He has experienced a double disappointment, the anticipation of earning $200, and giving his old slave the lash, both pleasant if realized, but painful the thought in both to be foiled. Still keeping in concealment, he permits Julia to depart, not only unmolested, but unchallenged. There may be some secret in the letter to concern, though it may not console him. In any case, it will soon be his. And it soon is, without imparting consolation, rather the reverse. Whatever the contents of that epistle, so curiously deposited, Richard Darke, on becoming acquainted with them, reels like a drunken man, and, to save himself from falling, seeks support against the trunk of the tree. After a time, recovering, he rereads the letter, and gazes at a picture, a photograph, also found within the envelope. Then from his lips come words, low muttered, words of menace, made emphatic by an oath. A man's name is heard among his mutterings, more than once repeated. As Dick Darke, after thrusting letter and picture into his pocket, strides away from the spot, his clenched teeth, with the lurid light scintillating in his eyes, to this man foretell danger, maybe death. End of chapter 3.
Chapter number 4 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Two Good Girls. The dark cloud, long lowering over Colonel Armstrong and his fortunes, is about to fall. A dialogue with his eldest daughter occurring on the same day, indeed in the same hour, when she refused Richard Darke, shows him to have been but too well aware of the prospect of impending ruin. The disappointed suitor had not long left the presence of the lady who so laconically denied him, when another appears by her side. A man, too, but no rival of Richard Darke, no lover of Helen Armstrong. The venerable white-haired gentleman who has taken Darke's place is her father, the old colonel himself. His air, on entering the room, betrays uneasiness about the errand of the planter's son, a suspicion there is something amiss. He is soon made certain of it by his daughter unreservedly communicating the object of the interview. He says in rejoinder, "I supposed that to be his purpose, though from his coming at this early hour I feared something worse." These words bring a shadow over the countenance of her to whom they are addressed, simultaneous with a glance of inquiry from her grand, glistening eyes. First exclaiming, then interrogating, she says, "Worse? Feared? Father, what should you be afraid of?" "Never mind, my child, nothing that concerns you. Tell me, in what way did you give him answer?" "In one little word. I simply said no." "That little word will, no doubt, be enough. Oh, heaven, what is to become of us?" "Dear father," demands the beautiful girl, laying her hand upon his shoulder, with a searching look into his eyes, "why do you speak thus? Are you angry with me for refusing him? Surely you would not wish to see me the wife of Richard Darke. You do not love him, Helen? Love him? Can you ask? Love that man? You would not marry him?" "Would not, could not. I'd prefer death." "Enough. I must submit to my fate." "Fate, father? What may be the meaning of this? There is some secret? A danger? Trust to me. Let me know all." "I may well do that, since it cannot remain much longer a secret. There is danger, Helen, the danger of debt. My estate is mortgaged to the father of this fellow, so much as to put me completely in his power. Everything I possess, land, houses, slaves, may become his at any hour, this day, if he so will it. He is sure to will it now. Your little word 'no' will bring about a big change, the crisis I've been long apprehending. Never mind, let it come. I must meet it like a man. It is for you, daughter, you and your sister, I grieve. My poor dear girls, what a change there will be in your lives, as your prospects. Poverty, coarse fare, coarse garments to wear, and a log cabin to live in. Henceforth this must be your lot. I can hold out hope of no other." "What of all that, father? I for one care not, and I'm sure sister will feel the same." "But is there no way to save me from bankruptcy, you'd say? You need not ask that. I have spent many a sleepless night thinking it there was. But no, there is only one, that one. It I have never contemplated, even for an instant, knowing it would not do. I was sure you did not love Richard Darke, and would not consent to marry him. You could not, my child?" Helen Armstrong does not make immediate answer, though there is one ready to leap to her lips. She hesitates giving it, from a thought that it may add to the weight of unhappiness pressing upon her father's spirit. Mistaking her silence, and perhaps with the spectre of poverty staring him in the face, oft inciting to meanness even the noblest natures, he repeats the test interrogatory. "Tell me, daughter, could you marry him? Speak candidly," he continues, "and take time to reflect before answering. If you think you could not be contented, happy with Richard Darke for your husband, better it should never be. Consult your own heart, and do not be swayed by me or my necessities. Say, is the thing impossible? I have said, it is impossible." For a moment both remain silent, the father drooping, spiritless, as if struck by a galvanic shock, the daughter looking sorrowful as though she had given it. She, soonest recovering, makes an effort to restore him. "Dear father," she exclaims, laying her hand upon his shoulder, and gazing tenderly into his eyes, "you speak of a change in our circumstances, of bankruptcy and other ills. Let them come. For myself I care not. Even if the alternative were death, I've told you, I tell you again, I would rather that than be the wife of Richard Darke." "Then his wife you'll never be. Now let the subject drop, and the ruin fall. We must prepare for poverty, and Texas. Texas if you will, but not poverty. Nothing of the kind. The wealth of affection will make you feel rich, and in a lowly log hut, as in this grand house, you'll still have mine." So speaking, the fair girl flings herself upon her father's breast, her hand laid across his forehead, the white fingers soothingly caressing it. The door opens, another enters the room, another girl, almost fair as she, but brighter and younger. 'Tis Jessie. "Not only my affection," Helen adds, at sight of the newcomer, "but hers as well. Won't he, sister?" Sister, wondering what it is all about, nevertheless sees something is wanted of her. She has caught the word affection, at the same time observing an afflicted cast upon her father's countenance. This decides her, and gliding forward in another instant she is by his side, clinging to the opposite shoulder with an arm around his neck. Thus grouped, the three figures compose a family picture expressive of purest love. A pleasing tableau to one who knew nothing of what has thus drawn them together, or knowing it, could truly appreciate. For in the faces of all beams affection, which bespeaks a happy if not prosperous future, without any doubting fear of either poverty or Texas. End of Two Good Girls. Chapter 5 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid, A Photograph in the Forest. On the third day, after that on which Richard Darke abstracted the letter from the Magnolia, a man is seen strolling along the edge of the cypress swamp. The hour is nearly the same, but the individual altogether different. Only in age does he bear any similarity to the planter's son, for he is also a youth of some 3 or 24. In all else he is unlike Dick Darke, as one man could well be to another. He is of medium size and height, with a figure pleasingly proportioned. His shoulders squarely set, and chest rounded out, tell of great strength, while limbs tersely knit, and a firm elastic tread betoken toughness and activity. Features of smooth regular outline, the jaws broad and well balanced, the chin prominent, the nose nearly Grecian, while eminently handsome, proclaim a noble nature with courage equal to any demand that may be made upon it. Not less the glance of a blue-grey eye, unquailing as an eagle's. A grand shock of hair, slightly curled, and dark brown in colour, gives the finishing touch to his fine countenance, as the feather to a Tyrolese hat. Dressed in a sort of shooting costume, with jack-boots and gaiters buttoned above them, he carries a gun, which, as can be seen, is a single-barreled rifle, while at his heels trots a dog of large size, apparently a cross between staghound and mastiff, with a spice of terrier in its composition. Such mongrels are not necessarily curs, but often the best breed for backwoods sport, where the keenness of scent required to track a deer needs supplementing by strength and staunchness, when the game chances, as it often does, to be a bear, a wolf, or a panther. The master of this trebly crossed canine is the man whose name rose upon the lips of Richard Darke after reading the purloined epistle, Charles Clancy. To him was it addressed, and for him intended, as also the photograph found inside. Several days have elapsed since his return from Texas, having come back, as already known, to find himself fatherless. During the interval he has remained much at home, a dutiful son, doing all he can to console a sorrowing mother. Only now and then has he sought relaxation in the chase, of which he is devotedly fond. On this occasion he has come down to the cypress swamp, but having encountered no game, is going back with an empty bag. He is not in low spirits at his ill success, for he has something to console him, that which gives gladness to his heart, joy almost reaching delirium. She who has won it loves him. This she is Helen Armstrong. She is not signified as much in words, but by ways equally expressive and quite as convincing. They have met clandestinely, and so corresponded, the knot-hole in the magnolia serving them as a post-box. At first only phrases of friendship in their conversation, the same in the letters thus surreptitiously exchanged. For despite Clancy's courage among men, he is a coward in the presence of women, in hers more than any. For all this, at their latest interview, he had thrown aside his shyness and spoken words of love, fervent love in its last appeal. He had avowed himself wholly hers, and asked her to be wholly his. She declined giving him an answer viva voce, but promised it in writing. He will receive it in a letter, to be deposited in the place convened. He feels no offence at her having thus put him off. He believes it to have been but a whim of his sweetheart, the caprice of a woman who has been so much nattered and admired. He knows that, like the Anne Hathaway of Shakespeare, Helen Armstrong hath a way of her own. For she is a girl of no ordinary character, but one of spirit, free and independent, consonant with the scenes and people that surrounded her youth. So far from being offended at her not giving him an immediate answer, he but admires her the more. like the proud eagle's mate, she does not condescend to be wooed as the soft cooing dove, nor yield a too easy acquiescence. Still, daily, hourly, does he expect the promised response, and twice, sometimes thrice a day pays visit to the forest post office. Several days have elapsed since their last interview, and yet he has found no letter lying. Little dreams he that one has been sent, with a carte de visite enclosed, and less of both being in the possession of his greatest enemy on earth. He is beginning to grow uneasy at the delay, and shape conjectures as to the cause, all the more from knowing that a great change is soon to take place in the affairs of the Armstrong family, a knowledge which emboldened him to make the proposal he has made. He is on his way for the tract of woodland in which stands the sweet trysting tree. He has no thought of stopping or turning aside, nor would he do so for any small game. But at this moment a deer, a grand antlered stag, comes loping along. Before he can bring his gun to bear upon it, the animal is out of sight, having passed behind the thick-standing trunks of the cypresses. He restrains his hound, about to spring off on the slot. The stag has not seen him, and apparently going unscared, he hopes to stalk and again get sight of it. He has not proceeded over 20 paces when a sound fills his ears, as well as the woods around. It is the report of a gun, fired by one who cannot be far off, and not at the retreating stag, but himself. He feels that the bullet has hit him, this from a stinging sensation in his arm, like the touch of red-hot iron or a drop of scalding water. He might not know it to be a bullet, but for the crack heard simultaneously, this coming from behind. The wound, fortunately but a slight one, does not disable him, and like a tiger stung by javelins he is round in an instant, ready to return the fire. There is no one in sight. As there had been no warning, not a word, he can have no doubt of the intent, someone meaning to murder him. He is sure about its being an attempt to assassinate him, as of the man who has made it. Richard Darke, certain, as if the crack of the gun had been a voice pronouncing the name. Clancy's eyes, flashing angrily, interrogate the forest. The trees stand close, the spaces between shadowy and sombre. For, as said, they are cypresses, and the hour twilight. He can see nothing save the huge trunks and their lower limbs, garlanded with ghostly tillandsia here and there draping down to the earth. This baffles him both by its colour and form. The grey gauze-like festoonery, having a resemblance to ascending smoke, hinders him from perceiving that of the discharged gun. He can see none. It must have whiffed up suddenly and become commingled with the moss? It does not matter much. Neither the twilight obscurity nor that caused by the overshadowing trees can prevent his canine companion from discovering the whereabouts of the would-be assassin. On hearing the shot, the hound has harked back, and at some 20 paces off, brought up beside a huge trunk, where it stands fiercely baying as if at a bear. The tree is buttressed, with knees several feet in height rising around. In the dim light these might easily be mistaken for men. Clancy is soon among them, and sees crouching between two pilasters the man who meant to murder him, Richard Darke as conjectured. Darke makes no attempt at explanation. Clancy calls for none. His rifle is already cocked, and soon as seeing his adversary he raises it to his shoulder, exclaiming, "Scoundrel, you've had the first shot. It's my turn now." Darke does not remain inactive, but leaps forth from his lurking place to obtain more freedom for his arms. The buttresses hinder him from having elbow room. He also elevates his gun, but perceiving it will be too late, instead of taking aim, he lowers the piece again and dodges behind the tree. The movement, quick and subtle as a squirrel's bound, saves him. Clancy fires without effect. His ball but pierces through the skirt of Darke's coat without touching his body. With a wild shout of triumph, the latter advances upon his adversary, whose gun is now empty. His own, a double barrel, has a bullet still undischarged. Deliberately bringing the piece to his shoulder, and covering the victim he is now sure of, he says derisively, "What a devilish poor shot you've made, Mr. Charlie Clancy! A sorry marksman, to miss a man scarce 6 feet from the muzzle of your gun. I shan't miss you. Turnabout's fair play. I've had the first, and I'll have the last. Dog, take your death shot." While delivering the dread speech, his finger presses the trigger, the crack comes with the flash and fiery jet. For some seconds Clancy is invisible, the sulphurous smoke forming a nimbus around him. When it ascends he is seen prostrate upon the earth, the blood gushing from a wound in his breast and spurting over his waistcoat. He appears writhing in his death agony, and evidently thinks so himself from his words spoken in slow, choking utterance. "Richard Darke, you have murdered me." "I meant to do it," is the unpitying response. "Oh, heavens! You horrid wretch! Why? Why?" "Bah! What are you blubbering about? You know why. If not, I shall tell you. Helen Armstrong. After all, it isn't jealousy that's made me kill you, only your impudence to suppose you had a chance with her. You hadn't. She never cared a straw for you. Perhaps before dying it may be some consolation for you to know she didn't. I've got the proof. Since it isn't likely you'll ever see herself again, it may give you a pleasure to look at her portrait. Here it is. The sweet girl sent it me this very morning, with her autograph attached, as you can see. A capital likeness, isn't it?" The inhuman wretch, stooping down, holds the photograph before the eyes of the dying man, gradually growing dim. But only death could hinder them from turning towards that sun-painted picture, the portrait of her who has his heart. He gazes on it lovingly, but not long, for the script underneath claims his attention. In this he recognizes her handwriting, well known to him. Terrible the despair that seeps through his soul as he deciphers it. Helen Armstrong, for him she loves. The picture is in the possession of Richard Darke. To him have the sweet words been vouchsafed. "A charming creature," Darke tauntingly continues, kissing the carte and pouring the venomous speech into his victim's ear. "It's the very counterpart of her sweet self. As I said, she sent it me this morning. Come, Clancy, before giving up the ghost, tell me what you think of it. Isn't it an excellent likeness?" To the inhuman interrogatory Clancy makes no response, either by word, look, or gesture. His lips are mute, his eyes without light of life, his limbs and body motionless as the mud on which they lie. A short but profane speech terminates the terrible episode. 4 words of most heartless signification. "Damn him, he's dead." End of A Photograph in the Forest. Chapter 6 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. A Coon Chase Interrupted. Notwithstanding the solitude of the place where the strife, apparently fatal, has occurred, and the slight chances of its being seen, its sounds have been heard. The shots, the excited speeches and angry exclamations have reached the ears of one who can well interpret them. This is a coon hunter. There is no district in the southern states without its coon hunter. In most, many of them, but in each, one who is noted. And notedly, he is a Negro. The pastime is too tame or too humble to tempt the white man. Sometimes the sons of poor white trash take part in it, but it is usually delivered over to the darky. In the old times of slavery, every plantation could boast of one or more of these sable Nimrods, and they are not yet extinct. To them, coon catching is a profit as well as sport. The skins keep them in tobacco and whiskey when addicted to drinking it. The flesh, too, though little esteemed by white palates, is a bonne bouche to the Negro, with whom animal food is a scarce commodity. It often furnishes him with the substance for a savory roast. The plantation of Ephraim Darke is no exception to the general rule. It, too, has its coon hunter, a Negro named, or nicknamed, Blue Bill, from a cerulean tinge that in certain lights appears upon the surface of his sable epidermis. Otherwise he is black as ebony. Blue Bill is a mighty hunter of his kind, passionately fond of the coon chase, too much indeed for his own personal safety. It carries him abroad when the discipline of the plantation requires him to be at home, and more than once, for so absenting himself, have his shoulders been scored by the cowskin. Still, the punishment has not cured him of his proclivity. Unluckily for Richard Darke it has not, for on the evening of Clancy's being shot down, as described, Blue Bill chances to be abroad, and with a small cur which he has trained to his favourite chase, is scouring the timber near the edge of the cypress swamp. He has treed an old he-coon, and is just preparing to ascend to the creature's nest, a cavity in a sycamore high up, when a deer comes dashing by. Soon after, a shot startles him. He is more disturbed at the peculiar crack than by the mere fact of its being the report of a gun. His ear, accustomed to such sounds, tells him the report has proceeded from a fowling piece belonging to his young master, Just then the last man he would wish to meet. He is away from the quarter without pass or permission of any kind. His first impulse is to continue the ascent of the sycamore and conceal himself among its branches. But his dog remaining below, that will betray him? While hurriedly reflecting on what he had best do, he hears a second shot, then a third coming quickly after, while preceding and mingling with the reports are men's voices, apparently in mad expostulation. He hears too the angry growling of a hound, at intervals barking and baying. "Goramighty," mutters Blue Bill, "dar's a scrimmage goin' on dar, a fight, I reckon, and seemin' to be deaf. Clar 'nuff who dat fight's between. De fust shot wa Mass Dick's double barrel. De oder am Charl Clancy rifle. By golly, 'tain't safe dis child be seen higher, nohow. Whar can I hide myself?" Again he glances upward, scanning the sycamore, then down at his dog, and once more to the trunk of the tree. This is embraced by a creeper, a gigantic grapevine, up which an ascent may easily be made. So easily there need be no difficulty in carrying the cur along. It was the ladder he intended using to get at the treed coon. With the fear of his young master coming past, and if so, surely cowhiding him, he feels there is no time to be wasted in vacillation. Nor does he waste any. Without further stay, he flings his arm around the coon dog, raises the unresisting animal from the earth, and swarms up the creeper like a she-bear carrying her cub. In 10 seconds after, he is snugly ensconced in a crotch of the sycamore, screened from observation of anyone who may pass underneath by the profuse foliage of the parasite. Feeling fairly secure, he once more sets himself to listen. And listening attentively, he hears the same voices as before, but not any longer in angry ejaculation. The tones are tranquil, as though the two men were now quietly conversing. One says but a word or two, the other all. Then the last alone appears to speak, as if in soliloquy, or from the first failing to make response. The sudden transition of tone has in it something strange, a contrast inexplicable. The coon hunter can tell that he continuing to talk is his young master, Richard Darke, though he cannot catch the words, much less make out their meaning. The distance is too great, and the current of sound interrupted by the thick standing trunks of the cypresses. At length also the monologue ends, soon after succeeded by a short exclamatory phrase in voice louder and more earnest. Then there is silence, so profound that Blue Bill hears but his own heart beating in loud sonorous thumps, louder from his ribs being contiguous to the hollow trunk of the tree. End of A Coon Chase Interrupted.
Chapter 7 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 7. Murder Without Remorse. The breathless silence succeeding Darke's profane speech is awe-inspiring, death-like, as though every living creature in the forest had been suddenly struck dumb or dead too. Unspeakably, incredibly atrocious is the behavior of the man who has remained master of the ground. During the contest, Dick Darke had shown the cunning of the fox, combined with the fiercer treachery of the tiger. Victorious, his conduct seems a combination of the jackal and vulture. Stooping over his fallen foe to assure himself that the latter no longer lives, he says, "Dead, I take it." These are his cool words, after which, as though still in doubt, he bends lower and listens. At the same time he clutches the handle of his hunting knife, as with the intent to plunge its blade into the body. He sees there is no need. It is breathless, almost bloodless, clearly a corpse. Believing it so, he resumes his erect attitude, exclaiming in louder tone and with like profanity as before, "Yes, dead, damn him!" As the assassin bends over the body of his fallen foe, he shows no sign of contrition for the cruel deed he has done. No feeling save that of satisfied vengeance, no emotion that resembles remorse. On the contrary, His cold animal eyes continue to sparkle with jealous hate, while his hand has moved mechanically to the hilt of his knife, as though he meant to mutilate the form he has laid lifeless. Its beauty, even in death, seems to embitter his spirit. But soon a sense of danger comes creeping over him, and fear takes shape in his soul, for beyond doubt he has done murder. "No," he says, in an effort at self-justification. "Nothing of the sort. I've killed him, that's true, but he's had the chance to kill me. They'll see that his gun's discharged, and here's his bullet gone through the skirt of my coat. By thunder, 'twas a close shave." For a time he stands reflecting, his glance now turned towards the body, now sent searchingly through the trees, as though in dread of someone coming that way. Not much likelihood of this. The spot is one of perfect solitude, as is always a cypress forest. There is no path near, accustomed to be trodden by the traveller. The planter has no business among those great buttressed trunks. The woodsman would never assail them with his axe. Only a stalking hunter, or perhaps some runaway slave, is at all likely to stray thither. Again soliloquizing, he says, "Shall I put a bold face upon it, and confess to having killed him? I can say we met while out hunting, quarrelled and fought. A fair fight, shot for shot. My luck to have the last. Will that story stand?" A pause in the soliloquy, a glance at the prostrate form, another which interrogates the scene around, taking in the huge unshapely trunks, their long outstretched limbs with the paw-like festoonery of Spanish moss, a thought about the loneliness of the place and its fitness for concealing a dead body. Like the lightning's flashes, all this flits through the mind of the murderer, the result to divert him from his half-formed resolution, perceiving its futility. "It won't do," he mutters, his speech indicating the change. "No, that it won't. Better say nothing about what happened. They're not likely to look for him here." Again he glances inquiringly around, with a view to secreting the corpse. He has made up his mind to this. A sluggish creek meanders among the trees, some 200 yards from the spot. At about a like distance below, it discharges itself into the stagnant reservoir of the swamp. Its waters are dark, from the overshadowing of the cypresses, and deep enough for the purpose he is planning. But to carry the body thither will require an effort of strength, and to drag it would be sure to leave traces. In view of this difficulty, he says to himself, "I'll let it lie where it is. No one ever comes along here. Not likely. At the same time, I take it there can be no harm in hiding him a little. So, Charlie Clancy, if I have sent you to kingdom come, I shan't leave your bones unburied. Your ghost might haunt me if I did. To hinder that, you shall have interment." In the midst of this horrid mockery, he rests his gun against a tree, and commences dragging the Spanish moss from the branches above. The beard-like parasite comes off in flakes, in armfuls. Half a dozen he flings over the still palpitating corpse, and then pitches on top some pieces of dead wood, to prevent any stray breeze from sweeping off the hoary shroud. After strewing other tufts around, to conceal the blood and boot tracks, he rests from his labours, and for a time stands surveying what he has done. At length, seeming satisfied, he again grasps hold of his gun, and is about taking departure from the stand, when a sound, striking his ear, causes him to start. No wonder, since it seems the voice of one wailing for the dead. At first he is affrighted, fearfully so, but recovers himself on learning the cause. "Only the dog," he mutters, perceiving Clancy's hound at a distance among the trees. On its master being shot down, the animal had scampered off, perhaps fearing a similar fate. It had not gone far, and is now returning little by little, drawing nearer to the dangerous spot. The creature seems struggling between two instincts, affection for its fallen master, and fear for itself. As Darke's gun is empty, he endeavours to entice the dog within reach of his knife. Despite his coaxing, it will not come. Hastily ramming a cartridge into the right-hand barrel, he aims and fires. The shot takes effect, the ball passing through the fleshy part of the dog's neck, only to crease the skin and draw forth a spurt of blood. The hound, hit and further frightened, gives out a wild howl and goes off without sign of return. Equally wild are the words that leap from the lips of Richard Darke as he stands gazing after. "Great God!" he cries, "I've done an infernal foolish thing. The cur will go home to Clancy's house. That'll tell a tale, sure to set people searching. Aye, and it may run back here, guiding them to the spot. Holy hell!" While speaking, the murderer turns pale. It is the first time for him to experience real fear. In such an out-of-the-way place he has felt confident of concealing the body, and along with it the bloody deed. Then he had not taken the dog into account, and the odds were in his favour. Now, with the latter adrift, they are heavily against him. He needs no calculation of chances to make this clear, nor is it any doubt which causes him to stand hesitating. His irresolution springs from uncertainty as to what course he shall pursue. One thing certain, he must not remain there. The hound has gone off howling. It is 2 miles to the widow Clancy's house, but there is an old squatter's cabin and clearing between. A dog going in that guise, blood bedraggled, in full cry of distress, will be sure of being seen, and equally sure to raise an alarm. On the probable or possible contingencies, Dick Darke does not stand long reflecting. Despite its solitude, the cypress forest is not the place for tranquil thought, at least not now for him. Far off through the trees he can hear the wail of the wounded Molossian. Is it fancy, or does he also hear human voices? He stays not to be sure. Beside that gory corpse, shrouded though it be, he dares not remain a moment longer. Hastily shouldering his gun, he strikes off through the trees, at first in quick step, then in double, and this increasing to a rapid run. He retreats in a direction contrary to that taken by the dog. It is also different from the way leading to his father's house. It forces him still further into the swamp, across sloughs, and through soft mud where he makes footmarks. Though he has carefully concealed Clancy's corpse, and obliterated all the other traces of the strife, in his scare he does not think of those he is now making. The murderer is only cunning before the crime. After it, if he have conscience or be deficient in coolness, he loses self-possession, and is pretty sure to leave behind something which will furnish a clue for the detective. So it is with Richard Darke. As he retreats from the scene of his diabolical deed, his only thought is to put space between himself and the spot where he has shed innocent blood, to get beyond earshot of those canine cries that seem commingled with the shouts of men, the voices of avengers. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Shot by Thomas May Reed. The Coon Hunter cautious. During the time that Drake is engaged in covering up Clancy's body, and afterwards occupied in the attempt to kill his dog, the Coon Hunter, squatted in the Sycamore Fork, sticks to his seat like death to a dead nigger. And all the time trembling, not without reason, for the silence succeeding the short exclamatory speech has now reassured him. He believes this to be a lull, denoting some pause in the action, and that one or both of the actors is still upon ground. If only one, it will be his master's, whose monologue was last heard. During the stillness, somewhat prolonged, he continued to shape conjectures and put questions to himself, as to what can have been the farce and its cause. Undoubtedly, a shooting scrape between Dick Darley and Charles Clancy. But how has it terminated? Or is the end yet to come? Has one of the combatants been killed or gone away, or have both forsaken the spot where they have been trying to spill each other's blood. While thus interrogating himself, a new sound disturbs the tranquillity of the forest, the same which the assassin at first fancied was the voice of one wailing for his victim. The coon hunter has no such delusion. Soon as hearing, he recognizes the tongue of a stag hound, knowing it to be Clancy's. He is only astray for its peculiar tone, now quite changed. The animal is neither barking nor baying, nor yet does it yelp as if suffering chastisement. The soft tremulous whine that comes pealing in prolonged reverberation through the trunks of the cypresses. Prolonged distress of a different kind, as of a dog asleep and dreaming. And now, once more a man's voice, his master's. It too changed in tone, no longer an angry exclaim or quiet conversation, but as if earnestly entreating. The speech evidently not addressed to Clancy, but the hound. Strange all this, and so thinks the coon hunter. He has but little time to dwell on it, before another sound waking the echoes of the forest interrupts the current of his reflection. Another shot, this time as twice before, the bored round boom of a soft bore, so different from the short sharp spang of a rifle. Truly versed in the distinction, indeed an adept, Blue knows for whose gun the shot has been discharged. It is a double barrel belonging to Richard Darke. All the more reason for him to hug close to his concealment. And not the least bit careful about the behavior of his own dog, which he is holding in hard embrace, for hearing the bound, the curler is disposed to give response. Would the soul but for the muscular finger of his master closely choking around his throat, at intervals detached to give it a cautionary cuff. After the shot, the staghound continues its lugubrious cries, but again with altered intonation, and at least distinctly heard, as though the animal has gone farther off, and were still making way. But now a new response strikes upon the coon hunter's ear, one at first slight, but rapidly growing louder. It is the tread of footsteps, accompanied by a swishing among the palmettos, that form of underwood along the edge of the swamp. Someone is passing through them, advancing towards the tree where he is concealed. More than ever does he tremble on his perch, tighter than ever clung to the throat of his canine companion. For he is sure that the man whose footsteps speak approach is his master, or rather his master's son. The sound seems to indicate great haste, a retreat rapid, headlong, confused, owing to the piquant slave basis of hope of escaping observation, and to probable chastisement. Correcting his conjecture, as in the prognostication, in a few seconds after he sees Richard Darke coming before the trees, running as for very life, the more like it that he goes crunchingly, at intervals stopping to look back and listen, with chins almost touching his shoulder. When opposite the sycamore, indeed under it, he makes pause longer than usual. The perspiration stands in beads upon his forehead, pours down his cheek, over his eyebrow, almost blinding him. He whips a kerchief out of his coat pocket, and wipes it off. While so occupied, he does not perceive that he has let something drop. Something white that come off along with the kerchief. Replacing the piece of cambric, he hurries on again, leaving it behind, unknown to the do-dud of the footfall, and the crisp ruffling of the stiff fan-like leaves become both blended with the ordinary sound of the florist. Then, but not before, does Blue think of forsaking the fork. Descending from his irksome seat, he approaches the white thing left lying on the ground, a letter enveloped in the ordinary way. He takes it up and sees it has already been opened. He thinks not of drawing the sheet folded inside. It would be no use, since the coon hunter cannot read. Still, an instinct tells him the little bit of treasure trove may some time, and in some way, prove useful. So forecasting, he splits it into his pocket. This done, he stands reflecting. No noise to disturb him now. Darke's footsteps have died away in the distance, leaving swamp and cypress flowers restored to their habitual stillness. The only sound Blue hears is the beating of his own heart, yet loud enough. No longer he thinks of the coon he has succeeded in treeing. The animal, late devoted to a certain death, will owe its escape to an accident. It may now repose securely within its cave. Its pursuer has other thoughts, emotions, strong enough to drive coon hunter clean out of his head. Among these apprehensions about his own safety, though unseen by Richard Darke, his presence there unsuspected, he knows that an unlucky chance has placed him in a position of danger. That a sinister deed has been done, he is sure. Under the circumstances, how is he to act? Proceed to the place whence the shot came, and ascertain what has actually occurred. At first, he thinks of doing this, but surrenders the intention. Affrighted by what is already known to him, he dares not know more. His young master might be a murderer. The way in which he was retreating almost said as much. Is he, Blue Bill, to make himself acquainted with the crime, and bear witness against him who has committed it? As a slave, he knows his testimony will count for little in a court of justice, and as a slave of Ephraim Drake, as little would his life be worth after giving it. The last reflection decides him, and, still carrying the coon hunter in his arm, he parts from the spot, in timid skulking gait, never stopping, not feeling safe, till he finds himself inside the limits of the Negro quarter. End of chapter. The Coon Hunter Cautious.
Chapter 9 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Death Shot by Thomas Main Reed. Chapter 9. An Assassin in Retreat. Athwart the thick timber, going as one pursued, in a track straight as the underwood will allow, breaking through it like a chased bear, now stumbling over a fallen log, now caught in a trailing grapevine, Richard Darke flees from the place where he has laid his rival low. He makes neither stop nor stay. If so, only for a few instants, just long enough to listen, and, if possible, learn whether he is being followed. Whether or not, he fancies it. Again starting off, with terror in his looks and trembling in his limbs. The sang-froid he exhibited while bending over the dead body of his victim, and afterwards concealing it, has quite forsaken him now. Then he was confident. There could be no witness of the deed, nothing to connect him with it as the doer. Since, there is a change, the unthought-of presence of the dog having produced it, or rather the thought of the animal having escaped. This, and his own imagination. For more than a mile he keeps on, in headlong, reckless rushing, until fatigue overtaking him, his terror becomes less impulsive, his fancies freer from exaggeration, and believing himself far enough from the scene of danger, he at length desists from flight, and comes to a dead stop. Sitting down upon a log, he draws forth his pocket handkerchief, and wipes the sweat from his face, for he is perspiring at every pore, panting, palpitating. He now finds time to reflect, his first reflection being the absurdity of his making such precipitate retreat, his next, its imprudence. "I've been a fool for it," he mutters. "Suppose that someone has seen me. 'Twill only have made things worse. And what have I been running away from? A dead body and a living dog. Why should I care for either? Even though the adage be true about a live dog better than a dead lion. Let me hope the hound won't tell a tale upon me. For certain the shot hit him. That's nothing. Who could say what sort of ball, or the kind of gun it came from? No danger in that. I'd be stupid to think there could be. Well, it's all over now, and the question is, what next?" For some minutes he remains upon the log, with the gun resting across his knees, and his head bent over the barrels. He appears engaged in some abstruse calculation. A new thought has sprung up in his mind, a scheme requiring all his intellectual power to elaborate. "I shall keep that tryst," he says, in soliloquy, seeming at length to have settled it. "Yes, I'll meet her under the magnolia. Who can tell what changes may occur in the heart of a woman? In history I had a royal namesake, an English king, with an ugly hump on his shoulders, as he said himself, deformed, unfinished, sent into the world scarce half made up, so that the dogs barked at him, just as this brute of Clancy's has been doing at me. And this royal Richard, shaped so lamely and unfashionable, made court to a woman whose husband he had just assassinated. More than a woman, a proud queen, and more than wooed, he subdued her. This ought to encourage me. The better that I, Richard Darke, am neither halt nor hunchbacked. No, nor yet unfashionable, as many a Mississippian girl says, and more than one is ready to swear. Proud Helen Armstrong may be, and is, proud as England's queen herself. For all that, I've got something to subdue her, a scheme, cunning as that of my royal namesake. May God or the devil grant me like success. At the moment of giving utterance to the profane prayer, he rises to his feet, then, taking out his watch, consults it. It is too dark for him to see the dial, but springing open the glass, he gropes against it, feeling for the hands. 9:30, he mutters, after making out the time. 10 is the hour of her assignation. No chance for me to get home before, and then over to Armstrong's wood ground. It's more than 2 miles from here. What matters my going home? Nor any need changing this dress. She won't notice the hole in the skirt. If she do, she wouldn't think of what caused it. Above all, its being a bullet. Well, I must be off. It will never do to keep the young lady waiting. If she don't feel disappointed at seeing me, bless her. If she do, I shall curse her. What's past prepares me for either event. In any case, I shall have satisfaction for this sight she's put upon me. By God, I'll get that. He is moving away, when a thought occurs, staying him. He is not quite certain about the exact hour of Helen Armstrong's tryst, conveyed in her letter to Clancy. In the madness of his mind, ever since perusing that epistle, no wonder he should confuse circumstances and forget dates. To make sure, he plunges his hand into the pocket where he deposited both letter and photograph, after holding the latter before the eyes of his dying foeman, and witnessing the fatal effect. With all his diabolical hardihood, he had been awed by this, so as to thrust the papers into his pocket, hastily, carelessly. They are no longer there. He searches in his other pockets, in all of them, with like result. He examines his bullet pouch and game bag, but finds no letter, no photograph, not a scrap of paper in any. The stolen epistle, its envelope, the enclosed carte de visite, are all absent. After ransacking his pockets, turning them inside out, he comes to the conclusion that the precious papers are lost. It startles, and for a moment dismays him. Where are they? He must have let them fall in his hasty retreat through the trees, or left them by the dead body. Shall he go back in search of them? No, no, no. He does not dare to return upon that track. The forest path is too sombre, too solitary, now. By the margin of the dank lagoon, under the ghostly shadow of the cypresses, he might meet the ghost of the man murdered. And why should he go back? After all, there is no need, nothing in the letter which can in any way compromise him. Why should he care to recover it? It may go to the devil, her picture along. Let both rot where I suppose I must have dropped them, in the mud, or among the palmettos. No matter where. But it does matter my being under the magnolia at the right time to meet her. Then shall I learn my fate, know it, for better, for worse. If the former, I'll continue to believe in the story of Richard Plantagenet. If the latter, Richard Darke won't much care what becomes of him. So, ending his strange soliloquy with a corresponding cast upon his countenance, the assassin rebuttons his coat, thrown open in search for the missing papers. Then, flinging the double-barreled fowling-piece, the murder gun, over his sinister shoulder, he strides off to keep an appointment not made for him, but for the man he has murdered. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 10. The Eve of Departure. The evil day has arrived. The ruin, foreseen, has fallen. The mortgage deed, so long held in menace over the head of Archibald Armstrong, suspended, as it were, by a thread like the sword of Damocles, is to be put into execution. Darke has demanded immediate payment of the debt, coupled with threat of foreclosure. The demand is a month old, the threat has been carried out, and the foreclosure effected. The thread having been cut, the keen blade of adversity has come down, severing the tie which attached Colonel Armstrong to his property, as it to him. Yesterday he was owner, reputedly, of one of the finest plantations along the line of the Mississippi River. 100 able-bodied negroes hoeing cotton in his fields, with 50 more picking it from the pod, and ginning the staple clear of seed. Today he is but their owner in seeming, Ephraim Darke being this in reality. And in another day the apparent ownership will end, for Darke has given his debtor notice to yield up houses, lands, slaves, plantation stock, in short, everything he possesses. In vain has Armstrong striven against this adverse fate. In vain made endeavours to avert it. When men are falling, false friends grow falser, even true ones becoming cold. Sinister chance also against him. A time of panic, a crisis in the money market, as it always is on such occasions when interest runs high, and second mortgages are sneered at by those who grant loans. As no one, neither friend nor financial speculator, comes to Armstrong's rescue, he has no alternative but submit. Too proud to make an appeal to his inexorable creditor, indeed deeming it idle, he vouchsafes no answer to the notice of foreclosure, beyond saying, "Let it be done." At a later period he gives ear to a proposal, coming from the mortgagee, to put a valuation upon the property and save the expenses of a public sale, by disposing of it privately to Darke himself. To this he consents, less with a view to the convenience of the last, than because his sensitive nature recoils from the vulgarism of the first. Tell me a more trying test to the delicate sensibilities of a gentleman, or his equanimity, than to see his gate piers pasted over with the black and white show bills of the auctioneer, a strip of stair carpet dangling down from one of his bedroom windows, and a crowd of hungry harpies clustered around his doorstep, some entering with eyes that express keen concupiscence, others coming out with countenances more beatified, bearing away his penates, jeering and swearing over them, insulting the household gods he has so long held in adoration. Ugh! A hideous, horrid sight, a spectacle of pandemonium. With a vision of such domestic iconoclasm flitting before his mind, not a dream, but a reality that will surely arise by letting his estate go to the hammer, Colonel Armstrong accepts Darke's offer to deliver everything over in a lump, and for a lump sum. The conditions have been sometimes settled, and Armstrong now knows the worst. Some half-score slaves he reserves, the better terms secured to his creditor by private bargain enabling him to obtain this concession. Several days have elapsed since the settlement came to a conclusion, the interval spent in preparation for the change. A grand one, too, which contemplates not alone leaving the old home, but the state in which it stands. The fallen man shrinks from further association with those who have witnessed his fall. Not but that he will leave behind many friends, faithful and true. Still, to begin life again in their midst, to be seen humbly struggling at the bottom of the ladder on whose top he once proudly reposed, that would indeed be unendurable. He prefers to carry out the design he once thought only a dreamy prediction, migrating to Texas. There he may recommence life with more hopeful energy and lesser sense of humiliation. The moving day has arrived, or rather the eve preceding it. On the morrow, Colonel Archibald Armstrong is called upon by the exigency of human laws, oft more cruel, if not more inexorable, than those of nature, to vacate the home long his. 'Tis night. Darkness has spread its sable pall over forest and field, and broods upon the brighter surface of the stream gliding between, the mighty Mississippi. All are equally obscured from a thick veil of lead-colored cloud at the sun's setting, drawn over the canopy of the sky. Any light seen is that of the fireflies engaged in their nocturnal cotillion, while the sounds heard are nightly noises in a southern states forest, semi-tropical, as the wild creatures who have their home in it. The green cicada chirps continuously, "Katy-did, Katy-did." The hylidae, the reptiles, send forth an insect note, while the sonorous gluck-gluck of the huge rana pipiens mingles with the melancholy hoo-hooa of the great horned owl, which, unseen, sweeps on silent wing through the shadowy aisles of the forest, leading the lone traveller to fancy them peopled by departed spirits in torment from the pains of purgatory. Not more cheerful are the sounds aloft, for there are such, far above the tops of the tallest trees. There the night-jar plies its calling, not so blind but that it can see in deepest darkness the smallest moth or midge, that, tired of perching on the heated leaves, essays to soar higher. Two sorts of these goat-suckers utter cries quite distinct, though both expressing aversion to William. One speaks of him as still alive, mingling pity with its hostile demand, "Whip or will." The other appears to regard him as dead, and goes against his marital relict at intervals, calling out, "Chuck Will's widow." Other noises interrupt the stillness of a Mississippian night. High up in heaven the honk of a wild gander leading his flock in the shape of an inverted V. At times the more melodious note of a trumpeter swan, or from the top of a tall cottonwood or cypress the sharp soft-filing shriek of the white-headed eagle, angered by some stray creature coming too close and startling it from its slumbers. Below, out of the swamp sedge, rises the mournful cry of the quabird, the American bittern, and from the same the deep sonorous bellow of that ugliest animal on earth, the alligator. Where fields adjoin the forest, plantation clearings, oft few and far between, there are sounds more cheerful. The song of the slave, his day's work done, sure to be preceded or followed by peals of loud jocund laughter. The barking of the house dog, indicative of a well-watched home, with the lowing of cattle and other domestic calls that proclaim it worth watching. A galaxy of little lights, in rows like street lamps, indicate the negro quarter, while in the foreground a half-dozen windows of larger size and brighter sheen show where stands the big house, planter's own dwelling. To that of Colonel Armstrong has come a night of exceptional character, when its lights are seen burning later than usual. The plantation clock has tolled 9, nearly an hour ago. Still light shines through the little windows of the negro cabins, while the larger ones of the big house are all aflame. And there are candles being carried to and fro, lighting up a scene of bustling activity, while the clack of voices, none of them in laughter, is heard commingled with the rattling of chains and the occasional stroke of a hammer. The forms of men and women are seen to flit athwart the shining windows, all busy about something. There is no mystery in the matter. It is simply the planter, with his people, occupied in preparation for the morrow's moving, openly and without restraint, for although so near the mid-hour of night, it is no midnight flitting. The only individual who appears to act surreptitiously is a young girl, who, coming out by the back door of the dwelling, makes away from its walls in gliding gait, at intervals glancing back over her shoulder, as if in fear of being followed or observed. Her style of dress also indicates a desire to shun observation, for she is cloaked and close-hooded. Not enough to ensure disguise, though she may think so. The most stolid slave on all Colonel Armstrong's plantation could tell at a glance whose figure is enfolded in the shapeless garment, giving it shape. He would at once identify it as that of his master's daughter, for no wrap, however loosely flung over it, could hide the queenly form of Helen Armstrong, or conceal the splendid symmetry of her person. Arrayed in the garb of a laundress, she would still look the lady. Perhaps for the first time in her life she is walking with stealthy step, crouched form, and countenance showing fear. Daughter of a large slave owner, mistress over many slaves, she is accustomed to an upright attitude and aristocratic bearing, but she is now on an errand that calls for more than ordinary caution, and would dread being recognized by the humblest slave on her father's estate. Fortunately for her, none see; therefore no one takes note of her movements or the mode of her apparel. If one did, the last might cause remark. A woman cloaked, with head hooded in a warm summer night, the thermometer at 90. Notwithstanding the numerous lights, she is not observed as she glides through their crossing coruscations, and beyond there is but little danger, while passing through the peach orchard that stretches rearward from the dwelling; still less after getting out through a wicket gate, which communicates with a tract of woodland, for then she is among trees whose trunks stand close, the spaces between buried in deep obscurity, deeper from the night being a dark one. It is not likely so to continue, for before entering into the timber she glances up to the sky, and sees that the cloud canopy has broken, here and there stars scintillating in the blue spaces between, while on the farther edge of the plantation clearing a brighter belt along the horizon foretells the uprising of the moon. She does not wait for this, but plunges into the shadowy forest, daring its darkness, regardless of its dangers. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 11. Under the Trysting Tree. Still stooping in her gait, casting furtive glances to right, to left, before and behind, at intervals stopping to listen, Helen Armstrong continues her nocturnal excursion. Notwithstanding the obscurity, she keeps in a direct course, as if to reach some particular point, and for a particular reason. What this is needs not be told. Only love could lure a young lady out at that late hour, and carry her along a forest path, dark, and not without dangers. And love unsanctioned, unallowed, perhaps forbidden, by someone who has ascendancy over her. Just the first it is which has tempted her forth, while the last, not the cold, has caused her to cloak herself and go close-hooded. If her father but knew of the errand she is on, it could not be executed, and well is she aware of this, for the proud planter is still proud, despite his reverses, still clings to the phantom of social superiority, and if he saw her now, wandering through the woods at an hour near midnight alone, if he could divine her purpose, to meet a man who in time past has been rather coldly received at his house, because scarce ranking with his own select circle, had Colonel Armstrong but the gift of clairvoyance, in all probability he would at once suspend the preparations for departure, rush to his rifle, then off through the woods on the track of his erring daughter, with the intent to do a deed sanguinary as that recorded, if not so repulsive. The girl has not far to go, only half a mile or so from the house, and less than a quarter beyond the zigzag rail fence, which forms a boundary line between the maize fields and primeval forest. Her journey, when completed, will bring her under a tree, a grand magnolia, monarch of the forest surrounding. Well does she know it, as the way thither. Arriving at the tree, she pauses beneath its far-stretching boughs. At the same time, tossing back her hood, she shows her face unveiled. She has no fear now, The place is beyond the range of night-strolling negroes. Only one in pursuit of 'possum or coon would be likely to come that way, a contingency too rare to give her uneasiness. With features set in expectation, she stands. The fireflies illuminate her countenance, deserving a better light. But seen, even under their pale, fitful coruscation, its beauty is beyond question. Her features of gypsy cast, to which the cloak's hood adds characteristic expression, produce a picture appropriate to its framing, the forest. Only for a few short moments does she remain motionless, just long enough to get back her breath, spent by some exertion in making her way through the wood, more difficult in the darkness. Strong emotions, too, contribute to the pulsations of her heart. She does not wait for them to be stilled. Facing towards the tree and standing on tiptoe, she raises her hand aloft and commences groping against the trunk. The fireflies flicker over her snow-white fingers as these stray along the bark, at length resting upon the edge of a dark disc, the knot-hole in the tree. Into this her hand is plunged, then drawn out. Empty! At first there is no appearance of disappointment. On the contrary, the phosphoric gleam dimly disclosing her features rather shows satisfaction, still further evinced by the phrase falling from her lips, with the tone of its utterance. She says contentedly, "He has got it." But by the same fitful light, soon after is perceived a change, the slightest expression of chagrin, as she adds, in murmured interrogatory, "Why hasn't he left an answer?" Is she sure he has not? No, but she soon will be. With this determination she again faces towards the tree, once more inserts her slender fingers, plunges in her white hand up to the wrist, to the elbow, gropes the cavity all round, then draws out again, this time with an exclamation which tells of something more than disappointment. It is discontent, almost anger. So too a speech succeeding thus: "He might at least have let me know whether he was coming or not, a word to say. I might expect him. He should have been here before me. It's the hour. Past it." She is not certain, only guessing. She may be mistaken about the time, perhaps wronging the man. She draws the watch from her waist belt and holds the dial up. By the moon, just risen, she can read it. Reflecting the rays, the watch crystal, the gold rings on her fingers, and the jewels gleam joyfully. But there is no joy on her countenance. On the contrary, a mixed expression of sadness and chagrin, for the hands indicate 10 minutes after the hour of appointment. There can be no mistake about the time. She herself fixed it, and none in the timepiece. Her watch is not a cheap one. No fabric of Germany or Geneva, no peddler's thing from Yankee land, which as a Southron she would despise, but an article of solid English manufacture, sun sure, like the machine-made watches of Streeter. In confidence she consults it, saying vexatiously, 10 minutes after, and he not here. No answer to my note. He must have received it. Surely Jewel put it into the tree. Who but he could have taken it out? Oh, this is cruel. He comes not. I shall go home. The cloak is once more closed, the hood drawn over her head. Still she lingers and listens. No footstep, no sound to break the solemn stillness, only the chirrup of tree crickets and the shrieking of owls. She takes a last look at the dial, sadly, despairingly. The hands indicate full 15 minutes after the hour she had named, going on to 20. She restores the watch to its place beneath her belt, her demeanour assuming a sudden change. Some chagrin still, but no sign of sadness. This is replaced by an air of determination, fixed and stern. The moon's light, with that of the fireflies, have both a response in flashes brighter than either, sparks from the eyes of an angry woman. For Helen Armstrong is this, now. Drawing her cloak closer around, she commences moving off from the tree. She is not got beyond the canopy of its branches, ere her steps are stayed. a rustling among the dead leaves, a swishing against those that live, a footstep with tread solid and heavy, the footfall of a man. A figure is seen approaching, as yet only indistinctly, but surely that of a man, as surely the man expected? He's been detained, no doubt by some good cause, she reflects, her spite and sadness departing as he draws near. They are gone before he can get to her side, but womanlike, she resolves to make a grace of forgiveness, and begins by upbraiding him. "So you're here at last. A wonder you condescended coming at all. There's an old adage, better late than never. Perhaps you think it befits present time and company? And perhaps you may be mistaken. Indeed you are, so far as I'm concerned. I've been here long enough, and won't be any longer. Good night, sir. Good night." Her speech is taunting in tone and bitter in sense. She intends it to be both, only in seeming. But to still further impress a lesson on the lover who has slighted her, she draws closer the mantle, and makes as if moving away. Mistaking her pretense for earnest, the man flings himself across her path, intercepting her. Despite the darkness, she can see that his arms are in the air and stretched towards her, as if appealingly. The attitude speaks apology, regret, contrition, everything to make her relent. She relents, is ready to fling herself upon his breast, and there lie lovingly, forgivingly. But again, womanlike, not without a last word of reproach, to make more esteemed her concession, she says, "'Tis cruel thus to have tried me. Charles, Charles, why have you done it?" As she utters the interrogatory, a cloud comes over her countenance, quicker than ever shadow over sun. Its cause, the countenance of him standing vis-a-vis. A change in their relative positions has brought his face full under the moonlight. He is not the man she intended meeting. Who he really is can be gathered from his rejoinder. "You are mistaken, Miss Armstrong. My name is not Charles, but Richard. I am Richard Darke." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 12. The Wrong Man. Richard Darke instead of Charles Clancy! Disappointment were far too weak a word to express the pang that shoots through the heart of Helen Armstrong on discovering the mistake she has made. It is bitter vexation, commingled with a sense of shame. I or her speeches, in feigned reproach, have terribly compromised her. She does not drop to the earth, nor show any sign of it. She is not a woman of the weak fainting sort. No cry comes from her lips, nothing to betray surprise, or even the most ordinary emotion. As Darke stands before her with arms upraised, she simply says, "Well, sir, if you are Richard Darke, what then? Your being so matters not to me, and certainly gives you no right thus to intrude upon me. I wish to be alone, and must beg of you to leave me so." The cool, firm tone causes him to quail. He had hoped that the surprise of his unexpected appearance, coupled with his knowledge of her clandestine appointment, would do something to subdue, perhaps make her submissive. On the contrary, the thought of the last but stings her to resentment, as he soon perceives. His raised arms drop down, and he is about to step aside, leaving her free to pass, though not before making an attempt to justify himself. Instinct supplying a reason, with hope appended, he does so, saying, "If I've intruded, Miss Armstrong, permit me to apologize for it. I assure you it's been altogether an accident. Having heard you are about to leave the neighborhood, indeed that you start tomorrow morning, I was on the way to your father's house to say farewell. I'm sorry my coming along here and chancing to meet you should lay me open to the charge of intrusion. I shall still more regret if my presence has spoiled any plans or interfered with an appointment. Someone else expected, I presume?" For a time she is silent, abashed, while angered by the impudent interrogatory. Recovering herself, she rejoins, "Even if it as you say, sir, by what authority do you question me? I've said I wish to be alone." "Oh, if that's your wish, I must obey, and relieve you of my presence, apparently so disagreeable." Saying this, he steps to one side, then continues, "As I've told you, I was on the way to your father's house to take leave of the family. If you're not going immediately home, perhaps I may be the bearer of a message for you." The irony is evident, but Helen Armstrong is not sensible of it. She does not even think of it. Her only thought is how to get disembarrassed of this man who has appeared at a moment so mal a propos. Charles Clancy, for he was the expected one, may have been detained by some cause unknown, a delay still possible of justification. She has a lingering thought he may yet come, and so thinking, her eye turns towards the forest with a quick, subtle glance. Notwithstanding its subtlety and the obscurity surrounding them, Darke observes, comprehends it. Without waiting for her rejoinder, he proceeds to say, "From the mistake you've just made, Miss Armstrong, I presume you took me for someone bearing the baptismal name of Charles. In these parts I know only one person who carries that cognomen, one Charles Clancy. If it be he you are expecting, I think I can save you the necessity of stopping out in the night air any longer. If you're staying for him, you'll be disappointed. He will certainly not come." "What do you mean, Mr. Darke? Why do you say that?" His words carry weighty significance, and throw the proud girl off her guard. She speaks confusedly, and without reflection. His rejoinder, cunningly conceived, designed with the subtlety of the devil, still further affects her, and painfully. He answers, with assumed nonchalance, "Because I know it." "How?" comes the quick, unguarded interrogatory. "Well, I chanced to meet Charlie Clancy this morning, and he told me he was going off on a journey. He was just starting when I saw him. Some affair of the heart, I believe. A little love scrape he's got into with a pretty Creole girl who lives the other side of Natchez. By the way, he showed me a photograph of yourself, which he said you had sent him. A very excellent likeness indeed. Excuse me for telling you that he and I came near quarrelling about it. He had another photograph, that of his Creole chère amie, and would insist that she is more beautiful than you. I may own, Miss Armstrong, you've given me no great reason for standing forth as your champion. Still, I couldn't stand that, and after questioning Clancy's taste, I plainly told him he was mistaken. I'm ready to repeat the same to him or anyone who says you are not the most beautiful woman in the state of Mississippi." At the conclusion of his fulsome speech, Helen Armstrong cares but little for the proffered championship, and not much for aught else. Her heart is nigh to breaking. She has given her affections to Clancy, in that last letter written, lavished them, and they have been trifled with, scorned. She, daughter of the erst proudest planter in all Mississippi State, has been slighted for a Creole girl, possibly one of the poor white trash living along the bayou's edge. Full proof she has of his perfidy, or how should Darke know of it? More maddening still, the man so slighting her has been making boast of it, proclaiming her suppliance and shame, showing her photograph, exulting in the triumph obtained. Oh, God! Not in prayer, but angry ejaculation, does the name of the Almighty proceed from her lips. Along with it a scarce suppressed scream, as despairingly she turns her face towards home. Darke sees his opportunity, or thinks so, and again flings himself before her, this time on his knees. "Helen Armstrong," he exclaims, in an earnestness of passion, if not pure, at least heartfelt and strong, "why should you care for a man who thus mocks you? Here am I, who love you truly, madly, more than my own life. 'Tis not too late to withdraw the answer you have given me. Gainsay it, and there need be no change, no going to Texas. Your father's home may still be his, and yours. Say you'll be my wife, and everything shall be restored to him. All will yet be well." She is patient to the conclusion of his appeal. Its apparent sincerity stays her, although she cannot tell, or does not think, why. It is a moment of mechanical irresolution. But soon as ended, again returns the bitterness that has just swept through her soul, torturing her afresh. There is no balm in the words spoken by Dick Darke. On the contrary, they but cause increased wrinkling. To his appeal she makes answer, as once before she has answered him, with a single word, but now repeated 3 times, and in a tone not to be mistaken. On speaking it, she parts from the spot with proud, haughty step, and a denying, disdainful gesture, which tells him she is not to be further stayed. Spited, chagrined, angry, in his craven heart, he feels also cowed, subdued, crestfallen. So much he dares not follow her, but remains under the magnolia, from whose hollow trunk seems to reverberate the echo of her last word, in its treble repetition, "Never, never, never." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 13. The Coon Hunter at Home. Over the fields of Ephraim Darke's plantation, a lingering ray of daylight still flickers as Blue Bill, returning from his abandoned coon hunt, gets back to the Negro quarter. He enters it with stealthy tread and looking cautiously around, for he knows that some of his fellow slaves are aware of his having gone out a-cooning, and will wonder at his soon return, too soon to pass without observation. If seen by them, he may be asked for an explanation, which he is not prepared to give. To avoid being called upon for it, he skulks in among the cabins, still carrying the dog under his arm, lest the latter may take a fancy to go smelling among the utensils of some other darky's kitchen, and betray his presence in the quarter. Fortunately for the coon hunter, the little shanty that claims him as its tenant stands at the outward extremity of the row of cabins nearest the path leading to the plantation woodland. He is therefore enabled to reach and re-enter it without any great danger of attracting observation. And as it chances, he is not observed, but gets back into the bosom of his family, no one being a bit the wiser. Blue Bill's domestic circle consists of his wife, Phoebe, and several half-naked little niggers, who, at his return, tackle on to his legs, and soon as he sits down, clamber confusedly over his knees. So circumstanced, one would think he should now feel safe and relieved from further anxiety. Far from it, he has yet a gauntlet to run. His reappearance so early, unexpected. His empty game bag, the coon dog carried under his arm, all have their effect upon Phoebe. She cannot help feeling surprise, accompanied by a keen curiosity. She is not the woman to submit to it in silence. Confronting her dark-skinned lord and master, with arms set akimbo, she says, "Bres de Lord, Bill, what for you so soon home? Neither coon nor possum, and de dog toted arter that strange fashion. You ain't been gone more'n an hour. Who'd 'spect see you come back dat-a-way, empty-handed? Nuffin 'cept your old dog. 'Splain it, sah." Thus confronted, the coon hunter lets fall his canine companion, which drops with a dump upon the floor. Then seats himself on a stool, but without entering upon the demanded explanation. He only says, "Nebba mind, Phoebe gal, Nebba you mind why I's got home so soon. Dat's nuffin strange. I see de night warn't a gwine to be favorable for trackin' de coon, so dis nigga conclude he'd leab ole cooney 'lone." "Looky here, Bill," rejoins the sable spouse, laying her hand upon his shoulder, and gazing earnestly into his eyes. "Dat ere ain't de correc' explanation. You's not tellin' me the troof." The coon hunter quails under the searching glance, as if in reality a criminal, but still holds back the demanded explanation. He is at a loss what to say. "Dey's somethin' mysterious 'bout dis," continues his better half. "You's got a secret, nigga. I can tell it by de glint ob your eye. I nebba seed dat look on ye, but I know you ain't yourself. Jes as ye used deserve me, when you were in such a way 'bout Brown Bet." "What you talkin' 'bout, Phoebe? Dar's no Brown Bet in de case. I swar dar ain't." "Who say der were? No, Bill, dat's all pass. I only spoke to her 'cause you look jes now like you did when Bet used bamboozle ye. What I say now am dat you ain't yourself. Dar's a cat in de bag somewhere. You better let her out, and confess the whole troof." As Phoebe makes this appeal, her glance rests inquiringly on her husband's countenance, and keenly scrutinizes the play of his features. There is not much play to be observed. The coon hunter is a pure-blooded African, with features immobile as those of the Sphinx, and from his colour naught can be deduced. As already said, it is the depth of its ebon blackness, producing a purplish iridescence over the epidermis, that has gained for him the sobriquet Blue Bill. Unflinchingly he stands the inquisitorial glance, and for the time Phoebe is foiled. Only until after supper, when the frugality of the meal, made so by the Baron Chase, has perhaps something to do in melting his heart and relaxing his tongue. Whether this, or whatever the cause, certain it is, that before going to bed he unburdens himself to the partner of his joys, by making full confession of what he has heard and seen by the side of the cypress swamp. He tells her also of the letter picked up, which, cautiously pulling out of his pocket, he submits to her inspection. Phoebe has once been a family servant, an indoor domestic, and handmaiden to a white mistress. This in the days of youth, the halcyon days of her girlhood in Ole Virginny, before she was transported west, sold to Ephraim Darke, and by him degraded to the lot of an ordinary outdoor slave. But her original owner taught her to read, and her memory still retains a trace of this early education, sufficient for her to decipher the script put into her hands. She looks first at the photograph, as it is the first to come out of the envelope. There can be no mistaking whose likeness it is, a lady too conspicuously beautiful to have escaped notice from the humblest slave in the settlement. The negress spends some seconds gazing upon the portrait, as she does so, remarking, "How bewful dat young lady! You am right 'bout dat, Phoebe. She bewful as any white gal dis nigga ebber sot eyes on, and she good as beautiful. I's sorry she gwine leab dis here place. Dar's many a darky 'll miss de dear young lady, and won't Mass Charl Clancy miss her too. Lord, I almost forgot. Maybe he no trouble 'bout her now. Maybe he's gone dead. If dat so, she miss him, a no mistake. She'd cry her eyes out." "You tink dar was somethin' 'tween dem two?" "Tink? I sure 'bout it, Phoebe. Didn't I see dem bofe down dere in de woodland when I was out a coonin'? More'n once I seed 'em together. A young white lady and gentleman don't meet dat way unless there's a feelin' atween 'em, any more dan we brack folks. Besides, dis nigger know they lub one nodder. He know for sartin. Jewel, she tell Jupe, and Jupe hab trust dat same secret to me. Dey been in lub long time, afore Mass Charl went way to Texas. But de great Colonel Armstrong, he don't know nuffin 'bout it. Golly, if he did, he sure kill Charl Clancy. Dat is, if de poor young man ain't dead already. Let's hope 'tain't so. But Phoebe, gal, open dat letter and see what de lady say. Sartin it's been wrote by her. Maybe it trows some light on dis dark subject." Phoebe, thus solicited, takes the letter from the envelope, then spreading it out, and holding it close to the flare of the tallow dip, reads it from beginning to end. It is a task that occupies her some considerable time, for her scholastic acquirements, not very bright at the best, have become dimmed by long disuse. For all, she succeeds in deciphering its contents and interpreting them to Bill, who listens with ears wide open and eyes in staring wonderment. When the reading is at length finished, the two remain for some time silent, pondering upon the strange circumstances thus revealed to them. Blue Bill is the first to resume speech. He says, "Dar's a good deal in dat letter I knowed afore, and dar's oder points as 'pear new to me. But whether de old or de new, 'twon't do for us folk declare a single word of what de young lady hab wrote in dat ere pistle. No, Phoebe, neary word must 'scape de lips of neither of us. We must hide de letter and nebber let nobody know dere's such a document in our possession. And dere must be nuffin knowed 'bout dis nigger findin' it. Ef dat sarcumstance war to leak out, I needn't warn you what 'd happen to me. Blue Bill 'd catch de cowhide, maybe de punishment ob de pump. So, Phoebe gal, give me your word to keep dark, for de case am a dangersome and a desperate one." The wife can well comprehend the husband's caution, with the necessity of compliance, and the two retire to rest in the midst of their black olive branches, with a mutual promise to be mum. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 14. Why Comes He Not? Helen Armstrong goes to bed with spiteful thoughts about Charles Clancy. So rancorous she cannot sleep, but turns distractedly on her couch, from time to time changing cheek upon the pillow. At little more than a mile's distance from this chamber of unrest, another woman is also awake, thinking of the same man, not spitefully, but anxiously. It is his mother. As already said, the road running north from Natchez leads past Colonel Armstrong's gate. A traveler going in the opposite direction, that is towards the city, on clearing the skirts of the plantation, would see, near the roadside, a dwelling of very different kind, of humble, unpretentious aspect, compared with the grand mansion of the planter. It would be called a cottage, were this name known in the state of Mississippi, which it is not. Still, it is not a log cabin, but a frame house, its walls of weather boarding, planed and painted, its roof cedar shingled, a style of architecture occasionally seen in the southern states, though not so frequently as in the northern, inhabited by men in moderate circumstances, poorer than planters, but richer or more gentle than the white trash who live in log cabins. Planters they are in social rank, though poor, perhaps owning a half-dozen slaves, and cultivating a small tract of cleared ground, from 20 to 50 acres. The frame house vouches for their respectability, while 2 or 3 log structures at back, representing barn, stable, and other outbuildings, tell of land attached. Of this class is the habitation referred to, the home of the widow Clancy. As already known, her widowhood is of recent date. She still wears its emblems upon her person, and carries its sorrow in her heart. Her husband, of good Irish lineage, had found his way to Nashville, the capital city of Tennessee, where in times long past many Irish families made settlements. There he had married her, she herself being a native Tennessean, sprung from the old Carolina pioneer stock that colonized the state near the end of the 18th century. The Robertsons, Hineses, Hardings, and Bradfords leaving to their descendants a patent of nobility, or at least a family name deserving respect, and generally obtaining it. In America, as elsewhere, it is not the rule for Irishmen to grow rich, and still more exceptional in the case of Irish gentlemen. When these have wealth, their hospitality is too apt to take the place of a spendthrift profuseness, ending in pecuniary embarrassment. So was it with Captain Jack Clancy, who got wealth with his wife, but soon squandered it entertaining his own and his wife's friends. The result, a move to Mississippi, where land was cheaper, and his attenuated fortune would enable him to hold out a little longer. Still, the property he had purchased in Mississippi State was but a poor one, leading him to contemplate a further flit into the rich, red lands of northeastern Texas, just becoming famous as a field for colonization. His son Charles, sent thither, as said, on a trip of exploration, had spent some months in the Lone Star State, prospecting for the new home, and brought back a report in every way favorable. But the ear to which it was to have been spoken could no more hear. On his return he found himself fatherless, and to the only son there remains only a mother, whose grief, pressing heavily, has almost brought her to the grave. It is one of a long series of reverses which have sorely taxed her fortitude, another of like heaviness, and the tomb may close over her. Some such presentiment is in the mother's mind on this very day as the sun goes down, and she sits in her chamber beside a dim candle, with ear keenly bent to catch the returning footsteps of her son. He has been absent since noon, having gone deer-stalking as frequently before. She can spare him for this, and pardon his prolonged absence. She knows how fond he is of the chase, has been so from a boy. But on the present occasion he is staying beyond his usual time. It is now night, the deer have sought their coverts, and he is not torch hunting. Only one thing can she think of to explain the tardiness of his return. The eyes of the widowed mother have been of late more watchful than wont. She has noticed her son's abstracted air, and heard sighs that seemed to come from his inner heart. Who can mistake the signs of love, either in man or woman? Mrs. Clancy does not. She sees that Charles has lapsed into this condition. Rumors that seem wafted on the air, signs slight but significant, perhaps the whisper of a confidential servant, these have given her assurance of the fact, telling her, at the same time, who has won his affections. Mrs. Clancy is neither dissatisfied nor displeased. In all the neighborhood there is no one she would more wish to have for a daughter-in-law than Helen Armstrong. Not from any thought of the girl's great beauty or high social standing. Caroline Clancy is herself too well descended to make much of the latter circumstance. It is the reputed noble character of the lady that influences her approval of her son's choice. Thinking of this, remembering her own youth, and the stolen interviews with Charles Clancy's father, oft under the shadow of night, she could not, does not, reflect harshly on the absence of that father's son from home, however long or late the hour. It is only as the clock strikes 12 she begins to think seriously about it. Then creeps over her a feeling of uneasiness, soon changing to apprehension. Why should he be staying out so late, after midnight? The same little bird that brought her tidings of his love affair has also told her it is clandestine. Mrs. Clancy may not like this. It has the semblance of a slight to her son, as herself, more keenly felt by her in their reduced circumstances. But then, as compensation, arises the retrospect of her own days of courtship carried on in the same way. Still, at that hour, the young lady cannot, dares not, be abroad. All the more unlikely that the Armstrongs are moving off, as all the neighborhood knows, and intend starting next day at an early hour. The plantation people will long since have retired to rest. Therefore, an interview with his sweetheart can scarce be the cause of her son's detention. Something else must be keeping him. What? So run the reflections of the fond mother. At intervals she starts up from her seat, as some sound reaches her, each time gliding to the door and gazing out, again to go back disappointed. For long periods she remains in the porch, her eye interrogating the road that runs past the cottage gate, her ear acutely listening for footsteps. Early in the night it has been dark. Now there is a brilliant moonlight, but no man, no form moving underneath it, no sound of coming feet, nothing that resembles a footfall. 1 o'clock, and still silence. To the mother of Charles Clancy become oppressive, as with increased anxiety she watches and waits. At intervals she glances at the little Connecticut clock that ticks over the mantel. A peddler's thing, it may be false, as the men who come south selling such. It is the reflection of a Southern woman, hoping her conjecture may be true. But as she lingers in the porch and looks at the moving moon, she knows the hour must be late. Certain sounds coming from the forest and the farther swamp tell her so. As a backwoods woman she can interpret them. She hears the call of the turkey gobbler. She knows it means morning. The clock strikes 2. Still she hears no fall of footsteps, sees no son returning. Where is my Charles? What can be detaining him? Phrases almost identical with those that fell from the lips of Helen Armstrong, but a few hours before, in a different place, and prompted by a different sentiment, a passion equally strong, equally pure. Both doomed to disappointment, alike bitter and hard to bear, the same in cause, but dissimilar in the impression produced, the sweetheart believing herself slighted, forsaken, left without a lover, the mother tortured with the presentiment she no longer has a son. When at a yet later hour, or rather earlier, since it is nigh daybreak, a dog, his coat disordered, comes gliding through the gate, and Mrs Clancy recognizes her son's favourite hunting hound, she has still only a presentiment of the terrible truth, but one which to the maternal heart, already filled with foreboding, feels too like certainty, and too much for her strength. Wearied with watching, prostrated by the intensity of her vigil, when the hound crawls up the steps, and under the dim light she sees his bedraggled body, blood as well as mud upon it, the sight produces a climax, a shock apparently fatal. She swoons upon the spot, and is carried inside the house by a female slave, the last left to her. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 15. A Moonlight Moving. While the widowed mother, now doubly bereft, stricken down by the blow, is still in a state of syncope, the faithful negress doing what she can to restore her, there are sounds outside unheard by either. A dull rumble of wheels, as of some heavy vehicle coming along the main road, with the occasional crack of a whip and the sonorous "woo-ha" of a teamster. Presently a large Conestoga wagon passes the cottage gate, full freighted with what looks like house furniture, screened under canvas. The vehicle is drawn by a team of 4 strong mules, driven by a negro, while at the wagon's tail 3 or 4 other darkies follow afoot. The cortege of purely Southern character has scarce passed out of sight, and not yet beyond hearing, when another vehicle comes rolling along the road. This, of lighter build, and proceeding at a more rapid rate, is a barouche, drawn by a pair of large Kentucky horses. As the night is warm, and there is no need to spring up the leathern hood, its occupants can all be seen, and their individuality made out. On the box seat is a black coachman, and by his side a young girl, whose tawny complexion, visible in the whiter moonbeams, tells her to be a mulatto. Her face has been seen before, under a certain forest tree, a magnolia, its owner depositing a letter in the cavity of the trunk. She who sits alongside the driver is Jewel. In the barouche behind is a second face that has been seen under the same tree, but with an expression upon it sadder and more disturbed. For of the three who occupy the inside seats, one is Helen Armstrong, the others her father and sister. They are en route for the city of Natchez, the port of departure for their journey southwestward into Texas, just starting away from their old long-loved dwelling, whose gates they have left ajar, its walls desolate behind thorn. The wagon before carries the remnant of the planter's property. All his inexorable creditor allows him to take along. No wonder he sits in the barouche, with bowed head and chin between his knees, not caring to look back. For the first time in his life he feels truly, terribly humiliated. This, and no flight from creditors, no writ, nor pursuing sheriff will account for his commencing the journey at so early an hour. To be seen going off in the open daylight would attract spectators around. It may be many sympathizers, but in the hour of adversity his sensitive nature shrinks from the glance of sympathy, as he would dread the stare of exultation were any disposed to indulge in it. But besides the sentiment, there is another cause for their night moving, an inexorable necessity as to time. The steamboat, which is to take them up Red River, leaves Natchez at sunrise. He must be aboard by daybreak. If the bankrupt planter be thus broken-spirited, his eldest daughter is as much cast down as he, and far more unhappily reflecting. Throughout all that night Helen Armstrong has had no sleep, and now in the pale moonlight of the morning her cheeks show white and wan, while a dark shadow broods upon her brow, and her eyes glisten with wild unnatural light, as one in a raging fever. Absorbed in thought, she takes no heed of anything along the road, and scarce makes answer to an occasional observation addressed to her by her sister, evidently with the intention to cheer her. It has less chance of success because of Jessie herself being somewhat out of sorts. Even she, habitually merry, is for the time sobered. Indeed, saddened at the thought they are leaving behind and what may be before them. Possibly as she looks back at the gate of their grand old home, through which they will never again go, she may be reflecting on the change from which their late luxurious life to the log cabin and coarse fare of which her father had forewarned them. If so, the reflection is hers, not Helen's. Different with the latter, and far more bitter the emotion that stirs within her person, scalding her heart. Little cares she what sort of house she is hitherto to dwell in, what she will have to wear or eat. The scantiest raiment or coarsest food can give no discomfort now. She could bear the thought of sheltering under the humblest roof in Texas, aye, think of it with cheerfulness, had Charles Clancy been but true to share its shelter along with her. He has not, and that is an end of it. Is it? No, not for her, though it may be for him. In the company of his Creole girl he will soon cease to think of her, forget the solemn vows made and the sweet words spoken beneath the magnolia tree, in her retrospect seeming sadder than yew or cypress. Will she ever forget him? Can she? No, unless in that land whither her face is set she find the fabled Lethean stream. Oh, it is bitter, keenly bitter. It reaches the climax of its bitterness when the barouche, rolling along, opens out a vista between the trees, disclosing a cottage, Clancy's. Inside it sleeps the man who has made her life a misery. Can he sleep after what he has done? While making this reflection, she herself feels as if never caring to close her eyelids more, except in death. Her emotions are terribly intense. Her anguish so overpowering she can scarce conceal it, indeed does not try, so long as the house is in sight. Perhaps fortunate that her father is absorbed in his own particular sadness. But her sister observes all, guessing, nay, knowing the cause. She says nothing. Such sorrow is too sacred to be intruded on. There are times when even a sister may not attempt consolation. Jessie is glad when the carriage, gliding on, again enters among trees, and the little cottage of the Clancys, like their own great house, is forever lost to view. Could the eyes of Helen Armstrong in passing have penetrated through the walls of that white painted dwelling, could she have rested them upon a bed with a woman laid astretch upon it, apparently dead or dying, could she have looked on another bed, unoccupied, untouched, and been told how he, its usual occupant, was at that moment lying in the middle of a chill marsh under the sombre canopy of cypresses, it would have caused a revulsion in her feelings, sudden, painful, and powerful as the shock already received. There would still be sadness in her breast, but no bitterness. The former far easier to endure. She would sooner believe Clancy dead than think of his traitorous defection. But she is ignorant of all that has occurred, of the sanguinary scene enacted, played out, complete, on the edge of the cypress swamp, and the sad one inside the house still continuing. Aware of the one or witness of the other, while passing that lone cottage, as with wet eyes she takes a last look at its walls, she would still be shedding tears, not of spite, but sorrow. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 16. What has become of Clancy? The sun is up, the hour 10 o'clock in the morning. Around the residence of the widow Clancy a crowd of people has collected. They are her nearest neighbours, while those who dwell at a distance are still in the act of assembling. Every few minutes 2 or 3 horsemen ride up, carrying long rifles across their shoulders, with powder horns and bullet pouches strapped across their breasts. Those already on the ground are similarly armed and accoutred. The cause of this warlike muster is understood by all. Some hours before, a report has spread throughout the plantations that Charles Clancy is missing from his home, under circumstances to justify suspicion of foul play having befallen him. His mother has sent messengers to and fro, hence the gathering around her house. In southwestern states, on occasions of this kind, it does not do for anyone to show indifference, whatever his station in life. The wealthiest, as well as the poorest, is expected to take part in the administration of backwoods justice, at times not strictly on regla with the laws of the land. For this reason, Mrs. Clancy's neighbours, far and near, summoned or not summoned, come to her cottage. Among them Ephraim Darke and his son Richard. Archibald Armstrong is not there, nor looked for. Most know of his having moved away that same morning. The track of his wagon wheels had been seen upon the road, and if the boat he is to take passage by start at the advertised hour, he should now be nigh 50 miles from the spot, and still further departing. No one is thinking of him or his, since no one dreams of the deposed planter or his family having aught to do with the business that brings them together. And this is to search for Charles Clancy, still absent from his home. The mother's story has already been told, and only the latecomers have to hear it again. In detail she narrates what occurred on the preceding night, how the hound came home wet and wounded. Confirmatory of her speech, the animal is before their eyes, still in the condition spoken of. They can all see it had been shot, the tear of the bullet being visible on its back, having just cut through the skin. Coupled with its master's absence, this circumstance strengthens the suspicion of something amiss. Another, of less serious suggestion, is a piece of cord knotted around the dog's neck, the loose end looking as though gnawed by teeth and then broken off with a pluck, as if the animal had been tied up and succeeded in setting itself free. But why tied? And why has it been shot? These are questions that not anybody can answer. Strange, too, in the hound having reached home at the hour it did. As Clancy went out about the middle of the day, he could not have gone to such a distance for his dog to have been nearly all night getting back. Could he himself have fired the bullet whose effect is before their eyes? A question almost instantly answered in the negative by old backwoodsmen among the mustered crowd, hunters who know how to interpret sign as surely as Champollion an Egyptian hieroglyph. These, having examined the mark on the hound's skin, pronounced the ball that made it to have come from a smooth bore and not a rifle. It is notorious that Charles Clancy never carried a smooth bore, but always a rifled gun. His own dog has not been shot by him. After some time spent in discussing the probabilities and possibilities of the case, it is at length resolved to drop conjecturing and commence searching for the missing man. In the presence of his mother, no one speaks of searching for his dead body, though there is a general apprehension that this will be the thing found. She, the mother, most interested of all, has a too true foreboding of it. When the searchers, starting off, in kindly sympathy tell her to be of good cheer, her heart more truly says she will never see her son again. On leaving the house, the horsemen separate into two distinct parties, and proceed in different directions. With one and the larger goes Clancy's hound, an old hunter, named Woodley. Taking the animal along, he has an idea it may prove serviceable when thrown on its master's track, supposing this can be discovered. Just as conjectured, the hound does prove of service. Once inside the woods, without even setting nose to the ground, it starts off in a straight run, going so swiftly the horsemen find it difficult to keep pace with it. It sets them all into a gallop. This continued for quite a couple of miles, through timber thick and thin, at length ending upon an edge of the swamp. Only a few have followed the hound thus far, keeping close. The others, straggling behind, come up by twos and threes. The hunter, Woodley, is among the foremost to be in at the death, for death all expect it to prove. They are sure of it on seeing the staghound stop beside something as it does so loudly baying. Spurring on towards the spot, they expect to behold the dead body of Charles Clancy. They are disappointed. There is no body there, dead or alive, only a pile of Spanish moss, which appears recently dragged from the trees, then thrown into a heap, and afterwards scattered. The hound has taken stand beside it, and there stays, giving tongue. As the horsemen dismount, and get their eyes closer to the ground, they see something red, which proves to be blood. It is dark crimson, almost black, and coagulated. Still, it is blood. From under the edge of the moss heap protrudes the barrel of a gun. On kicking the loose cover aside, they see it is a rifle, not of the kind common among backwoodsmen. But they have no need to waste conjecture on the gun. Many present identify it as the yager usually carried by Clancy. More of the moss being removed, a hat is uncovered, also Clancy's. Several know it as his, can swear to it. A gun upon the ground abandoned, discharged as they see. A hat alongside it, blood beside both. There must have been a shooting on the spot, some one wounded, if not actually killed. And who but Charles Clancy? The gun is his, the hat too. and his must be the blood. They have no doubt of its being his, no more of his being dead. The only question asked is, where's his body? While those first up are mutually exchanging this interrogatory, others, later arriving, also put it in turn, all equally unable to give a satisfactory answer, alike surprised by what they see, and puzzled to explain it. There is one man present who could enlighten them in part, though not altogether, one who comes lagging up with the last. It is Richard Darke. Strange he should be among the stragglers. At starting out, he appeared the most zealous of all. Then he was not thinking of the dog, had no idea how direct and soon the instinct of the animal would lead them to the spot where he had given Clancy his death shot. The foremost of the searchers have dismounted, and are standing grouped around it. He sees them, and would gladly go back, but dares not. Defection now would be damning evidence against him. After all, what has he to fear? They will find a dead body, Clancy's, a corpse with a bullet hole in the breast. They can't tell who fired the fatal shot. How could they? There were no witnesses save the trunks of the cypresses, and the dumb brute of a dog, not so dumb but that now it makes the woods resound with its long-drawn, continuous whining. If it could but shape this into articulate speech, then he might have to fear. As it is, he need not. Fortified with these reflections, he approaches the spot, by himself made bloody, trembling nevertheless, and with cheeks pale. Not strange. He is about being brought face to face with the man he has murdered, with his corpse. Nothing of the kind. There is no murdered man there, no corpse, only a gun, a hat, and some blotches of crimson. Does Darke rejoice at seeing only this? Judging by his looks, the reverse. Before, he only trembled slightly, with a hue of pallor on his cheeks. Now his lips show white, his eyes sunken in their sockets, while his teeth chatter, and his whole frame shivers as if under an ague chill. Luckily for the assassin, this tale-telling exhibition occurs under the shadow of the great cypress, whose gloomy obscurity guards against its being observed. But to counteract this little bit of good luck, there chances to be present a detective that trusts less to sight than scent. And this is Clancy's dog. As Darke presents himself in the circle of searchers collected around it, the animal, perceiving, suddenly springs towards him with the shrill cry of an enraged cat and the elastic leap of a tiger. But for Simon Woodley seizing the hound and holding it back, the throat of Richard Darke would be in danger. It is so notwithstanding. Around the blood-stained spot there is a pause, the searchers forming a tableau strikingly significant. They have come up to the very last lagger, and stand in attitudes expressing astonishment, with glances that speak inquiry. These not directed to the ground, nor straying through the trees, but fixed upon Dick Darke. Strange the antipathy of the dog, which all observe. For the animal, soon as let loose, repeats its hostile demonstrations, and has to be held off again. Surely it signifies something, and this bearing upon the object of their search. The inference is unavoidable. Darke is well aware their eyes are upon him, as also their thoughts. Fortunate for him that night-like shadow surrounding, but for it his blanched lips and craven cast of countenance would tell a tale to condemn him at once, perhaps to punishment on the spot. As it is, his scared condition is not unnoticed. It is heard, if not clearly seen. 2 or 3 standing close to him can hear his teeth clacking like castanets. His terror is trebly intensified from a threefold cause. Seeing no body first gave him a shock of surprise, soon followed by superstitious awe. This succeeded by apprehension of another kind, but he had no time to dwell upon it before being set upon by the dog, which drove the more distant danger out of his head. Delivered also from this, his present fears about those glances regarding him. In the obscurity he cannot read them, but for all that can tell, they are sternly inquisitorial. On Revenge, neither can they read his, and from this drawing confidence. He recovers his habitual coolness, knowing how much he now needs it. The behaviour of the hound must not pass unspoken of. With a forced laugh, and in a tone of assumed nonchalance, he says, "I can't tell how many scores of times that dog of Clancy's has made at me in the same way. It's never forgiven me since the day I chastised it, when it came after one of our sluts. I'd have killed the cur long ago, but spared it through friendship for its master." An explanation plausible and cunningly conceived, though not satisfactory to some. Only the unsuspicious are beguiled by it. However, it holds good for the time, and so regarded, the searchers resume their quest. It is no use for them to remain longer by the moss heap. There they but see blood. They are looking for a body. To find this they must go farther. One taking up the hat, another the abandoned gun, they scatter off, proceeding in diverse directions. For several hours they go tramping among the trees, peering under the broad fan-like fronds of the saw palmettos, groping around the buttressed trunks of the cypresses, sending glances into the shadowed spaces between, in short, searching everywhere. For more than a mile around they quarter the forest, giving it a thorough examination. The swamp also, far as the treacherous ooze will allow them to penetrate within its gloomy portals, fit abode of death, place appropriate for the concealment of the darkest crime. Notwithstanding their zeal, prompted by sympathizing hearts as by a sense of outraged justice, the day's search proves fruitless. No body can be found, dead or living, no trace of the missing man, nothing beyond what they've already obtained, his hat and gun. Dispirited, tired out, hungry, hankering after dinners delayed as eve approaches, they again congregate around the gory spot, and with a mutual understanding to resume the search on the morrow, separate and set off, each to his own home. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 17. A Bullet Extracted. Not all of the searching party leave the place. 2 remain, staying as by stealth. Some time before the departure of the others, these had slipped aside and sauntered off several hundred yards, taking their horses along with them. Halting in an out-of-the-way spot under deepest shadow, and then dismounting, they waited till the crowd shall disperse, to all appearance impatiently, as if they wanted to have the range of the forest to themselves, and for some particular reason. Just this do they, or at least one of them does, making his design known to the other, soon as he believes himself beyond earshot of those from whom they separated. It is the elder that instructs, who, in addition to the horse he is holding, has another animal by his side, a dog. For it is the hunter, Woodley, still in charge of Clancy's hound. The man remaining with him is one of his own kind and calling, younger in years, but like himself a professional follower of the chase, by name Heywood. Giving his reason for the step he is taking, Woodley says, "We can do nothing till them greenhorns are gone. Old Dan Boone himself couldn't take up a trail with such a noisy clam-jam-free about him. Well, myself, I haven't tried, seeing 'twarn't no use till they clear off out of the way. And now the darn fools have made the thing more difficult, tramping about and blotting out every shadow sign, and everything as looks like a footmark. For all that, I've took notice to something none of them seed. Soon's the coast is clar, We can go thar and get a more particular examination." The younger hunter nods assent, adding a word signifying readiness to follow his older confrere. For some minutes they remain, until silence restored throughout the forest tells them it is forsaken. Then, leaving their horses behind, with bridles looped around branches, the hound also attached to one of the stirrups, they go back to the place where the hat and gun were found. They do not stay there, but continue a little farther on, Woodley leading. At some 20 paces distance, the old hunter comes to a halt, stopping by the side of a cypress knee, one of those vegetable monstrosities that perplex the botanist, to this hour scientifically unexplained, in shape resembling a ham with the shank end upwards, indeed so like to this, that the Yankee bacon curers have been accused by their southern customers of covering them with canvas and selling them for the real article. It may be that the Mississippian backwoodsman Woodley could give a better account of these singular excrescences than all the closet scientists in the world. He is not thinking of either science or his own superior knowledge while conducting his companion to the side of that cypress knee. His only thought is to show Heywood something he had espied while passing it in the search, but of which he did not then appear to take notice, and said nothing so long as surrounded by the other searchers. The time has come to scrutinize it more closely, and ascertain if it is what he suspects it to be. The knee in question is one which could not be palmed off for a porker's ham. Its superior dimensions forbid the counterfeit. As the two hunters halt beside it, its bulk shows bigger than either of their own bodies, while its top is at the height of their heads. Standing in front of it, Woodley points to a break in the bark, a round hole with edge slightly ragged. The fibre appears freshly cut, and more than cut, encrimsoned. 24 hours may have elapsed, but not many more, since that hole was made. So believe the backwoodsmen, soon as setting their eyes on it. Speaking first, Woodley asks, "What do ye think o' it, Ned?" Heywood, of taciturn habit, does not make immediate answer, but stands silently regarding the perforated spot. His comrade continues, "Thar's a blue pill goed in thar, which, judged by the size and shape of the hole, must have come out a biggish gun barrel, and looking at the red stain round its edge, that pill must have been blood coated." "Looks like blood, certainly." "It air blood, the real red thing itself, the blood of Charley Clancy. The ball inside thar has first goed through his body. It's been deadened by something, and don't appear to have penetrated a great way into the timmer, for all of that being soft as sapwood." Drawing out his knife, the old hunter inserts the point of its blade into the hole, probing it. "Jest as I said. Hain't entered a hole an inch. I can feel the lead lodged there." "Suppose you cut it out, Sime?" "Precisely what I intend doing, but not in a careless way. I want the surrounding wood along with it. The two together will best answer our purpose. So here goes to get 'em together." Saying this, he inserts his knife blade into the bark, and first makes a circular incision around the bullet hole, and then deepens it, taking care not to touch the ensanguined edge of the orifice, or come near it. The soft vegetable substance yields to his keen steel almost as easily if he were slicing a Swedish turnip, and soon he detaches a pear-shaped piece, but bigger than the largest prize jargonelle. Holding it in his hand, and apparently testing its ponderosity, he says, "Ned, this chunk of timmer encloses a bit of lead as never kim out of a rifle. Thar's big ends o' an ounce weight o' metal inside. Only a smooth bore barrel could ha' took it, and from sech it's been discharged." "You're right about that," responds Heywood, taking hold of the piece of wood, and also trying its weight. "It's a smooth bore ball, no doubt of it." "Well, then, who carries a smooth bore through these here woods? Who, Ned Heywood?" "I know only one man that does." "Name him. Name the damn rascal." "Dick Darke." "Ye can drink afore me, Ned. That's the skunk I were a thinking of, and have been all day. I seed other sign beside this, that which escaped the eyes of the others, and I'm glad it did, for I didn't want Dick Darke to be about when I were following it up. For that reason I drawed the rest aside so as none of 'em shed notice of it. By good luck they didn't." "You saw the other sign? What, Sime?" "Tracks in the mud, close by the edge of the swamp. They're a good bit from the place where the poor young fellow's blood's been spilt, and making away from it. I got only a glimpse at 'em, but kid see that they've been made by a man running. You bet your life on it they was made by a pair of boots I've seen on Dick Darke's feet. It's too gloomsome now to make anything out of them, so let's you and me come back here by ourselves at the earliest of daybreak, afore the people get about. Then we can guide them tracks a thorough scrutination. If they don't prove to be Dick Darke's, ye may call Sime Woodley a thick-headed woodchuck. If we only had one of his boots, so that we might compare it with the tracks. Thar's no if. We shall have one of his boots. Aye, both. I'm bound to have 'em. But how? Leave that to me. I thought of a plan to get possession of the scoundrel's footwear and everything else belonging to him that can throw a ray of daylight onto this darksome business. Come, Ned, let's go to the widow's house and see if we can say a word to comfort the poor lady, for a lady she air. Be like enough this thing'll be the death of her. She warn't strong at best, and she's been a deal weaker since the husband died. Now the son's goed too. Come along, and let's show her she ain't forsook by everybody." With the alacrity of a loyal heart, alike leaning to pity, the young hunter promptly responds to the appeal, saying, "I'm with you, Woodley." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 18. To the Sheriff. A day of dread, pitiless suspense to the mother of Charles Clancy, while they are abroad searching for her son. Still more terrible the night after their return, not without tidings of the missing man. Such tidings! The too certain assurance of his death, of his murder, with the added mystery of their not having been able to find his body, only his hat, his gun, and his blood. Her grief, hitherto held in check by a still lingering hope, now escapes all trammels, and becomes truly agonizing. Her heart seems broken or breaking. Although without wealth, and therefore with but few friends in her hour of lamentation, she is not left alone. It is never so in the backwoods of the far West, where, under rough home-wove coats, throb hearts gentle and sympathetic as ever beat under the finest broadcloth. Among Mrs. Clancy's neighbours are many of this kind, chiefly poor whites, as scornfully styled by their prouder planters, some half score of them determined to stay with her throughout the night, with the belief their presence may do something to solace her, and a presentiment that ere morning they may be needed for a service yet more solemn. She has retired to her chamber, taken to her bed. She may never leave either alive. As the night chances to be a warm one, indeed stifling hot, the men stay outside, smoking their pipes on the porch, or reclining upon the little grass plot in front of the dwelling, while within, by the bedside of the bereaved widow, are their wives, sisters, and daughters. Needless to say that the conversation of those without relates exclusively to the occurrences of the day and the mystery of the murder. For this they all believe it to have been, though utterly unable to make out or conjecture a motive. They are equally perplexed about the disappearance of the body, though this adds not much to the mystery. They deem it simply a corollary and consequence of the other. He who did the foul deed has taken steps to conceal it, and so far succeeded. It remains to be seen whether his astuteness will serve against the search to be resumed on the morrow. Two questions in chief correlative occupy them. Who killed Clancy? And what has been the motive for killing him? To the former, none of them would have thought of answering Dick Darke, that is, when starting out on the search near noon. Now that night is on, and they have returned from it, his name is on every lip. At first only in whispers and guarded insinuations, but gradually pronounced in louder tone and bolder speech, this approaching accusation. Still the second question remains unanswered. Why should Dick Darke have killed Charles Clancy? Even put in this familiar form, it receives no reply. It is an enigma to which no one present holds the key, for none know aught of a rivalry having existed between the two men, much less a love-jealousy, than which no motive more inciting to murder ever beat in human breast. Darke's partiality for Colonel Armstrong's eldest daughter has been no secret throughout the settlement. He himself childishly, in his cups, long since made all scandal-mongers acquainted with that. But Clancy, of higher tone, if not more secretive habit, has kept his love affair to himself, influenced by the additional reason of its being clandestine. Therefore those sitting up as company to his afflicted parent have no knowledge of the tender relations that existed between him and Helen Armstrong, any more than that of their being the cause of that disaster for which one widow now weeps. She herself alone knows of them, but in the first moment of her misfortune, completely prostrated by it, she has not yet communicated aught of this to the sympathetic ears around her. It is a family secret, too sacred for their sympathy, and with some last lingering pride of superior birth, she keeps it to herself. The time has not come for disclosing it, but it soon will, she knows that. All must needs be told, for after the first throes of the overwhelming calamity in which her thoughts alone dwelt on the slain son, they turned towards him suspected as the slayer. In her case with something stronger than suspicion, indeed, almost belief, based on her foreknowledge of the circumstances, these not only accounting for the crime, but pointing to the man who must have committed it. As she lies upon her couch, with tears streaming down her cheeks, and sighs heaved from the very bottom of her breast, as she listens to the kind voices vainly essaying to console her, she herself says not a word. Her sorrow is too deep, too absorbing, to find expression in speech. But in her thoughts are two men before her distracted fancy, two faces, one of a murdered man, the other his murderer. The first her own son, the second that of Ephraim Darke. Notwithstanding ignorance of all these circumstances, the thoughts of her sympathizing neighbors, those in council outside, dwell upon Dick Darke, while his name is continuously upon their tongues. His unaccountable conduct during the day, as also the strange behavior of the hound, is now called up and commented upon. Why should the dog have made such a demonstration? Why bark at him above all the others, selecting him out of the crowd, so resolutely and angrily assailing him? His own explanation, given at the time, appeared lame and unsatisfactory. It looks lamer now, as they sit smoking their pipes more coolly and closely considering it. While they are thus occupied, the wicket gate in front of the cottage is heard turning upon its hinges, and two men are seen entering the enclosure. As these draw near to the porch where a tallow dip dimly burns, its light is reflected from the features of Simeon Woodley and Edward Hayward. The hunters are both well known to all upon the ground, and welcomed as men likely to make a little less irksome that melancholy midnight watch. If the newcomers cannot contribute cheerfulness, they may something else, as predicted by the expression observed upon their faces at stepping into the porch. Their demeanor shows them possessed of some knowledge pertinent to the subject under discussion, as also important. Going close to the candle, and summoning the rest around, Woodley draws from the ample pocket of his large, loose coat a bit of wood, bearing resemblance to a pineapple or turnip roughly peeled. Holding it to the light, he says, "Come here, fellows. Fix your eyes on this." All do as desired. "Can any of you tell what it air?" the hunter asks. "A bit of tree timber, I take it," answers one. "Looks like a chunk carved out of a cypress knee," adds a second. "It ought," assents Sime, "since that's jest what it air, and this child air he who curved it out. You can see thar's a hole in the skin front, which any greenhorn can tell's been made by a bullet, and he'd be still greener in the horn as couldn't obsarve a tinge of red round that hole, the which air nothin' more nor less than blood. Now, boys, the bullet's yet inside the wood, for me and Heywood here took care not to extract it till the proper time shed come." "It's come now. Let's have it out," exclaims Heywood, the others endorsing the demand. "That ye shall. Now, fellers, take particular notice of what sort of egg has been hatchin' in this nest of cypress knee." While speaking, Sime draws his large bladed knife from its sheath, and resting the piece of wood on the porch bench, splits it open. When cleft, it discloses a thing of rounded form and metallic lustre, dull, leaden, a gun bullet, as all expected. There's not any blood upon it, this having been brushed off in its passage through the fibrous texture of the wood, but it still preserves its spherical shape, perfect as when it issued from the barrel of the gun that discharged, or the mould that made it. Soon as seeing it all, they cry out, "A bullet!" several adding, "The ball of a smooth bore." Then one asks suggestingly, "Who is there in this neighbourhood that's got a shooting iron of such sort?" The question is instantly answered by another, though not satisfactorily. "Plenty of smooth bores about, though nobody as I know of hunts with 'em." A third speaks more to the point, saying, "Yes, there's one does." "Name him," is the demand of many voices. "Dick Darke." The statement is confirmed by several others, in succession repeating it. After this succeeds silence, a pause in the proceedings, a lull, ominous, not of further speech, but action. Daring its continuance, Woodley replaces the piece of lead in the wood, just as it was before. Then laying the two cleft pieces together, and tying them with a string, he returns the chunk to his pocket. This done, he makes a sign to the chiefs of the conclave to follow him, as if for further communications. When they do, drawing off out of the porch, and taking stand upon grass plot below, at some paces distant from the dwelling, with heads close together they converse for a while, sotto voce, not so low but that a title, the terror of all malefactors, can be heard repeated pronounced, and also a name, the same which throughout all the evening has been upon their lips, bandied about, spoken of with gritting teeth and brows contracted. Not all of those who watch with the widow are admitted to this muttering council. Simeon Woodley, who presides over it, has his reasons for excluding some. Only men take part in it who can be relied on for an emergency, such as that the hunter has before him. Their conference closed, four of them, as if by agreement with the others, separate from the group, glide out through the wicket gate, and on to their horses left tied to the roadside rail fence. Unhitching these, they climb silently into their saddles, and as silently slip away, only some muttered words passing between them as they ride along the road. Among these may be heard the name of a man, conjoined to a speech, under the circumstances significant. "Let's straight to the sheriff." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 19. The Belle of Natchez. While search is still being made for the body of the murdered man, and he, suspected of the crime, is threatened with a prison cell, she, the innocent cause of it, is being borne far away from the scene of its committal. The steamboat carrying Colonel Armstrong and his belongings, having left port punctually at the hour advertised, has forsaken the Father of Waters, entered the Red River of Louisiana, and now, on the second day after, is cleaving the current of this ochre-tinted stream some 50 miles from its mouth. The boat is the Belle of Natchez. Singular coincidence of name, since one aboard bears also the distinctive sobriquet. Oft have the young bloods of the city of the Bluffs, while quaffing their cherry cobblers or champagne, toasted Helen Armstrong with this appellation added. Taking quality into account, she has a better right to it than the boat. For this, notwithstanding the proud title bestowed upon it, is but a sorry craft, a little stern-wheel steamer, such as in those early days were oft seen ploughing the bosom of the mighty Mississippi, more often threading the intricate and shallower channels of its tributaries. A single set of paddles, placed where the rudder acts in other vessels, and looking very much like an old-fashioned mill-wheel, supplies the impulsive power, at best giving but poor speed. Nevertheless, a sort of craft with correct excuse and a fair raison d'être, as all know who navigate narrow rivers and their still narrower reaches with trees from each side, outstretching, as is the case with many of the streams of Louisiana. Not that the noble Red River can be thus classified, nor in any sense spoken of as a narrow stream, broad and deep enough for the biggest boats to navigate to Natchitoches, the butt of Colonel Armstrong's journey by water. Why the broken planter has taken passage on the little stern-wheeler is due to two distinct causes. It suited him as to time and also expense. On the Mississippi and its tributaries, a passage in crack boats is costly, in proportion to their character for crackness. The Belle of Natchez, being without reputation of this kind, carries her passengers at a reasonable rate. But indeed something beyond ideas of opportune time or economy influenced Colonel Armstrong in selecting her. The same thought which hurried him away from his old home under the shadows of night has taken him aboard a third-rate river steamboat. Travelling thus obscurely, he hopes to shun encounter with men of his own class, to escape not only observation but the sympathy he shrinks from. In this hope he is disappointed, and on both horns of his fancied, not to say ridiculous, dilemma, for it so chances that the bully boat, which was to leave Natchez for Natchitoches on the same day with the Belle, has burst one of her boilers. As a consequence, the smaller steamer has started on her trip, loaded down to the waterline with freight, her staterooms and cabins crowded with passengers, many of these the best, bluest blood of Mississippi and Louisiana. Whatever chagrin this contretemps has caused Colonel Armstrong, and it may be the older of his daughters, to the younger it gives gladness. For among the supernumeraries forced to take passage in this stern-wheel steamer is a man she has met before. Not only met, but danced with, and not only danced, but been delighted with, so much that souvenirs of that night, with its saltative enjoyment, have since oft occupied her thoughts, thrilling her with the sweetest reminiscence. He who has produced this pleasant impression is a young planter, by name Louis Dupre, a Louisianian by birth, therefore a Creole, and without any taint of the African, else he would not be a Creole pur sang. The English reader seems to need undeceiving about this constantly, repeatedly. In the Creole, simply so called, there is no admixture of Negro blood. Not a drop of it in the veins of Louis Dupre, else Jessie Armstrong could not have danced with him at a Natchez ball, nor would her father, fallen as he is, permit her to keep company with him on a Red River steamboat. In this case there is no condescension on the part of the ex-Mississippian planter. He of Louisiana is his equal in social rank, and now his superior in point of wealth, by hundreds, thousands, for Louis Dupre is one of the largest landowners along the line of Red River plantations, while his slaves number several hundred field hands and house domestics, the able-bodied of both, without enumerating the aged, the imbecile, and pickaninnies, more costly than profitable. If in the presence of such a prosperous man, Colonel Armstrong reflects painfully upon his own reduced state, it is different with his daughter Jessie. Into her ear Louis Dupre has whispered sweet words, a speech telling her that not only are his lands, houses, and slaves at her disposal, but along with them his heart and hand. It is but repeating what he said on the night of the Natchez ball, his impulsive Creole nature having then influenced him to speak as he felt. And now, on this gliding steamboat, he reiterates the proposal, more earnestly pressing for an answer. And he gets it in the affirmative. Before the belle of Natchez has reached 50 miles from the Red River's mouth, Louis Dupre and Jessie Armstrong have mutually confessed affection, clasped hands, let lips meet, and tongues swear nevermore to live asunder. That journey, commenced upon the Mississippi, is to continue throughout life. In their case there is no fear of aught arising to hinder the consummation of their hopes, no stern parent to stand in the way of their life's happiness. By the death of both father and mother, Louis Dupre has long since been emancipated from parental authority, and is as much his own master as he is of his many slaves. On the other side, Jessie Armstrong is left free to her choice, because she has chosen well. Her father has given ready consent, or at all events said enough to ensure his doing so. The huge high-pressure steam craft which ply upon the western rivers of America bear but a very slight resemblance to the black, long, low-hulled leviathans that plough the briny waste of ocean. The steamboat of the Mississippi more resembles a house, 2 stories in height, and not infrequently something of a third, abode of mates and pilots. Rounded off at stern, the structure of oblong oval shape is universally painted chalk white, the second or cabin story having on each face a row of casement windows with Venetian shutters of emerald green. These also serve as outside doors to the staterooms, each having its own. Inside ones opposite them give admission to the main cabin or saloon, which extends longitudinally nearly the whole length of the vessel. Figured glass folding doors cut into 3 compartments, the ladies' cabin aft, the dining saloon amidships, and with a 3rd division forward, containing clerk's office and bar, the last devoted to male passengers for smoking, drinking, and too often gambling. A gangway some 3 feet in width runs along the outside facade, forming a balcony to the windows of the staterooms. It is furnished with a balustrade, called guard rail, to prevent careless passengers from stepping overboard. A projection of the roof, yclept hurricane deck, serves as an awning to this continuous terrace, shading it from the sun. 2 immense twin chimneys, funnels as called, tower above all, pouring forth a continuous volume of whitish wood smoke, while a smaller cylinder, the scape pipe, intermittently vomits a vapour yet whiter, the steam, at each emission with a hoarse belching bark that can be heard reverberating for leagues along the river. Seen from the bank as it passes, the Mississippi steamboat looks like a large hotel or mansion of many windows, set adrift and moving majestically, walking the water like a thing of life, as it has been poetically described. Some of the larger ones, taking into account their splendid interior decoration, and along with it their sumptuous table fare, may well merit the name oft bestowed upon them of floating palaces. Only in point of size, some inferiority in splendor, and having a stern wheel instead of side paddles, does the Belle of Natchez differ from other boats seen upon the same waters. As them, she has her large central saloon, with ladies' cabin astern, the flanking rows of state-rooms, the casements with green jalousies, the gangway and guard-rail, the twin funnels pouring forth their fleecy cloud, and the scape-pipe coughing in regular repetition. In the evening hour, after the day has cooled down, the balcony outside the state-room windows is a pleasant place to stand, saunter, or sit in, more especially that portion of it contiguous to the stern, and exclusively devoted to lady passengers, with only such of the male sex admitted as can claim relationship or liens of a like intimate order. On this evening, the first after leaving port, the poop deck of the little steamer is so occupied by several individuals who stand gazing at the scene that passes like a panorama before their eyes. The hot southern sun has disappeared behind the dark belt of cypress forest which forms far and near the horizon line of Louisiana, while the soft evening breeze, laden with the mixed perfumes of the liquid ambar and magnolia grandiflora, is wafted around them like incense scattered from a censer. Notwithstanding its delights and loveliness, nature does not long detain the saunterers outside. Within is a spell more powerful, and to many of them more attractive. It is after dinner hour. The cabin tables have been cleared, and its lamps lit. Under the sheen of brilliant chandeliers, the passengers are drawing together in groups and coteries, some to converse, others to play écarté or vingt-un. Here and there a solitary individual burying himself in a book, or a pair almost as unsocial engaging in the selfish dualities of chess. 3 alone linger outside, and of these only 2 appear to do so with enjoyment. They are some paces apart from the third, who is now left to herself, for it is a woman. Not that they are unacquainted with her, or in any way wishing to be churlish, but simply because neither can spare word or thought for any one save their 2 sweet selves. It scarce needs telling who is the couple thus mutually engrossed. An easy guess gives Jessie Armstrong and Louis Dupre. The young Creole's handsome features, black eyes, brunette complexion, and dark curly hair have made havoc with the heart of Armstrong's youngest daughter, while en revanche her contrasting colours of red, blue, and gold have held their own in the amorous encounter. They are in love with one another to their finger-tips. As they stand conversing in soft whispers, the eyes of the third individual are turned towards them. This only at intervals, and with naught of jealousy in the glance, for it is Jessie's own sister who gives it. Whatever of that burn in Helen's breast, not these, nor by them, has its torch been kindled. The love that late occupied her heart has been plucked therefrom, leaving it lacerated and lorn. It was the one love of her life, and now, crushed out, can never be rekindled. If she have a thought about her sister's new-sprung happiness, it is only to measure it against her own misery, to contrast its light of joy with the shadow surrounding herself. But for a short moment, and with transient glance, does she regard them. Aside from any sentiment of envy, their happy communion calls up a reminiscence too painful to be dwelt upon. She remembers how she herself stood talking in that same way with one she cannot, must not know more. To escape recalling the painful souvenir, she turns her eyes from the love episode and lowers them to look upon the river. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 20. Saved by a Sister. The boat is slowly forging its course upstream, its wheel in constant revolution, churning the ochre-colored water into foam. This, floating behind, dances and simmers upon the surface, forming a wake-way of white tinted with red. In Helen Armstrong's eyes it has the appearance of blood froth, such being the hue of her thoughts. Contemplating it for a time, not pleasantly, and then turning round, she perceives that she is alone. The lovers have stepped inside a stateroom, or the ladies' cabin, or perhaps gone on to the general saloon to take part in the sports of the evening. She sees the lights shimmering through latticed windows, and can hear the hum of voices all merry. She has no desire to join in that merriment, though many may be wishing her. Inside she would assuredly become the centre of an admiring circle, be addressed in courtly speeches, with phrases of soft flattery. She is aware of this, and keeps away from it. Strange woman! In her present mood the speeches would but weary, the flattery fash her. She prefers solitude, likes better the noise made by the ever-turning wheel. In the tumult of the water there is consonance with that agitating her own bosom. Night is now down. Darkness has descended upon forest and river, holding both in its black embrace. Along with it a kindred feeling creeps over her, a thought darker than night, more sombre than forest shadows. It is that which oft prompts to annihilation, a memory of the past, which, making the future unendurable, calls for life to come to an end. The man to whom she had given her heart, its firstlings, as its fullness, a heart from which there can be no second gleanings, and she knows it. He has made light of that offering, a sacrifice grand, as complete, glowing with all the interests of her life. The life, too, of one rarely endowed, a woman of proud spirit, queenly and commanding, beyond air beautiful. She does not think thus of herself, as leaning over the guard-rail, with eyes mechanically bent upon the wheel, she watches it whipping the water into spray. Her thoughts are not of lofty pride, but low humiliation. Spurned by him at whose feet she had flung herself, so fondly, so rashly, aye, recklessly, surrendering even that which woman deems most dear, and holds back to the ultimate moment of rendition the word which speaks it. To Charles Clancy she has spoken it, true only in writing, but still in terms unmistakable and with nothing reserved. And how has he treated them? No response, not even denial, only contemptuous silence, worse than outspoken scorn. No wonder her breast is filled with chagrin, her brow burning with shame. Both may be ended in an instant. A step over the low rail, a plunge into the red rolling river, a momentary struggle amidst its seething waters, not to preserve life, but destroy it. This and all will be over. Sadness, jealousy, the pangs of disappointed love, these baleful passions, and all others alike, can be soothed and set at rest by one little effort, a leap into oblivion. Her nerves are fast becoming strung to the taking it. The past seems all dark, the future yet darker. For her, life has lost its fascinations, while death is divested of its terrors. Suicide in one so young, so fair, so incomparably lovely, one capable of charming others, no longer to be charmed herself, a thing fearful to reflect upon. And yet is she contemplating it. She stands close to the rail, wavering, irresolute. It is no lingering love of life which causes her to hesitate, nor yet fear of death, even in the horrid form she cannot fail to see before her, spring she but over that slight railing. The moon has arisen, and now courses across the blue canopy of sky, in full effulgence, her beams falling bright upon the bosom of the river. At intervals the boat, keeping the deeper channel, is forced close to either bank, and then as the surging eddies set the floating but stationary logs in motion, the huge saurian asleep on them can be heard giving a grunt of anger for the rude arousing, and pitching over into the current with a dull, sullen plash. She sees and hears all this. It should shake her nerves and cause shivering throughout her frame. It does neither. The despair of life has deadened the dread of death, even of being devoured by an alligator. Fortunately, at this moment, a gentle hand is laid on her shoulder, and a soft voice sounds in her ear. They are the hand and voice of her sister. Jessie, coming out of her stateroom, has glided silently up. She sees Helen prepossessed, sad, and can somewhat divine the cause. But she little suspects how near things have been to a fatal climax, and dreams not of the diversion her coming has caused. "Sister," she says in a soothing tone, her arms extended caressingly, "why do you stay out here? The night is chilly, and they say the atmosphere of this Red River country is full of miasma, with fevers and ague to shake the comb out of one's hair. Come with me inside. There's pleasant people in the saloon, and we're going to have a round game at cards, 21 or something of the sort. Come." Helen turns round, trembling at the touch, as if she felt herself a criminal, and it was the sheriff's hand laid upon her shoulder. Jessie notices the strange, strong emotion. She could not fail to do so, attributing it to its remotest cause, long since confided to her. She says, "Be a woman, Helen. Be true to yourself, as I know you will, and don't think of him any more. There's a new world, a new life opening to both of us. Forget the sorrows of the old, as I shall. Pluck Charles Clancy from your heart, and fling every memory, every thought of him to the winds. I say again, be a woman, be yourself. Bury the past, and think only of the future, of our father." The last words act like a galvanic shock, at the same time soothing as balm. For in the heart of Helen Armstrong they touch a tender chord, and that of filial affection, and it vibrates true to the touch. Flinging her arms around Jessie's neck, she cries, "Sister, you have saved me." End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Bosk. The Death Shot by Captain Mayne Reid. Chapter 21. Seized by Spectral Arms. "Sister, you have saved me!" On giving utterance to the ill-understood speech, Helen Armstrong imprints a kiss upon her sister's cheek, at the same time bedewing it with her tears, for she is now weeping, convulsively sobbing. Returning the kiss, Jessie looks not a little perplexed. She can neither comprehend the meaning of the words, nor the strange tone of their utterance. Equally is she at a loss to account for the trembling throughout her sister's frame, continued while their bosoms stay in contact. Helen gives her no time to ask questions. "Go in," she says, spinning the other round, and pushing her towards the door of the stateroom. Then, attuning her voice to cheerfulness, she adds, "In, and get the game of 20 ans going. I'll join you by the time you've got the cards shuffled." Jessie, glad to see her sister in spirits unusually gleeful, makes no protest, but glides towards the cabin door. Soon as her back is turned, Helen once more faces round to the river, again taking stand by the guardrail. The wheel still goes round, its paddles beating the water into bubbles, and casting the crimson-white spray afar over the surface of the stream. but now she has no thought of flinging herself into the seething swirl, though she means to do so with something else. "Before the game of 20 ans begins," she says in soliloquy, "I've got a pack of cards to be dealt out here, among them a knave." While speaking, she draws forth a bundle of letters, evidently old ones, tied in a bit of blue ribbon. One after another, she drags them free of the fastening, just as if dealing out cards. Each, as it comes clear, is rent right across the middle, and tossed disdainfully into the stream. At the bottom of the packet, after the letters have all been disposed of, is something seeming different. A piece of cardboard, a portrait, in short, a carte de visite. It is the likeness of Charles Clancy, given her on one of those days when he flung himself affectionately at her feet. She does not tear it in twain, as she has the letters, though at first this is nearest her intent. Some thought restraining her, she holds it up in the moon's light, her eyes for a time resting on and closely scanning it. Painful memories, winters of them, pass through her soul, shown upon her countenance while she makes scrutiny of the features so indelibly graven upon her heart. She is looking her last upon them, not with a wish to remember, but the hope to forget, of being able to erase that image of him long loved, wildly worshipped, from the tablets of her memory, at once and forever. Who can tell what passed through her mind at that impending moment? Who could describe her heart's desolation? Certainly no writer of romance. Whatever resolve she has arrived at, for a while she appears to hesitate about executing it. Then, like an echo heard amidst the rippling waves, return to her ear the words late spoken by her sister. "Let us think only of the future, of our father." The thought decides her, and stepping out to the extremest limit the guardrail allows, she flings the photograph upon the paddles of the revolving wheel, as she does so, saying, "Away, image of one once loved, picture of a man who has proved false, be crushed and broken, as he has broken my heart." The sigh that escapes her on letting drop the bit of cardboard more resembles a subdued scream, a stifled cry of anguish, such as could only come from what she has just spoken of, a broken heart. As she turns to re-enter the cabin, she appears ill-prepared for taking part or pleasure in a game of cards, and she takes not either. That round of 20 ans is never to be played, at least not with her as one of the players. Still half distraught with the agony through which her soul has passed, the traces of which she fancies must be observable on her face, before making appearance in the brilliantly lighted saloon, she passes around the corner of the ladies' cabin, intending to enter her own stateroom by the outside door. It is but to spend a moment before her mirror, there to arrange her dress, the plaiting of her hair, perhaps the expression of her face, all things that to men may appear trivial, but to women important, even in the hour of sadness and despair. No blame to them for this. It is but an instinct, the primary care of their lives, the secret spring of their power. In repairing to her toilet, Helen Armstrong is but following the example of her sex. She does not follow it far, not even so far as to get to her looking-glass, or even inside her stateroom. Before entering it, she makes stop by the door, and tarries with face turned towards the river's bank. The boat, tacking across stream, has sheered close inshore, so close that the tall forest trees shadow her track, the tips of their branches almost touching the hurricane deck. They are cypresses, festooned with graybeard moss, that hangs down like the drapery of a deathbed. She sees one blighted, stretching forth bare limbs, blanched white by the weather, desiccated and jointed like the arms of a skeleton. 'Tis a ghostly sight, and causes her weird thoughts, as under the clear moonbeams the steamer sweeps past the place. It is a relief to her when the boat, gliding on, gets back into darkness. Only momentary, for there under the shadow of the cypresses, lit up by the flash of the fireflies, she sees, or fancies it, a face. It is that of a man, him latest in her thoughts, Charles Clancy. It is among the trees high up, on a level with the hurricane deck. Of course it can be but a fancy. Clancy could not be there, either in the trees or on the earth. She knows it is but a deception of her senses, an elusive vision, such as occur to clairvoyants, at times deceiving themselves. Illusion or not, Helen Armstrong has no time to reflect upon it. Ere the face of her false lover fades from view, A pair of arms, black, sinewy, and stiff, seem reaching towards her. More than seem, it is a reality. Before she can stir from the spot, or make effort to avoid them, she feels herself roughly grasped around the waist, and lifted aloft into the air. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Bosk. The Death Shot by Captain Mayne Reid. Chapter 22. Up and Down. Whatever has lifted Helen Armstrong aloft, for time holds her suspended. Only for a few seconds, during which she sees the boat pass on beneath, and her sister rush out to the stern rail, sending forth a scream responsive to her own. Before she can repeat the piercing cry, the thing grasping her relaxes its hold, letting her go altogether, and she feels herself falling, as from a great height. The sensation of giddiness is succeeded by a shock, which almost deprives her of consciousness. It is but the fall, broken by a plunge into water. Then there is a drumming in her ears, a choking in the throat. In short, the sensation that precedes drowning. Notwithstanding her late suicidal thoughts, the instinctive aversion to death is stronger than her weariness of life, and instinctively does she strive to avert it. No longer crying out, she cannot. Her throat is filled with the water of the turbid stream. It stifles, as if a noose were being drawn around her neck, tighter and tighter. She can neither speak nor shout, only plunge and struggle. Fortunately, while falling, the skirt of her dress, spreading as a parachute, lessened the velocity of the descent. This still extended hinders her from sinking. As she knows not how to swim, it will not sustain her long, itself becoming weighted with the water. Her wild shriek, with that of her sister responding, the latter still continued in terrified repetition, has summoned the passengers from the saloon, a crowd collecting on the stern guards.
"Someone overboard!"
is the cry sent all over the vessel. It reaches the ear of the pilot, who instantly rings the stop bell, causing the paddles to suspend revolution and bringing the boat to an almost instantaneous stop. The strong current, against which they are contending, makes the movement easy of execution. The shout of
"Someone overboard!"
is quickly followed by another of more particular significance.
"It's a lady!"
This announcement intensifies the feeling of regret and alarm. Nowhere in the world more likely to do so than among the chivalric spirits sure to be passengers on a Mississippian steamboat. Half a dozen voices are heard simultaneously asking, not who is the lady, but where, while several are seen pulling off their coats, as if preparing to take the water. Foremost among them is the young Creole, Dupree. He knows who the lady is. Another lady has met him frantically, exclaiming, "'Tis Helen! She has fallen or leaped overboard!" The ambiguity of expression appears strange, indeed incomprehensible to Dupree, as to others who overhear it. They attributed it to incoherence, arising from the shock of the unexpected catastrophe. This is its cause only partially. There is something besides. Confused, half frenzied, Jessie continues to cry out, "My sister! Save her! Save her!" "We'll try." "Show us where she is," responded several. "Yonder, there, under that tree. She was in its branches above, then dropped down upon the water. I heard the plunge, but did not see her after. She has gone to the bottom. Merciful heavens! Oh, Helen, where are you?" The people are puzzled by these incoherent speeches, both the passengers above and the boatmen on the underdeck. They stand as if spellbound. Fortunately, one of the former has retained presence of mind, and along with it coolness. It is the young planter, Dupree. He stays not for the end of her speech, but springing over the guards, swims towards the spot pointed out. Brave fellow, is the thought of Jessie Armstrong, admiration for her lover almost making her forget her sister's peril. She stands as everyone else upon the steamer, watching with earnest eyes. Hers are more. They are flashing with feverish excitement, with glances of anxiety, at times the fixed gaze of fear. No wonder at its being so. The moon has sunk to the level of the treetops, and the bosom of the river is in dark shadow, darker by the bank where the boat is now drifting. But little chance to distinguish an object in the water, less for one swimming upon its surface. And the river is deep, its current rapid, the reach they are in full of dangerous eddies. In addition, it is a spot infested, as all know, the favorite haunt of that hideous reptile the alligator, with the equally dreaded garfish, the shark of the southwestern rivers. All these things are in Jessie Armstrong's thoughts. Amidst these dangers are the two dearest to her on earth, her sister, her lover. Not strange that her apprehension is almost an agony. Meanwhile, the steamer's boat has been manned, and set loose as quickly as could be done. It is rowed towards the spot where the swimmer was last seen, and all eyes are strained upon it, all ears listening to catch any word of cheer. Not long have they to listen. From the shadowed surface comes the shout, "Saved!" Then a rough boatman's voice, saying, "All right, we've got 'em both. Throw us a rope." It is thrown by ready hands, after which is heard the command, "Haul in!" A light, held high upon the steamer, flashes its beams down into the boat. Lying along its thwarts can be perceived a female form, in a dress once white, now discolored and dripping. Her head is held up by a man, whose scant garments show similarly stained. It is Helen Armstrong, supported by Dupre. She appears lifeless, and the first sight of her draws anxious exclamations from those standing on the steamer. Her sister gives out an agonized cry, while her father trembles on taking her into his arms, and totters as he carries her to her stateroom, believing he bears but a corpse. But no, she breathes. Her pulse beats. Her lips move in a low murmur. Her bosom's swell shows sign of returning animation. By good fortune there chances to be a medical man among the passengers, who after administering restoratives, pronounces her out of danger. The announcement causes universal joy on board the boat, crew and passengers alike sharing it. With one alone remains a thought to sadden. It is Jessie. Her heart is sore with the suspicion that her sister has attempted suicide. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Bosk. The Death Shot by Captain Mayne Reid. Chapter 23. The Sleep of the Assassin. On the night after killing Clancy, Richard Darke does not sleep soundly, indeed scarce at all. His wakefulness is not due to remorse. There is no such sentiment in his soul. It comes from two other causes, in themselves totally diametrically distinct. For the one is fear, the other love. While dwelling on the crime he has committed, he only dreads its consequences to himself. But reflecting on what led him to commit it, his dread gives place to dire jealousy, and instead of repentance, spite holds possession of his heart. Not the less bitter, that the man and woman who made him jealous can never meet more. For at that hour, he knows Charles Clancy to be lying dead in the dank swamp, while ere dawn of the following day, Helen Armstrong will be starting upon a journey which must take her away from the place far and forever. The only consolation he draws from her departure is, that she too will be reflecting spitefully and bitterly as himself. Because of Clancy not having kept his appointment with her, deeming the failure due to the falsehood by himself fabricated, the story of the Creole girl. Withal, it affords him but scant solace. She will be alike gone from him, and he may never behold her again. Her beauty will never belong to his rival, but neither can it be his, even though chance might take him to Texas, or by design he should proceed thither. To what end should he? No more now can he build castles in the air, basing them on the power of creditor over debtor. That bubble has burst, leaving him only the reflection, how illusory it has been. Although, for his nefarious purpose, it has proved weak as a spider's web, it is not likely Colonel Armstrong will ever again submit himself to be so ensnared. Broken men become cautious, and shun taking credit a second time. And yet Richard Darke does not comprehend this. Blinded by passion, he cannot see any impossibility, and already thoughts of future proceedings begin to flit vaguely through his mind. They are too distant to be dwelt upon now. For this night he has enough to occupy heart and brain, keeping both on the rack and stretch so tensely as to render prolonged sleep impossible. Only for a few seconds at a time does he know the sweet unconsciousness of slumber. Then, suddenly starting awake, to be again the prey of galling reflections. Turn to which side he will, rest his head on the pillow as he may, two sounds seem ever ringing in his ears. One, a woman's voice, that speaks the denying word, never. The other, a dog's bark, which seems persistently to say, I demand vengeance for my murdered master. If in the first night after his nefarious deed, fears and jealous fancies chase one another through the assassin's soul, on the second it is different. Jealousy has no longer a share in his thoughts, fear having full possession of them, and no trifling fear of some far-off danger, depending on chances and contingencies, but one real and near, seeming almost certain. The day's doings have gone all against him. The behavior of Clancy's hound has not only directed suspicion towards him, but given evidence, almost conclusive, of his guilt, as though the barking of the dumb brute were words of truthful testimony, spoken in a witness box. The affair cannot, will not, be allowed to rest thus. The suspicions of the searchers will take a more definitive shape, ending in accusation, if not in the actual deed of his arrest. He feels convinced of this. Therefore, on this second night, it is no common apprehension which keeps him awake, but one of the intensest kind, akin to stark terror. For added to the fear of his fellow man, there is something besides, a fear of God, or rather of the devil. His soul is now disturbed by a dread of the supernatural. He saw Charles Clancy stretched dead under the cypress, was sure of it before parting from the spot. Returning to it, what beheld he? To him, more than any other, is the missing body a mystery. It has been perplexing, troubling him, throughout all the afternoon, even when his blood was up and nerves strung with excitement. Now at night, in the dark, silent hours, as he dwells ponderingly upon it, it more than perplexes, more than troubles. It awes, horrifies him. In vain he tries to compose himself, by shaping conjectures based on natural causes. Even these could not much benefit him, for whether Clancy be dead or still living, whether he has walked away from the ground, or been carried from it a corpse, to him, Dark, the danger will be almost equal. Not quite. Better, of course, if Clancy be dead, for then there will be but circumstantial evidence against, and surely not sufficient to convict him. Little suspects he that in that same hour, while he is thus distractedly cogitating, men are weighing evidence he knows not of, or that in another hour they will be on the march to make him their prisoner. For all his ignorance of it, he has a presentiment of danger, sprung from the consciousness of his crime. This, and no sentiment of remorse or repentance, wrings from him the self-interrogation several times repeated, "Why the devil did I do it?" He regrets the deed, not because grieving at its guilt, but the position it has placed him in, one of dread danger, with no advantage derived, nothing to compensate him for the crime. No wonder at his asking, in the name of the devil, why he has done it. He is being punished for it now, if not through remorse or conscience, by coward craven fear. He feels what other criminals have felt before, what, be it hoped, they will ever feel. How hard it is to sleep the sleep of the assassin, or lie awake on a murderer's bed. On the last, Richard Darke lies. Since this night he sleeps not at all. From the hour of retiring to his chamber, till morning's dawn comes creeping through the window, he has never closed eye, or if so, not in the sweet oblivion of slumber. He is still turning upon his couch, chafing in fretful apprehension, when daylight breaks into his bedroom, and shows its shine upon the floor. It is the soft blue light of a southern morn, which usually enters accompanied by bird music, the songs of the wild forest warblers, mingling with domestic voices not so melodious. Among these the harsh skreek of the guinea fowl, the more sonorous call of the turkey gobbler, the scream of the goose, always as in agony, the merrier cackle of the laying hen, with the still more cheerful note of her lord Chanticleer. All these sounds hears Dick Darke, the agreeable as the disagreeable. Both are alike to him on this morning, the second after the murder. Far more unpleasant than the last are some other sounds which salute his ear as he lies listening, noises which, breaking out abruptly, at once put an end to the singing of the forest birds and the calling of the farm-yard fowls. They are of two kinds: one, the clattering of horses' hoofs; the other, the clack and clangor of men's voices. Evidently there are several, speaking at the same time, and all in like tone, this of anger, of vengeance. At first they seem some distance off, but evidently drawing nigh. Soon they are close up to the dwelling, their voices loudly reverberating from its walls. The assassin cannot any longer keep to his couch. Too well knows he what the noise is, his guilty heart guessing it. Springing to his feet, he glides across the room, and approaches the window, cautiously because in fear. His limbs tremble as he draws the curtain and looks out. Then, almost refusing to support him, for in the courtyard he sees a half-score of armed horsemen, and hears them angrily discoursing. One at their head he knows to be the sheriff of the county, beside him his deputy, and behind a brace of constables. In rear of these, two men he has reason to believe will be his most resolute accusers. He has no time to discriminate, for soon as entering the enclosure, the horsemen dismount, and make towards the door of the dwelling. And less than 60 seconds after, they knock against that of his sleeping chamber, demanding admission. No use denying them, as its occupant is well aware, not even to ask, "Who's there?" Instead he says, in accent tremulous, "Come in." Instantly after, he sees the door thrown open, and a form filling up its outlines, the stalwart figure of a Mississippi sheriff, who as he stands upon the threshold says, in firm voice with tone of legal authority, "Richard Darke, I arrest you." "For what?" mechanically demands the culprit, shivering in his shirt. "For the murder of Charles Clancy." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Bosk. The Death Shot by Captain Mayne Reid. Chapter 24. The Coon Hunter Conscience Stricken. On the night preceding Richard Darke's arrest, another man, not many rods distant, lies awake, or at least loses more than half his customary measure of sleep. This is the coon hunter. In his case the disturbing cause is conscience, though his crime is comparatively a light one, and should scarce rob him of his rest. It would not, were he a hardened sinner, but Blue Bill is the very reverse, and though at times cruel to Cooney, he is, in the main, merciful, his breast overflowing with the milk of human kindness. On the night succeeding his spoilt coon chase, he has slept sound enough, his mind being unburdened by the confession to Phoebe. Besides, he had then no certain knowledge that a murder had been committed, or of anyone being even killed. He only knew there were shots, and angry words, resembling a fight between two men. One, his young master, the other, as he supposed, Charles Clancy. True, the former, rushing past in such headlong pace, seemed to prove that the affair had a tragical termination. But of this he, Blue Bill, could only have conjecture, and hoping that the denouement might not be so bad as at first deemed, neither was he so alarmed as to let it interfere with his night's slumbers. In the morning, when, as usual, hoe in hand, he goes abroad to his day's work, no one would suspect him of being the depository of a secret so momentous. He was always noted as the gayest of the working gang. His laugh, the loudest, longest, and merriest, carried across the plantation fields, and on this particular day it rings with its wonted cheerfulness. Only during the earlier hours, when at midday a report reaches the place where the slaves are at work, that a man has been murdered, this Charles Clancy. The coon hunter, in common with the rest of the gang, throws down his hoe, all uniting in a cry of sympathetic sorrow. For all of them know young Master Clancy, respecting, many of them loving him. He has been accustomed to meet them with pleasant looks, and accost them in kindly words. The tidings produce a painful impression upon them, and from that moment, though their task has to be continued, there is no more cheerfulness in the cotton field. Even their conversation is hushed, or carried on in a subdued tone, the hoes being alone heard, as their steel blades clink against an occasional donnock. But while his fellow laborers are silent through sorrow, Blue Bill is speechless from another and different cause. They only hear that young Master Clancy has been killed, murdered as the report says, while he knows how, when, where, and by whom. The knowledge gives him double uneasiness, for while sorrowing as much, perhaps more than any, for Charles Clancy's death, he has fears for his own life, with good reasons for having them. If by any sinister chance Master Dick should get acquainted with the fact of his having been witness to that rapid retreat among the trees, he, Blue Bill, would be speedily put where his tongue could never give testimony. In full consciousness of his danger, he determines not to commit himself by any voluntary avowal of what he has seen and heard, but to bury the secret in his own breast, as also insist on its being so interred within the bosom of his better half. This day, Phoebe is not in the field along with the working gang, which causes him some anxiety. The coon hunter can trust his wife's affections, but is not so confident as to her prudence. She may say something in the quarter to compromise him. A word, the slightest hint of what has happened, may lead to his being questioned and confessed, with torture if the truth be suspected. No wonder that during the rest of the day Blue Bill wears an air of abstraction, and hoes the tobacco plants with a careless hand, often chopping off the leaves. Fortunately for him, his fellow workers are not in a mood to observe these vagaries, or make inquiry as to the cause. He is rejoiced when the boom of the evening bell summons them back to the big house. Once more in the midst of his pickaninnies, with Phoebe by his side, he imparts to her a renewed caution to keep dark on that serious subject. At supper, the two talk over the events of the day, Phoebe being the narrator. She tells him of all that has happened, of the search and such incidents connected with it as have reached the plantation of the Darks, how both the old and young master took part in it since having returned home. She adds of her own observation that Master Dick looked very scared like, and whitened the cheeks as an old she-possum. "That's just the way he ought to look," is the husband's response. After which they finish their frugal meal, and once more retire to rest. But on this second night, the terrible secret shared by them keeps both from sleeping. Neither gets so much as a wink. As morning dawns, they are startled by strange noises in the negro quarter. They are not the usual sounds consequent on the uprising of their fellow slaves, a chorus of voices in jest and jocund laughter. On the contrary, it is a din of serious tone, with cries that tell of calamity. When the coon hunter draws back his door and looks forth, he sees there is commotion outside, and is soon told its cause. One of his fellow bondsmen, coming forward, says, "Master Dick am arrested by the sheriff. They've took him for the murder of Master Charles Clancy." The coon hunter rushes out and up to the big house. He reaches it in time to see Richard Darke set upon a horse, and conducted away from the place with a man on each side guarding him. All know that he goes a prisoner. With a sense of relief, Blue Bill hastens back to his own domicile, where Li communicates what has happened to the wife anxiously waiting. "Phoebe, gal," he adds in a congratulatory whisper, "there ain't no longer so much reason for us to have fear. I see Sam Woodley among them men, and this nigger know that he'll give me his protection, whatsomever I do. So I's just made up my mind to make a clean breast of the whole thing, and tell what I hearn and see, besides delivering up both that letter and picture. What's your view of the matter? Speak plain, and don't be in no ways mealy-mouthed about it." "My views is then for the telling of the truth. Old F. Darke may flog us till dar ain't a bit of skin left upon our bare backs. I'll take my share of the responsibility, and a full habit of noggin. Yes, Bill, I's willing to do that. But let the truth be told, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Then it shall be did. Phoebe, you's a darling. Kiss me, old gal. If need be, we'll both die together. And the two black faces come in contact, as also their bosoms, both beating with a humanity that might shame whiter skins. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 25. An Unceremonious Search. Arrested. Richard Darke is taken to jail. This not in Natchez, but a place of less note, the courthouse town of the county, within the limits of which lie the Darke and Armstrong plantations. He is there consigned to the custody of Joe Harkness, jailer. But few who assisted at the arrest accompany him to the place of imprisonment. Only the deputy and the brace of constables. The sheriff himself, with the others, does not leave Ephraim Darke's premises till after having given them a thorough examination in quest of evidence against the accused. This duty done, without regard to the sensibilities of the owner, who follows them from room to room, now childishly crying, now frantically cursing. Alike disregarded are his tears and oaths. The searchers have no sympathy for him in his hour of affliction. Some even secretly rejoice at it. Ephraim Darke is not a Southerner pur sang, and though without the slightest taint of abolitionism, indeed the very opposite, he has always been unpopular in the neighborhood, alike detested by planter and poor white. Many of both have been his debtors and felt his iron hand over them, just as Archibald Armstrong. Besides, some of these now around his house were present 2 days before upon Armstrong's plantation, saw his establishment broken up, his goods and chattels confiscated, his home made desolate. Knowing by whom all this was done, with ill-concealed satisfaction, they now behold the arcana of Ephraim Darke's dwelling exposed to public gaze. Himself humiliated far more than the man he made homeless. With no more ceremony than was shown in making the arrest, do the sheriff and party explore the paternal mansion of him arrested, rudely ransacking it from cellar to garret, the outbuildings as well, even to the grounds and garden. The search is but poorly rewarded. All they get, likely to throw light on the matter of inquiry, is Richard Darke's double-barreled gun, with the clothes he wore on the day fatal to Clancy. On these there is no blood, but while they're looking for it, something comes under their eyes, almost equally significant of strife. Through the coat skirt is a hole, ragged and recently made. Several pronounce it a bullet hole, further declaring the ball to have been discharged from a rifle. For certain, a singular discovery, but like all the others that have been made, only serving to perplex them. It is rather in favor of the accused, giving color to the idea that between him and Clancy there has been a fight, with shots fired from both sides. The question is, has it been a fair one? To negative this, a bit of adjunct evidence is adduced, which goes against the accused. The coat with the perforated skirt is not the one worn by him on the day before, when out assisting in the search, while it is that he had on the day preceding, when Clancy came not home. Ephraim Darke's domestics, on being sternly interrogated and aside, disclose this fact, unaware how greatly their master may desire them to keep it concealed. Still, it is not much. A man might have many reasons for changing his coat, especially for the dress of 2 different days. It would be nothing but for the conjoint circumstance of the shot through the skirt. This makes it significant. Another item of intelligence of still more suspicious nature is got out of the domestics, whose stern questioners give them no chance to prevaricate. Indeed, terrified, they do not try. Their young Master Dick had on a different pair of boots the day he went out hunting from those worn by him when yesterday he went searching. The latter are in the hands of the sheriff, but the former are missing, cannot be found anywhere in or about the house. All search for them proves idle, and not strange it should, since one is in the side pocket of Sime Woodley's surtout, the other having a like lodgment in that of Ned Heywood. The two hunters, prospecting apart, found the boots thickly coated with mud, concealed under a brush pile at the bottom of the peach orchard. Even the sheriff does not know what bulges out the coat skirts of the two backwoodsmen, nor is he told there or then. Sime has an object in keeping that secret to himself and his companion. He will only reveal it when the time comes to make it more available. The affair of the arrest and subsequent action over, the sheriff and his party retire from the plantation of Ephraim Darke, leaving its owner in a state of frenzied bewilderment. They go directly to Mrs. Clancy's cottage, not to stay there, but as a starting point to resume the search for the body of her son, adjourned since yester-eve. They do not tell her of Dick Darke's arrest. She is inside her chamber, on her couch, so prostrated by the calamity already known to her, they fear referring to it. The doctor in attendance tells them that any further revelation concerning the sad event may prove fatal to her. Again, her neighbors, now in greater number, go off to the woods, some afoot, others on horseback. As on the day preceding, they divide into different parties and scatter in diverse directions, though not till all have revisited the ensanguined spot under the cypress and renewed their scrutiny of the stains. Darker than on the day before, they now look more like ink than blood. The cypress knee, out of which Woodley and Heywood gouged the smooth-bore bullet, is also examined, its position noted. Attempts are made to draw inferences therefrom, though with but indifferent success. True, it tells a tale, and judging by the blood around the bullet hole, which all of them have seen, a tragic one, though it cannot of itself give the interpretation. A few linger around the place, now tracked and trodden hard by their going and coming feet. The larger number proceeds upon the search in scattered parties of 6 or 8 each, carrying it for as many miles around. They pole and drag the creek near by, as others at a greater distance penetrate the swamp as far as possible, or likely that a dead body might be carried for concealment. In its dim recesses they discover no body, living or dead, no trace of human being, naught save the solitude-loving heron, the snake-bird, and scaly alligator. On this second day's quest they observe nothing new, either to throw additional light on the commission of the crime or assist them in recovering the corpse. It is but an unsatisfactory report to take back to the mother of the missing man. Perhaps better for her she should never receive it. And she never does. Before it can reach her ear, this is beyond hearing sound, the thunder of heaven could not awake Mrs. Clancy from the sleep into which she has fallen, for it is no momentary unconsciousness, but the cold, insensible slumber of death. The long-endured agony of ill fortune, the more recent one of widowhood, and now this new bereavement of a lost only son, these accumulated trials have proved too much for her woman's strength, of late fast failing. When, at evening hour, the searchers on their return approach the desolated dwelling, they hear sounds within that speak of some terrible disaster. On the night before, their ears were saluted by the same, though in tones somewhat different. Then the widow's voice was lifted in lamentation. Now it is not heard at all. Whatever of mystery there may be is soon removed. A woman, stepping out upon the porch and raising her hand in token of attention, says in sad, solemn voice, "Mrs. Clancy is dead." End of chapter 25. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 26 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 26. Telltale Tracks. Mrs. Clancy is dead. The simple but solemn speech makes an impression on the assembled backwoodsmen difficult to be described. All deem it a double murder, her death caused by that of her son. The same blow has killed both. It makes them all the more eager to discover the author of this crime, by its consequence twofold. And now more than ever do their thoughts turn towards Dick Darke, and become fixed upon him. As the announcement of Mrs. Clancy's death makes complete the events of the day, one might suppose that after this climax her neighbors, satisfied nothing more could be done, would return to their own homes. This is not the custom in the backwoods of America, or with any people whose hearts beat true to the better instincts of humanity. It is only in old-world countries, under tyrannical rule, where these have been crushed out, that such selfishness can prevail. Nothing of this around Natchez. Not a spark of it in the breasts of those collected about that cottage, in which lies the corpse of a woman. The widow will be waked by men ready to avenge her wrongs. If friendless and forlorn while living, it is different now she is dead. There is not a man among them but would give his horse, his gun, aye, a slice of his land, to restore her to life, and bring back that of her son. Neither being now possible, they can only show their sympathy by the punishment of him who caused the double desolation. It still needs to know who. After all, it may not be the man arrested and arraigned, though most think it is. But to be fully convinced, further evidence is wanted, as also a more careful sifting of that already obtained. As on the night before, a council is convened, the place being the bit of green sward that, lawn-like, extends from the cottage front to the rail fence of the road. But now the number taking part in it is different. Instead of a half-score, there is nearer a half-hundred. The news of the second death has been spreading meanwhile, and the added sympathy causes the crowd to increase. In its center soon forms a ring, an open space surrounded by men, acknowledged as chief on such occasions. They discuss the points of the case, state incidents and events as are known, recall all circumstances that can be remembered, and inquire into their connection with motives. It is, in short, a jury standing, not sitting, on the trial of a criminal case, and with still greater difference between them and the ordinary 12 good men and true, in that, unlike these, they are not mere dummies with a strong inclination to accept the blandishments of the barrister, or give way to the rulings of the judge, too often wrong. On the contrary, men who in themselves combine the functions of all three, judge, jury, and counsel, with this triple power inspired by a corresponding determination to arrive at the truth. In short, it is the Court of Justice Lynch in session. Every circumstance which has a possible bearing on the case, or can throw light into its dark ambiguity, is called up and considered. The behavior of the accused himself, coupled with that of the hound, are the strongest points yet appearing against him, though not the only ones. The bullet extracted from the cypress knee has been tried in the barrel of his gun, and found to fit exactly. About the other ball, which made the hole through the skirt of his coat, no one can say more than that it came out of a rifle. Every backwoodsman among them can testify to this. A minor point against the accused man is his having changed his clothes on the 2 succeeding days, though one stronger and more significant is the fact that the boots, known to have been worn by him on the former, are still missing and cannot anywhere be found. "Can't they, indeed?" asks Sime Woodley, in response to one who has just expressed surprise at this. The old hunter has been hitherto holding back, not from any want of will to assist the Lynch jury in their investigation, but because only lately arrived, he has scarce yet entered into the spirit of their proceedings. His grief on getting the news of Mrs. Clancy's death for a time holds him in restraint. It is a fresh sorrow, since not only had her son been long his friend, but in like manner her husband and herself. In loyal memory of his friendship, he has been making every effort to bring the murderer to justice, and one just ended accounts for his late arrival at the cottage. As on the day before, he and Heywood have remained behind the other searchers, staying in the woods till all these returned home. Yesterday they were detained by an affair of bullets. Today it is boots, the same that are missing, and about which questions have just been asked, the last by Sime Woodley himself. In answer to it, he continues, "They not only can be found, but have been. Sure they air." Saying this, the hunter pulls a boot out of his pocket and holds it up before their eyes, Heywood simultaneously exposing another, its fellow. "That's the footwear you're in search of, I reckon," pursues Woodley. "To all events, it's a pair of boots belonging to Dick Darke, and were worn by him the day afore yesterday. What's more, they left our marks down on the swamp mud, not 100 mile from the spot where poor Charlie Clancy has got his death shot, and them tracks were made not 100 minutes from the time he got it. Now, boys, what do you think of that thing?" "Where'd you get the boots?" asked several, speaking at the same time. "No matter whar. You can all see we got 'em. Time enough to tell o' the war and the wharf, and when it comes to a trial. Though looking in your faces, fellers, I'd shed say it's kim to something o' that sort now." "It has," responds one of the jury in a tone of emphatic affirmation. "In that case," pursues the hunter, "me and Ned Heywood are ready to gie such evidence as we got. Both of us has spent good part of this afternoon collecting it, and now it's at the sarvice of the court of Judge Lynch or any other." "Well, then, Woodley," says a planter of respectability, who by tacit consent is representing the stern, terrible judge spoken of, "suppose the court to be in session. Tell us all you know." With alacrity, Woodley responds to the appeal, giving his experience, along with it his suspicions and conjectures, not simply as a witness, but more like a counsel in the case. It needs not to say he is against the accused in his statement of facts as the deductions he draws from them, for the hunter has long since decided within himself as to who killed Clancy. Heywood follows him in like manner, though with no new matter. His testimony but corroborates that of his elder confrere. Taken together or separately, it makes profound impression on the jurors of Judge Lynch, almost influencing them to pronounce an instant verdict, condemnatory of the accused. If so, it will soon be followed by this sentence, this by execution, short and quick, but sternly terrible. End of chapter 26. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 27 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid, Chapter 27. Additional Evidence. While the lynchers are still in deliberation, the little clock on the mantel strikes 12 midnight. Of late, not oft a merry hour in the cottage of the Clancys, but this night more than ever sad. Its striking seems the announcement of a crisis. For a time it silences the voices of those conversing. Scarce has the last stroke ceased to vibrate on the still night air when a voice is heard, one that has not hitherto taken part in the deliberations. It sounds as though coming up from the road gate.
"Mass Woodley and there?"
are the words spoken interrogatively, the question addressed generally to the group gathered in front of the house. "Yes, he's here," simultaneously answered several.
"Can I peek a word with you, Mass Woodley?"
again asked the inquirer at the wicket. "Sartinly," says the hunter, separating from the others and striding off towards the entrance. "I reckon I know that voice," he adds, on drawing near the gate. "It's Blue Bill, ain't it?"
"Hush, Mass Woodley. For Almighty's sake, don't peek out my name. Not for all the world let them people hear it. If they do, this nigger am a dead man show."
"Darn it, Bill, what's the matter? Why do you talk so mysterious? Is there anything wrong?" "Oh, no, I think you're out of time. Never mind about that. I'll not betray you. Say, what have you kim for?"
"Follow me, Mass Woodley. I'll tell you all. I dassent to hear, lest some of dem folks see me. Let's go little way from de house into de wood ground over yonder. Den I tell you what flush me out. Dis nigger have something to say to you. Something berry particular. Yes, Mass Woodley, berry particular. Darn a matter of life and death."
Sime does not stay to hear more, but lifting the latch quietly pushes open the gate and passes out into the road. Then, following the negro, who flits like a shadow before him, the two are soon standing among some bushes that form a strip of thicket running along the roadside. "Now, what air it?" asks Woodley of the coon hunter, with whom he is well acquainted, having often met him in his midnight rambles.
"Mass Woodley, you want know who kill Mass Charles Clancy?"
"Why, Bill, that's the very thing we're all talking about and trying to find out. In course, we want to know, but who's to tell us?"
"This nigger do dat."
"Air ye in earnest, Bill?"
"So much in earnest, I hain't got no chance get sleep till I make clean breast ob de secret. De old woman neither. No, Mass Woodley. Phoebe, she no let me rest till I do dat same. She say it am de duty ob a Christian man. and as you know, we both belong to the Methodists. Therefore, I now tell ye, the man who killed Charles Clancy was my own master, the young'un, Dick.
Bill, are you sure o' what you say?
So sure I can swear as the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
But what proof have ye?
Proof? I most seed it with my own eyes. If I didn't see, I heard it with my ears.
By the tarnal, this looks like clar evidence at last. Tell me, Bill, all that you seed and what you hearn.
Yeah, Mass Woodley, I tell you everything. All the circumstances connected with the case.
In 10 minutes, after Simeon Woodley is made acquainted with everything the coon hunter knows, the latter, having given him full details of all that occurred on that occasion, when his coon chase was brought to such an unsatisfactory termination, to the backwoodsman it brings no surprise. He has already arrived at a fixed conclusion, and Bill's revelation is in correspondence with it. On hearing it, he but says, "While running off, your master let fall a letter, did he? You picked it up, Bill? You've got it?"
Here's that identical document.
The Negro hands over the epistle, the photograph inside. "All right, Bill, I reckon this ought to make things tolerably clar. Now, what do you want me to do for yourself?"
Law, Mass Woodley, you knows best. I's needn't tell ye. That old Ephraim Dark here, wha this nigger's been and gone and dud, the life of bold Blue Bill wouldn't be worth an old coonskin. No, not so much as a corn shuck. I's get the cowhide every hour of the day and the night too. I's get flogged to death. Satin shoe.
"You're right there, I reckon," rejoins the hunter, then continues reflectingly. "Yes, you'd be sarved putty severe. If they war to know't, wall they mustn't be, and won't. So much I can promise you, Bill. Your evidence won't count for nothing in a law court, nohow. Therefore, we won't bring you forward. So don't be scared. I guess we shan't want no more testimony, as there ain't like to be any cross-questioning lawyers in this case. Now, do you slip back into your quarters and give yourself no further concern. I'll see you don't get into any trouble. May I be damned if you do." With this emphatic promise, the old bear hunter separates from the less pretentious votary of the chase. As he does so, giving the latter a squeeze of the hand, which tells him he may go back in confidence to the Negro quarter and sit or sleep by the side of his Phoebe without fear. End of chapter 27. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 28 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 28, To the Jail. With impatience, Judge Lynch and his jurors await the hunter's return. Before his leaving them, they had well nigh made up their minds to the verdict. All know it will be guilty, given unanimously. Woodley's temporary absence will not affect it, neither the longer time allowed them for deliberation. If this cause change, it will not be to modify, but make more fixed their determination. Still, others keep coming up. Like wildfire, the news has spread that the mother of the murdered man is herself stricken down. This, acting as a fresh stimulus to sympathy, brings back such of the searchers as had gone home, many starting from beds to which they had betaken themselves after the day's fatigue. It is past midnight, and the crowd collected around the cottage is greater than ever. As one after another arrives upon the ground, they step across the threshold, enter the chamber of death, and look upon the corpse, whose pale face seems to make mute appeal to them for justice. After gazing on it for an instant, their anger, with difficulty subdued in the solemn presence of death, each comes out muttering a resolve that there shall be justice and vengeance, many loudly vociferating it with the added emphasis of an oath. It does not need what Simeon Woodley has in store to incite them to action. Already they are sufficiently inflamed. The furor of the mob, with its mutually maddening effect gradually growing upon them, permeating their spirits, has reached the culminating point. Still do they preserve sufficient calmness to wait a little longer and hear what the hunter may have to say. They take it he's been called from them on some matter connected with the subject under consideration. At such a time, who would dare interrupt their deliberations for any trivial purpose? Although none of them has recognized Blue Bill's voice, they know it to have been that of a negro. This, however, is no reason why he should not have made some communication likely to throw new light on the affair. So, on Woodley's return, once more gathering around him, they demand to hear what it is. He tells all that has been imparted to him, but without making known the name of his informant, or in any way compromising the brave fellow with a black skin, who has risked life itself by making disclosure of the truth. To him the old hunter refers in a slight but significant manner. Comprehending, no one presses for more minute explanation. "He as says all that," Woodley continues, after stating the circumstances communicated by the coon hunter, "has guv me the letter dropped by Dick Darke, which, as I've told ye, he picked up. Here air the thing itself. Prehaps it may let some new light into the matter. I guess ye'll all agree with me. It's clar enough already." They all do agree. A dozen voices have declared, are still declaring. One now cries out, "What need to talk any more? Charley Clancy's been killed. He's been murdered. And Dick Darke's the man that did it." It's not from any lack of convincing evidence, but rather a feeling of curiosity that prompts them to call for the reading of the letter, which the hunter now holds conspicuously in his hand. Its contents may have no bearing upon the case. Still, it can be no harm to know what they are. "You read it, Henry Spence. You're a scholart, and I ain't," says Woodley, handing the letter over to a young fellow of learned look, the schoolmaster of the settlement. Spence, stepping close up to the porch, into which someone has carried a candle, and holding the letter before the light, first reads the superscription, which, as he informs them, is in a lady's handwriting. "To Charley Clancy it is. Charles Clancy." Half a dozen voices pronounce the name, all in a similar tone, that of surprise. One interrogates, "Was that letter dropped by Dick Darke?" "It was," responds Woodley, to whom the question is addressed. "Have patience, boys," puts in the planter, who represents Justice Lynch. "Don't interrupt till we hear what's in it." They take the hint and remain silent. But when the envelope is laid open and a photograph drawn out, showing the portrait of a young lady recognized by all as a likeness of Helen Armstrong, there is a fresh outburst of exclamations which betoken increased surprise. This stronger still after Spence reads out the inscript upon the picture: "Helen Armstrong, for whom she loves." The letter is addressed to Charles Clancy. To him the photograph must have been sent. A love affair between Miss Armstrong and the man who has been murdered. A new revelation to all, startling as pertinent to the case. "Go on, Spence. Give us the contents of the letter," demands an impatient voice. "Yes, give them," adds another. "I reckon we're on the right track now." The epistle is taken out of the envelope. The schoolmaster, unfolding it, reads aloud. "Dear Charles, when we last met under the magnolia, you asked me a question. I told you I would answer it in writing. I now keep my promise, and you will find the answer underneath my own very imperfect image, which I herewith send enclosed. Papa has finally fixed the day of our departure from the old home. On Tuesday next, we are to set out in search of a new one. Will it ever be as dear as that we are leaving behind? The answer will depend upon, need I say whom? After reading what I have written upon the card, surely you can guess. There, I've confessed all woman can, could, or should. In 6 little words, I've made over to you my heart. Accept them as its surrender. And now, Charles, to speak of things prosaic, as in this hard world we are too oft constrained to do. On Tuesday morning, at a very early hour, I believe, a boat will leave Natchez, bound up the Red River. Upon it we travel as far as Nacogdoches, there to remain for some time, while Papa is completing preparations for our farther transport into Texas. I'm not certain what part of the Lone Star State he will select for our future home. He speaks of a place upon some branch of the Colorado River, said to be a beautiful country, which you, having been out there, will know all about. In any case, we are to remain for a time, a month or more, in Nacogdoches, and there, Carlos mio, I need not tell you, there is a post office for receiving letters, as also for delivering them. Mind, I say for delivering them. Before we leave for the far frontier, where there may be neither post office nor post, I shall write you full particulars about our intended location, with directions how to reach it. Need I be very minute? Or can I promise myself that your wonderful skill as a tracker, of which we've heard, will enable you to discover it? They say love is blind. I hope yours will not be so, else you may fail in finding the way to your sweetheart in the wilderness. How I go on talking, or rather writing, things I intended to say to you at our next meeting under the magnolia. Our magnolia. Sad thought this, tagged to a pleasant expectation, for it must be our last interview under the dear old tree, our last anywhere, until we come together again in Texas, perhaps on some prairie where there are no trees. Well, we shall then meet, I hope, never more to part, and in the open daylight, with no need either of night or tree shadows to conceal us. I'm sure Father, humbled as he now is, will no longer object. Dear Charles, I don't think he would have done so at any time but for his reverses. They made him think of never mind what. I shall tell you all under the magnolia. And now, master mine, this makes you so. Be punctual. Monday night, and 10 o'clock the old hour. Remember that the morning after I shall be gone, long before the wildwood songsters are singing their reveille to awake you. Jewel will drop this into our tree post office this evening, Saturday. As you've told me, you go there every day. You'll be sure of getting it in time. And once more I may listen to your flattery, as when you quoted the words of the old song, making me promise to come, saying you would show the night flowers their queen. Ah, Charles, how easy to keep that promise! How sweet the flattery was, is, and ever will be, to yours, Helen Armstrong. And that letter was found on Dick Darke, questions a voice as soon as the reading has come to an end.
It were dropped by him,
answers Woodley,
and therefore you may say it were found on him.
You're sure of that, Simeon Woodley?
Well, a man can't be sure of a thing unless he sees it. I didn't see it myself with my own eyes. For all that, I've had proof clar enough to convince me, and I'm ready to stand at the back of it.
Damn the letter, exclaims one of the impatient ones who has already spoken in similar strain. The picture, too. Don't mistake me, boys. I ain't referring either to the young lady as wrote it, nor him she wrote to. I only mean that neither letter nor picture are needed to prove what we're all wanting to know, and do know. They aren't no warrant required. To my mind, from the fust go off, nothing can be clarer than that Charlie Clancy has been killed, excepting as to who killed him. Murdered him, if you will, for that's what's been done. Is there a man on the ground who can't call out the murderer? The interrogatory is answered by a unanimous negative, followed by the name Dick Darke, and along with the answer commences a movement throughout the crowd, a scattering with threats heard, some muttered, some spoken aloud, while men are observed looking to their guns and striding towards their horses, as they do so, saying sternly, "To the jail!" In 10 minutes, after both men and horses are in motion, along the road between Clancy's cottage and the county town, they form a phalanx, if not regular in line of march, terribly imposing in aspect. Could Richard Darke, from inside the cell where he is confined, but see that approaching cavalcade, hear the conversation of those who compose it, and witness their angry gesticulations, he would shake in his shoes, with trembling worse than any ague that ever followed fever. End of chapter 28. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 29 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 29. A Scheme of Colonization. About 200 miles from the mouth of Red River, the Red of Louisiana, stands the town of Natchitoches. The name is Indian and pronounced as if written Natchitoches. Though never a populous place, it is one of peculiar interest historically and etymologically, dating from the earliest days of French and Spanish colonization on the lower Mississippi. It has at different periods been in possession of both these nations, finally falling to the United States at the transfer of the Louisiana Territory by Napoleon Bonaparte. Hence, around its history is woven much of romantic interest, while from the same cause its population, composed of many various nationalities, with their distinctive physical types and idiosyncrasies of custom, offers to the eye of the stranger a picturesqueness unknown to northern towns. Placed on a projecting bluff of the river's bank, its painted wooden houses, a French Creole fashion, with piazzas and high-pitched roofs, its trottoirs brick-paved and shaded by trees of subtropical foliage, among them the odoriferous magnolia and Melia Azadarac, or Pride of China, these in places completely arcading the street. Natchitoches has the orthodox aspect of a rus in orbe or urbs in rure, whichever way you wish it. Its porticos entwined with parasites. Here and there show stretches of trellis, along which meander the cord-like tendrils of begonias, aristolochias, and orchids, the flowers of which, drooping over windows and doorways, shut out the too garish sunlight, while filling the air with fragrance. Among these were tiny hummingbirds, buzz humble bees almost as big, while butterflies bigger than either lazily flout and flap about on soft silent wing. Such sights greet you at every turning as you make promenade through the streets of Natchitoches. And there are others equally gratifying. Within these same trellised verandas you may observe young girls of graceful mien, elegantly apparelled, lounging on cane rocking chairs, or perhaps peering coyly through the half-closed jalousies, their eyes invariably dark brown or coal black, the marble forehead above surmounted with a chevelure in hue resembling the plumage of the raven. For most of these demoiselles are descended from the old colonists of the two Latinic races, not a few with some admixture of African or Indian. The flaxen hair, blue eyes, and blonde complexion of the Northland are only exceptional appearances in the town of Natchitoches. Meet these same young ladies in the street, it is the custom and comme il faut to take off your hat and make a bow. Every man who claims to be a gentleman does this deference, while every woman with a white skin expects it. On whichever side the privilege may be supposed to lie, it is certainly denied to none. The humblest shop clerk or artisan, even the dray driver, may thus make obeisance to the proudest and daintiest damsel who treads the trottoirs of Natchitoches. It gives no right of converse, nor the slightest claim to acquaintanceship, a mere formality of politeness, and to presume carrying it further would not only be deemed a rudeness, but instantly, perhaps very seriously, resented. Such is the polished town to which the Belle of Natchez has brought Colonel Armstrong with his belongings, and from which he intends taking final departure for Texas. The Lone Star State lies a little beyond, the Sabine River forming the boundary line. But from earliest time of Texan settlement of the northeastern side, Natchitoches has been the place of ultimate outfit and departure. Here the ex-Mississippian planter has made halt, and purposes to remain for a much longer time than originally intended. For a far grander scheme of migration than that he started out with is now in his mind. Born upon the Belle of Natchez, it has been gradually developing itself during the remainder of the voyage, and is now complete, at least as to general design. It has not originated with Archibald Armstrong himself, but one whom he is soon to call son-in-law. The young Creole, Dupree, entranced with love, has nevertheless not permitted its delirium to destroy all ideas of other kind. Rather has it re-inspired him with one already conceived, but which for some time has been in abeyance. He, too, has been casting thoughts towards Texas, with a view to migrating thither. Of late traveling in Europe, more particularly in France, with some of whose noblest families he holds relationship, he has there been smitten with a grand idea, dictated by a spirit of ambition. In Louisiana, he is only a planter among planters, and though a rich one, is still not satisfied either with the number of his Negroes or the area of his acres. In Texas, where land is comparatively low-priced, he has conceived a project of colonization on an extended scale. In short, the founding of a sort of transatlantic seigneurie. For some months has this ambitious dream been brooding in his brain, and now meeting the Mississippian planter aboard the boat and learning the latter's intentions, this and the more tender liens late established between them have determined Louis Dupree to make his dream a reality, and become one of the migrating party. He will sell his Louisiana houses and lands, but not his slaves. These can be taken to Texas. Scarce necessary to say that, on thus declaring himself, he becomes the real chief of the proposed settlement, whether showing conspicuously in front or remaining obscurely in the rear. The capitalist controls all, and Dupree is this. Still, though virtually the controlling spirit, apparently the power remains in the hands of Colonel Armstrong. The young Creole wishes it to appear so. He has no jealousy of him, who is soon to be his second father. Besides, there is another and substantial reason why Colonel Armstrong should assume the chieftainship of the proposed expedition. Though reduced in circumstances, the ex-Mississippian planter is held in high respect. His character commands it, while his name, known throughout all the Southwest, will be sure to draw around and rally under his standard some of those strong, stalwart men of the backwoods, equally apt with axe and rifle, without whom no settlement on the far frontier of Texas would stand a chance of either security or success. For it is to the far frontier they purpose going, where land can be got at government prices, and where they intend to purchase it not by the acre, but in square miles, in leagues. Such is Dupree's design, easy of execution with the capital he can command after disposing of his Red River plantation. And within a week after his arrival at Natchitoches, he has disposed of it, signed the deed of delivery, and received the money, an immense sum, notwithstanding the sacrifice of a sale requiring quick dispatch. On the transfer being completed, the Creole holds in hand a cash capital of $200,000. In those days sufficient not only for the purchase of a large tract of territory, but enough to make the dream of a seigneurial estate appear a possible reality. Not much of the future is he reflecting upon now. If at times he cast a chance thought towards it, it may be to picture to himself how his blonde beauty will look as Lady Suzeraine Chatelaine of the castle to be erected in Texas. In his fancy, no doubt, he figures her as the handsomest creature that ever carried keys at her belt. If these fancies of the future are sweet, the facts of the present are even more so. During their sojourn in Natchitoches, the life of Louis Dupree and Jessie Armstrong is almost a continuous chapter of amorous converse and dalliance. Left hands mutually clasped, right ones around waists, or playing with curls and tresses, lips at intervals meeting in a touch that intoxicates the soul, the delicious drunkenness of love, from which no one need ever wish to get sober. End of chapter 29. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 30 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 30. News from Natchez. While thus pleasantly passed the days with Colonel Armstrong's younger daughter, to the elder they are drear and dark. No love lights up the path of her life, no sun shines upon it, nothing save shadows and clouds. More than a week has elapsed since the arrival in Natchitoches, and for much of this time she has been left alone. Love, reputed a generous passion, is of all the most selfish. Kind to its own chosen, to others it can be cruel, often is, when the open exhibition of its fervid zeal recalls the cold neglect, it may be, making their misery. Not that Jessie Armstrong is insensible to the sufferings of her sister. On the contrary, she feels for all that sisters can, on occasion tries to comfort her by words such as she has already spoken, beseeching her to forget, to pluck the poison from out her heart. Easy to counsel thus, for one in whose heart there is no poison, instead a honeyed sweetness, almost seraphic. She who this enjoys can ill understand the opposite, and Jessie, benighted with her own bliss, gives less thought to the unhappiness of Helen, even less than she might were it more known to her. For the proud elder sister keeps her sorrow to herself, is chewing sympathy, and scarce ever recurring to the past. On her side the younger rarely refers to it. She knows it would cause pain, though once a reference to it has been given to herself, when Helen explains to her the mystery of that midnight plunge into the river. This shortly after its occurrence, soon as she herself came to a clear comprehension of it. It was no mystery after all. The face seen among the cypress tops was but the fancy of an overwrought brain, while the spectral arms were the forking tines of a branch, which, catching upon the boat, in rebound had caught Helen Armstrong, first raising her aloft, then letting her drop out of their innocent, but withal dangerous embrace. An explanation more pleasing to Jessie than she cared to let Helen know, since it gave the assurance that her sister had no thought of self-destruction. She is further comforted by the reflection that Helen has no need to repine, and the hope that it may not be for long. Some other and truer love will replace the lost false one, and she will soon forget his falsehood. So reasoned the happy heart. Indeed, judging by what she sees, Jessie Armstrong may well come to this conclusion. Already around her sister's circle new suitors, a host seeking her hand. Among them the best blood of which the neighbourhood can boast. There are planters, lawyers, members of the State Assembly, one of the General Congress, and military men, young officers stationed at Fort Jessup, higher up the river, who, forsaking the lonely post, occasionally come down on a day's furlough to enjoy the delights of town life, and dip a little into its dissipations. Before Helen Armstrong had been 2 weeks in Natchitoches, she becomes what for over 2 years she has been in Natchez, its belle. The Bloods toast her to the drinking bar, and talk of her over the billiard table, some of them too much for their safety, since already 2 or 3 duels have occurred on her account, fortunately without fatal termination. Not that she has given any of them cause to stand forth as her champion, for not one can boast of having been favoured, even with a smile. On the contrary, she has met their approaches, if not frowningly, at least with denying indifference. All suspect there is an underrongeur, a worm eating at her heart, that she suffers from a passion of the past. This does not dismay her Natchitoches adorers, nor hinders them from continuing their adoration. On the contrary, it deepens it, her indifference only attracting them, her very coldness setting their hot southern hearts aflame, maddening them all the more. She is not unconscious of the admiration thus excited. If she were, she would not be a woman, but also, because being a true woman, she has no care for and does not accept it. Instead of oft showing herself in society to receive homage and hearing flattering speeches, she stays almost constantly within her chamber, a little sitting room in the hotel, appropriate to herself and sister. For reasons already known, she is often deprived of her sister's company, having to content herself with that of her mulatto maid, a companion who can well sympathize. For Jewel, like herself, has a canker at the heart. The yellow girl, on leaving Mississippi State, has also left a lover behind. True, not one who has proved false, far from it, but one who every day, every hour of his life, is in danger of losing it. Jupe she supposes to be still safe within the recess of the cypress swamp, but cannot tell how long this security may continue. If taken, she may never see him more, and can only think of his receiving some terrible chastisement. But she is sustained by the reflection that her Jupiter is a brave fellow, and crafty as courageous, by the hope he will yet get away from that horrid hiding place, and rejoin her in a land where the dogs of Dick Darke can no more scent or assail him. Whatever may be the fate of the fugitive, she is sure of his devotion to herself, and this hinders her from despairing. She is almost as much alarmed about her young mistress, whom she sees grieving day by day, evidently sinking under some secret sorrow. To her it is not much of a secret. She more than guesses at the cause. In truth, knows it, as it is known to that mistress herself. For the wench can read, and made the messenger of that correspondence carried on clandestinely. Strange, if, herself a woman, she should not surmise many things beyond what could be gleaned from the superscription on the exchanged epistles. She has surmised, but, like her mistress, something wide away from the reality. No wonder at her being surprised at what she sees in the Natchez newspaper, brought to the hotel from a boat just arrived at Natchitoches. Something concerning Charles Clancy, very different from that suspected of him. She stays not to consider what impression it may produce on the mind of the young lady. Unpleasant, no doubt, but a woman's instinct whispers the maid, it will not be worse than the agony her mistress is now enduring. Entering the chamber where the latter is alone, she places the paper in her hands, saying, "Missy Helen, here's a newspaper from Natchez, brought by boat just arrived. There's something in it, I think, will be news to you. Sad, too." Helen Armstrong stretches forth her hand and takes hold of the sheet. Her fingers tremble, closing upon it her whole frame, as she searches through its columns. At the same time her eyes glow, burn, almost blaze, with the wild unnatural light. An expression telling of jealousy roused, rekindled in a last spurt of desperation. Among the marriage notices she expects to see that of Charles Clancy with a Creole girl, whose name is unknown to her. It will be the latest chapter, climax and culminating point, of his perfidy. Who could describe this sudden revulsion of thought? What pen depict the horror that sweeps through her soul, or pencil portray the expression of her countenance, as, with eyes glaring aghast, she rests them on a large type heading, in which is the name Charles Clancy? For the paragraph underneath tells not of his marriage, but his murder. Not the climax of his perfidy as expected, but of her suffering. Her bosom, late burning with indignant jealousy, is now the prey of a very different passion. Letting the paper fall to the floor, she sinks back into her chair, her heart audibly beating, threatening to beat no more. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 31. Spectres in the Street. Colonel Armstrong is staying at the Planter's House, the chief hotel in the town of Natchitoches. Not a very grand establishment, nevertheless. Compared with such a pricely hostelry as the Langdon of London, it would be a peasant's hut to a palace. Withal in every way comfortable, and what it may lack in architectural style is made up in natural adornment, a fine effect produced by trees surrounding and overshading it. A hotel in the true southern state type, weatherboard walls, painted chalk white, with green Venetian shutters to the windows, a raised veranda, the piazza running all around it, a portion of this usually occupied by gentlemen in white linen coats, sky blue cottonade pants, and Panama hats, who drink mink juleps all day long, while another portion, furnished with cane-rocking chairs, presents a certain air of exclusiveness, which tells of its being taboo to the sterner sect, or more particularly meant for ladies. A pleasant snuggery this, giving a good view of the street, while its privacy is secured by a trellis, which extends between the supporting pillars, clustered with Virginia creepers and other plants trained to such service. A row of grand magnolias stands along the brick banquette wall in front, their broad, glabrous leaves effectively fending off the sun, while at the ladies' end 2 large Persian lilacs, rivaling the indigenous tree both in the beauty of their leaves and the fragrance of their flowers, waft delicious odours into the windows of the chambers adjacent, ever open. Orange trees grow contiguous, and so close to the verandah rail that one leaning over may pluck either their ripe golden globes, or white waxed like blossoms in all stages of expansion, these beautiful evergreens bearing fruit and flower at the same time. A pleasant place at all hours, this open-air boudoir, and none more enjoyable than at night, just after sunset, for then the hot atmosphere has cooled down, and the soft southern breeze coming up from the bosom of the river stirs the leaves of the lilacs into gentle rustling, and shakes their flower spikes, scattering sweet incense around. Then the light from the street lamps and house windows, gleaming through the foliage, mingles with that of the fireflies, crossing and scintillating like sparks in a pyrotechnic display. Then the tree crickets have commenced their continuous trill, a sound by no means disagreeable. If it were, there is a compensation in the song of the mock-bird, that, perched upon the top of some tall tree, makes the night cheerful with its ever-changing notes. Sometimes there are other sounds in this shady retreat still more congenial to the ears of those who hear them. Oft it is tenanted by dark-eyed demoiselles and their Creole cavaliers, who converse in the low whisperings of love, to them far sweeter than songs of thrush or note of nightingale. Words speaking the surrender of a heart, and others signifying its acceptance. To-night there is nothing of this within the vine trellised veranda, for only 2 individuals occupy it, both ladies. By the light of the street lamps and open casements, from moonbeams shining through the lilac leaves, from fireflies hovering and shouting about, it can be seen that both are young and both beautiful, of 2 different types, dark and fair, for they are the 2 daughters of Archibald Armstrong. As said, they are alone, nor man nor woman near. There have been others of both sexes, but all have gone inside, most to retire for the night, now getting late. Colonel Armstrong is not in the hotel, nor Dupre. Both are abroad on the business of their colonizing scheme. About this everything has been arranged, even to the selection of the place. A Texan land speculator, who holds a large grant upon the San Saba River, opportunely chances to be in Natchitoches at the time. It is a tract of territory surrounding, and formerly belonging to, an old mission by the monks, long ago abandoned. Dupre has purchased it, and all now remaining to be done is to complete the make-up of the migrating party, and start off to take possession. Busied with these preparations, the young Creole and his future father-in-law are out to a later hour than usual, which accounts for the ladies being left alone. Otherwise, one, at least, would not be long left to herself. If within the hotel, Dupre would certainly be by the side of his Jessie. The girls are together, standing by the baluster rail, with eyes bent upon the street. They have been conversing, but have ceased. As usual, the younger has been trying to cheer the elder, still sad, though now from a far different cause. The pain at her heart is no longer that of jealousy, but pure grief, with an admixture of remorse. The Natchez newspaper has caused this change. What she read there, clearing Clancy of all treason, leaving herself guilty for having suspected him. But oh, such an éclaircissement, obtained at the expense of a life dear to her as her own. Dearer now she knows he is dead. The newspaper has furnished but a meagre account of the murder. It bears date but 2 days subsequent, and must have been issued subsequent to Mrs. Clancy's death, as it speaks of this event having occurred. It would be out at an early hour that same morning. In epitome its account is, that a man is missing, supposed to be murdered, by name Charles Clancy. The search is being made for his body, not yet found. That the son of the well-known planter, Ephraim Darkey, himself called Richard, has been arrested on suspicion, and lodged in the county jail, and, just as the paper is going to press, it has received the additional intelligence that the mother of the murdered man has succumbed to the shock, and followed her unfortunate son to the bourne from which no traveller returns. The report is in the flowery phraseology usually indulged in by the southwestern journals. It is accompanied by comments and conjectures as to the motive of the crime. Among these Helen Armstrong has read her own name, with the contents of that letter addressed to Clancy, but proved to have been in the possession of Darkey, though given only in epitome. For the editor confesses not to have seen the epistle, but only had account of it from him who furnished the report. Still, to Helen Armstrong is the thing painfully compromising. All the world will now know the relations that existed between her and Charles Clancy. What would she care were he alive, and what need she, now he is dead? She does not care. No. It is not this that afflicts her. Could she but bring him to life again, she would laugh the world to scorn, brave the frowns of her father, to prove herself a true woman by being the wife of him her heart has chosen for a husband. It cannot be. He is dead, gone, lost forever. She runs her reflections as she stands in the silence by her sister's side, their conversation for the time suspended. Oppressed by their painfulness, she retires a seat, and sinks down into one of the chairs, not to escape the bitter thoughts, for she cannot, but to brood on them alone. Jessie remains with hands rested on the rail, gazing down into the street. She is looking for her Louis, who should now soon be returning to the hotel. People are passing, some in leisurely promenade, others in hurried step, telling of early habits and a desire to get home. One catching her eye causes her to tremble, one for whom she has a feeling of fear, or rather repulsion. A man of large stature is seen loitering under the shadow of a tree, and looking at her as though he would devour her. Even in his figure there is an expression of sinister and slouching brutality. Still more on his face, visible by the light of a lamp which beams over the entrance door of the hotel. The young girl does not stay to scrutinize it, but shrinking back, cowers by the side of her sister. "What's the matter, Jess?" asks Helen, observing her frayed aspect, and in turn becoming the supporter. "You've seen something to vex you, something of Louis." "No, no, Helen, not him." "Who then?" "Oh, sister, a man fearful to look at, a great rough fellow, ugly enough to frighten anyone. I've met him several times when out walking, and every time it's made me shudder." "Has he been rude to you?" "Not exactly rude, though something like it. He stares at me in a strange way, and such horrid eyes. They're hollow, ghoulish like an alligator's. I'd have half a mind to tell father or Louis about it, but I know Louis would go wild and want to kill the big brute. I saw him just now, standing on the sidewalk close by. No doubt he's there still. Let me have a look at those alligator eyes." The fearless elder sister, defiant from very despair, steps out to the rail, and leaning over, looks along the street. She sees men passing, but no one who answers to the description given. There is one standing under a tree, but not in the place of which Jessie has spoken. He is on the opposite side of the street. Neither is he a man of a large size, but rather short and slight, in shadow, however, and she cannot be sure of this. At the moment he moves off, and his gait attracts her attention, then his figure, and finally his face, as the last comes under the lamplight. They attract and fix it, sending a cold shiver through her frame. It was a fancy, her thinking she saw Charles Clancy among the tree tops. It is a like delusion that now shows her his assassin in the streets of Natchitoches. No, it cannot be. It is a reality. Assuredly the man moving off is Richard Darke. She has it on her tongue to cry "murderer," and raise a hue and cry, but cannot. She feels paralysed, fascinated, and stands speechless, not stirring, scarce breathing, thus till the assassin is out of sight. Then she totters back to the side of her sister, to tell her in trembling accents how she, too, has been frayed by a spectre in the street. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 32. The Choctaw Chief. You'll excuse me, stranger, for interrupting you in the reading of your newspaper. I like to see men in the way of acquiring knowledge, but we're all of us here going to liquor up. Won't you join? The invitation, brusquely, if not uncourteously, extended, comes from a man of middle age, in height of at least 6'3", without reckoning the thick soles of his bull-skin boots, the tops of which rise several inches above the knee. A personage raw-boned and of rough exterior, wearing a red blanket coat, his trousers tucked into an aforesaid boots, with a leather belt buckled around his waist, under the coat, but over the haft of a bowie knife, alongside which peeps out the butt of a Colt revolving pistol. In correspondence with his clothing and equipment, he shows a cutthroat countenance, typical of state penitentiary, cheeks bloated as from excessive indulgence in drink, eyes watery and somewhat bloodshot, lips thick and sensual, with a nose set obliquely, looked as if he had received hard treatment in some pugilistic encounter. His hair is of yellowish-grey colour, lighter in tint upon the eyebrows. There is none either on his lips or jaws, nor yet upon his thick hog-like throat, which looks as if some day it may need something stiffer than a beard to protect it from the hemp of the hangman. He, to whom the invitation had been extended, is of quite a different appearance. In age, a little over half that of the individual who had addressed him. Complexion dark and cadaverous, the cheeks hollow and haggard as from sleepless anxiety, the upper lips showing two elongated bluish blotches, the stub of moustaches recently removed, the eyes coal black, with sinister glances set in suspicious furtiveness from under a broad hand brim pulled down low over the brow. The figure fairly shaped, but with garments coarse and clumsily fitting, too ample both for body and limb, as if extended to conceal rather than show them to advantage. A practised detective, after scanning this individual, taking note of his habiliments, with the hat and his manner of wearing it, would pronounce him a person dressed in disguise. This, for some good reason, adopted. A suspicion of the kind appears to be in the mind of the rough Hercules who has invited him to liquor up, though he is no detective. "Thank you," rejoins the young fellow, lowering the newspaper to his knee and raising the rim of his hat as little as possible. "I've just had a drain. I hope you'll excuse me." "Damned if we do. Not this time, stranger. The rule of this tavern is, that all in its bar takes a smile together, leastwise at first meeting. So saying, what's the name of your tipple?" "Oh, in that case I'm agreeable," assents the newspaper reader, laying aside his reluctance, and along with it the paper, at the same time rising to his feet. Then stepping up to the bar, he adds, in a tone of apparent frankness, "Phil Quantrell ain't the man to back out where there's glasses going. But, gentlemen, as I am a stranger in this crowd, I hope you'll let me pay for the drinks." The men thus addressed as gentlemen are 7 or 8 in number, not one of whom, from outward seeming, could lay claim to the epithet. So far as this goes, they are all of a sort with the brutal-looking bully in the blanket coat who commenced the conversation. Did Phil Quantrell address them as blackguards, he would be much nearer the mark. Villainous scoundrels they appeared, every one of them, though of different degrees, judging by their countenances, and with like variety in their costumes. "No, no," responded several, determined to show themselves gentlemen in generosity. "No stranger can stand treat here. You must drink with us, Mr. Quantrell." "This score's mine," proclaims the first spokesman, in an authoritative voice. "After that, anybody as likes may stand treat. Come, Johnny, trot out the stuff. Brandy smash for me." The barkeeper, thus appealed to, as repulsive looking as any of the party upon whom he is called to wait, with that dexterity peculiar to his craft, soon furnishes the counter with bottles and decanters containing several sources of liquors, after which he arranges a row of tumblers alongside, corresponding to the number of those designing to drink. As soon as they are all drinking, each the mixture most agreeable to his palate, it is a scene of everyday occurrence, every hour, almost every minute, in a hotel bar-room of the southern United States, the only peculiarity in this case being that the Natchitoches Tavern in which it takes place is very different from the ordinary village inn or roadside hotel. It stands upon the outskirts of the town in a suburb known as the Indian Quarter, sometimes also called Spanish Town, both names having reference to the fact that some queer little shanties around are inhabited by pure-blooded Indians and half-breeds, with poor whites of Spanish extraction. These last, the degenerate descendants of heroic soldiers who originally established the settlement. The tavern itself, bearing an old weather-washed swing sign on which is depicted an Indian in full war paint, is known as the Choctaw Chief, and is kept by a man supposed to be a Mexican, but who may be anything else, having for his barkeeper the aforementioned Johnny, a personage supposed to be an Irishman, though of like dubious nationality as his employer. The Choctaw Chief takes in travellers, giving them bed, board, and lodging, without asking them any questions, beyond a demand of payment before they have either eaten or slept under its roof. It usually has a goodly number, and of a peculiar kind, strange both in aspect and manners, no one knowing whence they come, or whither bent when taking their departure. As the house stands out of the ordinary path of the town promenaders, in an outskirt scarce ever visited by respectable people, no one cares to inquire into the character of its guests, or aught else relating to it. To those who chance to stray in its direction, it is known as a sort of cheap hostelry, that gives shelter to all sorts of odd customers, hunters, trappers, small Indian traders, returned from an expedition on the prairies. Along with these, such travellers are without the means to stop at the more pretentious inns of the village, or having the means, prefer for reasons of their own, to put up at the Choctaw Chief. Such is the reputation of the hostelry before whose drinking bar stands Phil Quantrell, so calling himself, with the men to whose boon companionship he has been so unceremoniously introduced, as declared by his introducer, according to the custom of the establishment. The first drink swallowed, Quantrell calls for another round, and then a third is ordered by someone else who pays or promises to pay for it. A fourth smile is insisted upon by another someone who announces himself ready to stand treat. All the liquor, up to this time consumed, being either cheap brandy or rot-gut whiskey. Quantrell, now pleasantly convivial, and acting under the generous impulse the drink has produced, sings out champagne, a wine which the poorest tavern in the southern states, even the Choctaw Chief, can plentifully supply. After this choice vintage of France, or its gooseberry counterfeit, flows feebly, Johnny with gleeful alacrity stripping off the leaden capsules, twisting the wires, and letting pop the corks. For the stranger guest has taken a wallet from his pocket, which all can perceive to be chock full of gold eagles, some reflecting upon, but saying nothing about. The singular contrast between this plethoric purse and the coarse coat of whose pocket it is pulled. After all, not much in this. Within the wooden walls of the Choctaw Chief there have been seen many contrasts quite as curious. Neither its hybrid landlord, nor his barkeeper, nor his guests are addicted to take note, or, at all events, make remarks upon circumstances which elsewhere would seem singular. Still, is there any one among the roistering crowd who does not note this, as also other acts done and sayings spoken by Phil Quantrell in his cups? It is the Colossus who has introduced him to the jovial company, and who still sticks to him as chaperone. Some of this man's associates, who appear on familiar footing, call him Jim Borlasse. Others, less free, address him as Mr. Borlasse, while still others, at intervals, as if by a slip of the tongue, give him the title Captain. Jim, Mr., or Captain Borlasse, whichever the designation he deserve. Throughout the whole debauch, keeps his bloodshot eyes bent upon their new acquaintance, noting his every movement. His ears, too, are strained to catch every word Quantrell utters, weighing its import. For all, he neither says nor does aught to tell of his being thus attentive to the stranger. At first his guest, but now a spendthrift host to himself and his party. While the champagne is being freely quaffed, of course there is much conversation, and on many subjects, but one is special, seeming more than all others to engross the attention of the roisters under the roof of the Choctaw Chief. It is the murder that has been committed in the state of Mississippi near the town of Natchez, an account of which has just appeared in the local journal of Natchitoches. The paper is lying on the barroom table, and all of them who can read have already made themselves acquainted with the particulars of the crime. Those whose scholarship does not attend so far have learned at second hand from their better educated associates. The murdered man is called Clancy, Charles Clancy, while the murderer, or he under suspicion of being so, is named Richard Darkey, the son of Ephraim Darkey, a rich Mississippi planter. The paper gives further details that the body of the murdered man has not been found before the time of its going to press, though the evidence collected leaves no doubt of a foul deed having been done, adding that Darkey, the man accused of it, after being arrested and lodged in the county jail, has managed to make his escape, this through connivance of his jailer, who has also disappeared from the place. Just in time, pursues the report, to save the culprit's neck from a rope, made ready for him by the executioners of Justice Lynch, a party of whom had burst open the doors of the prison, only to find it untenanted. The paper likewise mentions the motive of the committal of the crime, at least as conjectured, given the name of the young lady, Miss Helen Armstrong, and speaking of a letter with her picture found upon the suspect assassin. It winds up by saying that no doubt both prisoner and jailer have GTT, gone to Texas, a phrase of frequent use in the southern states, applied to fugitives from justice. Then follows a copy of a proclamation from the state authorities offering a reward of $2,000 for the apprehension of Richard Darkey and $500 for Joe Harkness, this being the name of the conniving prison keeper. While the murder is being canvassed and discussed by the bon vivants in the barroom of the Choctaw Chief, a subject that seems to have a strange fascination for them, Borlasse, who has become elevated with the alcohol, though usually a man of taciturn habit, breaks out with an asseveration which causes surprise to all, even his intimate associates. "Damn the luck," he vociferates, bringing his fist down upon the counter till the decanters danced at the concussion. "I'd a given $100 to have been in the place of that fellow Darky, or whoever he is." "Why?" interrogate several of the confreres, in tones that express the different degrees of their familiarity with him questioned. "Why, Jim?" "Why, Mr. Borlasse?" "Why, Captain?" "Why?" echoes the man of many titles, again striking the counter and causing decanters and glasses to jingle. "Why? Because that Clancy, that same Clancy, is the skunk that, before a packed jury, half of them yeller-bellied Mexicans in the town of Nacogdoches, swore I stealed a horse from him. Not only swore it, but war believed, and got me, Jim Borlasse, tied for 24 hours to a post and whipped into the bargain. Yes, boys, whipped, and by a damn Mexican nigger under the orders of one of their constables, they called Algazils. I've got the mark of them lashes on me now, and can show them, if any of ye have a doubt about it. I ain't shamed to show them to you, fellows, as you've all got something of the same, I guess. But I'm burning mad to think that Charlie Clancy's escaped clear of the vengeance I'd sworn against him. I know he was coming back to Texas, him and his. That's what took him out there, and when I met him at Nacogdoches, I've been waiting and watching till he shed stray this way. Now it appears somebody has spoiled my plans, somebody of the name Richard Darky, and, while I envy this Dick Darky, I say damn him for doing it. Damn Dick Darky, damn him for doing it, they shout, till the walls re-echo their ribald blasphemy. The drinking debauch is continued till a late hour, Quantrell paying shot for the whole party. Maudlin as most of them have become, they still wonder that a man so shabbily dressed can command so much cash and coin. Some of them are not a little perplexed by it. Borlasse is less than any of his fellow tipplers. He has noted certain circumstances that give him a clue to the explanation. One, especially, which seems to make everything clear, as the stranger, calling himself Phil Quantrell, stands holding his glass in hand, his handkerchief employed to wipe the wine from his lips, and carelessly returned to his pocket, slips out and falls upon the floor. Borlasse, stooping, picks it up, but without restoring it to its owner. Instead, he retires to one side and, unobserved, makes himself acquainted with the name embroidered on its corner. When, at a later hour, the two sit together, drinking a last good-night draught, Borlasse places his lips close to the stranger's ear, whispering as if it were Satan himself who spoke. "Your name is not Philip Quantrell, 'tis Richard Darky." End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eli Barator, Chapel Hill, North Carolina. The Death Shot by Thomas Main Reed. Chapter 33, The Murderer Unmasked. A rattlesnake sounding its harsh skirr under the chair on which the stranger is sitting could not cause him to start up more abruptly than he does when Borlasse says, "Your name is not Philip Quantrell, 'tis Richard Dark." He first half rises to his feet, then sits down again, all the while trembling in such fashion that the wine goes over the edge of his glass, sprinkling the sanded floor. Fortunately for him, all the others have retired to their beds, it being now a very late hour of the night, near midnight. The drinking saloon of the Choctaw Chief is quite emptied of its guests. Even Johnny, the barkeeper, has gone kitchenwards to look after his supper. Only Borlasse witnesses the effect of his own speech, which, though but whispered, has proved so impressive. The speaker, on his side, shows no surprise. Throughout all the evening he has been taking the measure of his man, and has arrived at a clear comprehension of the case. He now knows he is in the company of Charles Clancy's assassin. The disguise which Dark has adopted, the mere shaving off mustaches and donning a dress of home-wove cottonade, the common wear of the Louisiana Creole, with slouch hat to correspond, is too flimsy to deceive Captain Jim Borlasse, himself accustomed to metamorphoses more ingenious. It is nothing new for him to meet a murderer fleeing from the scene of his crime, stealthily, disguisedly, making way toward that boundary line between the United States and Texas, the limit of executive justice. "Come, Quantrell," he says, raising his hand in a gesture of reassurance. "Don't waste the wine in that ridiculous fashion. You and me are alone, and I reckon we understand one another. If not, we soon will, the sooner by your putting on no nonsensical airs, but confessing the clear and candid truth. First, then, answer me this question. Air you or air you not Richard Darke? If ye air, don't be afeard to say so. No humbuggery. There's no need for it, and it won't do for Jim Borlasse." The stranger, trembling, hesitates to make reply. Only for a moment. He sees it will be of no use denying his identity. The man who has questioned him, of giant size and formidable aspect, notwithstanding the copious draughts he has swallowed, appears cool as a tombstone, and stern as an inquisitor. The bloodshot eyes look upon him with a leer that seems to say, "Tell me a lie, and I'm your enemy." At the same time, those eyes speak of friendship, such as may exist between two scoundrels equally steeped in crime. The murderer of Charles Clancy, now for many days and nights wandering the earth, a fugitive from foiled justice, taking untrodden paths, hiding in holes and corners, at length seeking shelter under the roof of the Choctaw Chief, because of its repute, sees he has reached a haven of safety. The volunteered confessions of Borlasse, the tale of his hostility to Clancy and its cause, inspire him with confidence about any revelations he may make in return. Beyond all doubt, his new acquaintance stands in mud, deep as himself. Without further hesitation, he says, "I am Richard Darke." "All right," is the rejoinder. "And now, Mr. Darke, let me tell you, I like your manly way of answering the question I've put ye. Same time, I may as well remark, 'twould have been all one if ye'd said no. This child hain't been hiding half of his life, count o' some little mistakes made at the beginning of it, not to know when a man's got into a similar fix. First day you showed your face inside the Choctaw Chief, I seed thar were something amiss, though in course I couldn't give the thing a name, much less know there that ugly word which begins with a M. This evening I acknowledge I were a bit put out, seeing you round thar by the planters, spying after one of them Armstrong girls, which of them I needn't say." Darke starts, saying mechanically, "You saw me?" "In course I did, being there myself on a like lay." "Well?" interrogates the other, feigning coolness. "Well, that, as I've said, some leetle bamboozled me. From your looks and ways since you first came here, I guess that the something wrong must be different from the love scrape. Sartin the man staying at the Choctaw Chief, sporting the cheap rig as you've got on, wa'n't likely to be aspiring to such dainty damsels as them. You'll give in yourself, it looked a little queer, didn't it?" "I don't know that it did," is the reply, pronounced doggedly, and in an assumed tone of devil-may-carishness. "You don't? Well, I thought so, up to the time of getting back to the tavern here, not many minutes after my meeting and asking you to join us in drinks. If you've any curiosity to know what changed my mind, I'll tell you." "What?" asked Darke, scarcely reflecting on his words. "That 'ere newspaper you were reading when I gave you the invite. I read it afore you did, and had ciphered out the whole thing. Putting 6 and 6 together, I could easy make the dozen. The same being, that one of the young ladies staying at the hotel is the Miss Helen Armstrong spoke of in the paper, and the man I observed watching her is Richard Darke, who killed Charles Clancy. Yourself! I won't deny it to you, Mr. Borlasse. I am Richard Darke. I did kill Charles Clancy, though I protest against its being said that I murdered him. Never mind that. Between friends, as I suppose we can now call ourselves, there need be no distinguishing of terms. Murder or manslaughter, it's all the same, when a man has a motive such as yourn. And when he's druv out of the pale of what they call society, and hunted from the settlements, he's not like to lose the respect of them who's been sarved the same way. Your being Richard Darke and having killed Charles Clancy in no ways makes you an enemy o' Jim Borlasse, except in your having robbed me of a revenge I'd sworn to take myself. Let that go now. I ain't angry, but only envious of you, for having the satisfaction of sending that skunk to Kingdom Come, without giving me the chance. And now, Mr. Darke, what do you intend doing? The question comes upon the assassin with a sobering effect. His copious potations have hitherto kept him from reflecting. Despite the thieve's confidence with which Borlasse has inspired him, this reference to his future brings up its darkness, with its dangers, and he pauses before making response. Without waiting for it, his questioner continues. If you've got no fixed plan of action, and will listen to the advice of a friend, I'd advise you to become one of us. One of you? What does that mean, Mr. Borlasse? Well, I can't tell you here, answers Borlasse in a subdued tone. Deserted as this barroom appear to be, it's got ears for all that. I see that curse, Johnny, sneaking about pretending to be looking after his supper. If he knew as much about you as I do, you'd be in limbo before you could get into your bed. I needn't tell you there's a reward offered, for you seed that yourself in the newspaper. $2,000 for you and $500 for the fellow as I've seed about along with you, and who I'd already figured up as being Jailer Joe Harkness. Johnny and a good many more would be glad to go halves with me for telling them only half of what I know now. I ain't gonna betray you. I've my reasons for that. After what's been said, I reckon you can trust me. I can, rejoins the assassin, heaving a sigh of relief. All right then, resumes Borlasse. We understand one another, but it won't do to stay palavering higher any longer. Let's go up to my bedroom. We'll be safe there, and I've got a bottle of whiskey, the best stuff for a nightcap. Over that we can talk things straight, without anyone having the chance to set them crooked. Come along. Darke, without protest, accepts the invitation. He dares not do otherwise. It sounds more like a command. The man extending it now has full control over him, can deliver him to justice, have him dragged to a jail. End of chapter 33. Recording by Eli Barator, Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
Chapter 34 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 34. Will you be one of us? Once inside the sleeping apartment, Borlasse shuts the door, points out a chair to his invited guest, and plants himself upon another. With the promised bottle of whiskey between them, he resumes speech. I've asked you, Quantrell, to be one of us. I've done it for your own good, as you ought to know without my telling ye. Well, you asked me in return what that means. Yes, I did, rejoins Darke, speaking without purpose. It means, then, continues Borlasse, taking a gulp out of his glass, that me and the others you've been drinking with are as good a set of fellows as ever lived, that we're a cheerful party you've seen for yourself. What passed this night ain't nowheres to the merry times we spend upon the prairies out in Texas, for it's in Texas we live. May I ask, Mr. Borlasse, what business you follow? Well, when we're engaged in regular business, it's mostly horse catching. We've roped wild horses, mustangs as they're called, and sometimes them that ain't just so wild. We bring 'em into the settlements for sale, for which reason we pass by the name of mustangers. Between whiles, when business isn't very brisk, we spend our time in some of the Texas towns, them that's well towards the Rio Grande, where there's a good sprinkling of Mexicans in the population. We've some rare time among the Mexican girls, I can assure you. You'll take Jim Borlasse's word for that, won't you? I have no cause to doubt it. Well, I needn't say no more, need I? I know, Quantrell, you're fond of a pretty face yourself, with slow black eyes in it. You'll see them among the Mexican senoritas, to your heart's content. Enough of them maybe to make you forget the pair as were late glancing at you out of the hotel gallery. Glancing at me, exclaims Darky, showing surprise not unmixed with alarm. Glancing at ye, straight construct. Them same eyes as inspires ye to do that little bit of shooting with Charlie Clancy for a target. You think she saw me? Asks the assassin with increasing uneasiness. Think? I'm sure of it. More than saw. She recognized ye. I could tell that from the way she shot back into the shadow. Did you not notice it yourself? No, rejoins Darky, the monosyllable issuing mechanically from his lips, while a shiver runs through his frame. His questioner, observing these signs, continues, Take my advice and come with us fellows to Texas. Before you're long there, the Mexican girls will make you stop moping about Miss Armstrong. After the first fandango you've been at, you won't care a straw for her. Believe me, you'll soon forget her. Never, exclaims Darky in the fervour of his passion, thwarted though it had been, forgetting the danger he is in. If that's your determination, returns Borlasse, and you've made up your mind to keep that sweetheart in sight, you won't be likely to live long. As sure as you're sitting there, afore breakfast time tomorrow morning, the town of Natchitoches, it'll be too hot to hold ye. Darky starts from his chair as if it had become too hot. Keep cool, Quantrell, counsels the Texan. No need for ye to be scared of what I'm saying. There's no great danger just yet. There might be if you were in that chair or this room 8 hours later. I won't be myself, not one. For I may as well tell ye that Jim Borlasse, same's yourself, has reasons for shifting quarters from the Choctaw Chief, and so, too, some of the fellows we've been drinking with. We'll all be out of this a good hour afore sun-up. Take a friend's advice and make tracks along with us, will you? Darky still hesitates to give an affirmative answer. His love for Helen Armstrong, wild, wanton passion though it be, is the controlling influence of his life. It has influenced him to follow her thus far, almost as much as the hope of escaping punishment for his crime. And though knowing that the officers of justice are after him, he clings to the spot where she is staying, with that fascination which keeps the fox by the kennel holding the hounds. The thought of leaving her behind, perhaps never to see her again, is more repugnant than the spectre of a scaffold. The Texan guesses the reason of his irresolution. More than this, he knows that he has means to put an end to it. A word would be sufficient, or at most a single speech. He puts it thus: If you're determined to stick by the apron strings of Miss Armstrong, you'll not do that by staying here in Natchitoches. Your best place to be near her will be along with me. How so, Mr. Borlasse? Questions Darky, his eyes opening to a new light. Why do you say that? You ought to know without my telling you, a man of your cuteness, Quantrell. You'll say you can never forget the older of that pair of girls. I believe you, and will be candid too, in saying no more is Jim Borlasse like to forget the younger. I thought nothing could fetch that soft feeling over me. 'Twa'n't likely after what I've gone through in my time. But she's done it, them blue eyes of hers, hanged if they hain't. Then, do you suppose that I'm going to run away from and lose sight of her and them? No, not till I had her within these arms, and tears out of them same peepers dropping on my cheeks. That is, if she'll take it in the weeping way. I don't understand, stammers Darky. You will in time, rejoins the ruffian. That is, if you become one of us, and go where we're a-going. Enough now for you to be told that. There you will find your sweetheart. Without waiting to watch the effects of his last words, the temper continues. Now, Phil Quantrell, or Dick Darky, as in confidence I may call you, are you willing to be one of us? I am. Good, that's settled. And your comrade, Harkness? I take it he'll go too, when told of the danger of staying behind. Not that he appears of much account anyway. Still, among us mustangers, the more the merrier, and sometimes we need numbers to help in the surrounding of the horses. He'll go along, won't he? Anywhere with me. Well then, you'd better step into his bedroom and roust him up. Both of ye must be ready at once. Slip out to the stable, and see to the saddles of your horses. You needn't trouble about settling the tavern bill. That's all scored to me. We can fix the proportions of it afterward. Now, Quantrell, look sharp. In 20 minutes' time, I expect to find you and Harkness in the saddle, where you'll see 10 of us others the same. Saying this, the Texan strides out into the corridor, Darky preceding him. In the dimly lighted passage they part company, Borlasse opening door after door of several bedrooms, ranged on both sides of it. Into each, speaking a word, which, though only in a whisper, seems to awake a sleeper, as if a cannon were discharged close to his ears. Then succeeds a general shuffling, as of men hastily putting on coats and boots, with an occasional grunt of discontent at slumber disturbed, but neither talking nor angry protests. Soon one after another is seen issuing forth from his sleeping apartment, skulking along the corridor, out through the entrance door at back, and on towards the stable. Presently they fetch their horses forth, saddled and bridled. Then, leaping upon their backs, ride silently off under the shadow of the trees. Borlasse at their head, Quantrell by his side, Harkness among those behind. Almost instantly they are in the thick forest which comes close up to the suburbs of Natchitoches, the Choctaw chief standing among trees never planted by the hand of man. The wholesale departure appearing surreptitious is not unobserved. Both the tavern Boniface and his barkeeper witness it, standing in the door as their guests go off. The landlord chuckling at the large pile of glittering coins left behind, Johnny scratching his carroty poll and saying, "By Jappers, they intend clearing that fellow Quantrell out. He won't be long be troubled with that shining stuff as seems burning the bottom of his pocket. I wouldn't be surprised if they'd put both him and the t'other fool past telling tales afore either sees sun. Well, boss, it's no business of ours." With this self-conciliatory remark, to which the boss assents, Johnny proceeds to shut and lock the tavern door. Soon after, the windows of the Choctaw chief show lightness, its interior silent, the moonbeams shining upon its shingled roof peacefully and innocently, as though it had never sheltered robber and drunken talk or ribald blasphemy been heard under it. So, till morning's dawn, till daylight, till the sun is o'ertopping the trees. Then it is surrounded by angry men, its wooden walls re-echoing their demand for admittance. They are the local authorities of the district, the sheriff of Natchitoches with his posse of constables, and a crowd of people accompanying. Among them are Colonel Armstrong and the Creole Dupré. These instigating the movement, indeed directing it. I knew from yesterday's newspaper of the murder committed near Natchez, as also of the murderer having broken jail. Only this morning have they learned that the escaped criminal has been seen in the streets of their town. From an early hour they had been scouring these in search of him, and at length reached the Cocha chief, the place where he should be found, if found at all. On its doors being opened, they discovered traces of him. No man named Darky has been there, but one calling himself Quantrell, with another who went by the name of Walsh. As in this case neither the landlord nor the barkeeper have any interest in screening that particular pair of their late guests, they make no attempt to do so, but on the contrary tell all they know about them, adding how both went away with a number of other gentlemen who paid their tavern bills, and took departure at an early hour of the morning. The description of the other gentlemen is not so particularly given, because not so specially called for. In that of Quantrell and Walsh, Colonel Armstrong without difficulty identifies Richard Darky and the jailer Joe Harkness. He, sheriff, constables, crowd, stand with countenances expressing defeat, disappointment. They have reached the Cocha chief a little too late. They know nothing of Borlasse or how he has baffled them. They but believe that for the second time the assassin of Charles Clancy has eluded the grasp of justice. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 35. A Ghost Going Its Rounds. It is nearly a month since the day of Clancy's death. Still the excitement caused by it, though to some extent subsided, has not died out. Curiosity and speculation are kept alive by the fact of the body not having been found, for it has not. Search has been made everywhere for miles around. Field and forest, creeks, ponds, swamps, and river have all been traversed and interrogated in vain. All have refused to surrender up the dead. That Clancy is dead, no one has a doubt, to say nothing of the blood spilt beside his abandoned hat and gun, with the other circumstances attendant. There is testimony of a moral nature, to many quite as convincing. Alive, he would long since have returned home, at thought of what his mother must be suffering. He was just the man to do that, as all who knew him are aware. Even wounded and crippled, if able to crawl, it would be to the side of the only woman at such a crisis he should care for. Though it is not known that he cared for another, no one entertains a thought of his having gone off after her. It would not be in keeping with his character any more than with the incidences and events that have conspired to make the mystery. Days pass, and it still remains one. The sun rises and sets without throwing any light upon it. Conjecture can do nothing to clear it up, and search, over and over unsuccessful, it is at length abandoned. If people still speculate upon how the body of the murdered man has been disposed of, there is no speculation as to who was his murderer, or how the latter made escape. The treason of the jail keeper explains this, itself accounted for by Ephraim Darkey having on the previous day paid a visit to his son in the cell, and left with him a key that ere now has opened many a prison door. Joe Harkness, a weak-witted fellow long suspected of faithlessness, was not the man to resist the temptation with which his palm had been touched. Since that day some changes have taken place in the settlement. The plantation, late Armstrong's, has passed into the hands of a new proprietor, Darkey having disposed of it, while the cottage of the Clancys, now ownerless, stays untenanted. Unfurnished, too, for the bailiff has been there, and a bill of sale which covers its scant plenishings, farm stock, implements, and utensils have swept all away. For a single day there was a stir about the place, without noise corresponding, when the chattels were being disposed of by public auction. Then the household gods of the decayed Irish gentleman were knocked down to the highest bidder, and scattered throughout the district. Rare books, pictures, and other articles, telling of refined taste, with some slight remnants of bijouterie, were carried off to log cabins, there to be esteemed in proportion to the prices paid for them. In fine, the Clancy cottage, stripped of everything, has been left untenanted. Lone as to the situation in which it stands, it is yet lonelier in its desolation. Even the dog that did such service in pointing out the criminality of him who caused all the ruin, no longer guards its enclosure or cheers them with his familiar bark. The faithful animal, adopted by Simeon Woodley, has found a home in the cabin of the hunter. It is midnight, an hour still and voiceless in northern climes, but not so in the southern. Far from it in the state of Mississippi. There the sun's excessive heat keeps nature alert and alive, even at night and in the days of December. Though night, it is not December, but a date near spring. February is written on the heading of letters, and this, a spring month of the lower Mississippi, has commenced making its imprint on the forest trees. Their buds have already burst, some showing leaves fully expanded, others of still earlier habit, bedecked with blossoms. Birds, too, awakening from a short winter silence, pour forth their amorous lays, filling glade and grove with music that does not end with the day. For the mockingbird, taking up the strain, carries it on through the hours of night, so well counterfeiting the notes of the fellow songsters, one might fancy them awake, still singing. Not so melodious are other voices disturbing the stillness of the southern night. Quite the opposite are the croaking of frogs, the screeching of owls, the jerking call of tree crickets, and the bellowing of the alligator. Still, the ear accustomed to such sounds is not jarred by them. They are but the bass notes needed to complete the symphony of nature's concert. In the midst of this melange, the hour, as already stated, midnight, a man or something bearing man's semblance is seen gliding along the edge of the cypress swamp, not far from the place where Charles Clancy fell. After skirting the mudflat for a time, the figure, whether ghost or human, turns face towards the tract of lighter woodland, extending between the thick timber and the cleared ground of the plantations. Having traversed this, the nocturnal wayfarer comes within sight of the deserted cottage, late occupied by the Clancys. The moonlight, falling upon his face, shows it to be white. Also that his cheeks are pallid, with eyes hollow and sunken, as from sickness, some malady long endured and not yet cured. As he strides over fallen logs, or climbs fences stretching athwart his course, his tottering step tells of a frame enfeebled. When at length clear of the woods, and within sight of the untenanted dwelling, he stops and for a time remains contemplating it. That he is aware of its being unoccupied is evident from the glance with which he regards it. His familiarity with the place is equally evident. On entering the cottage grounds, which he soon after does, through some shrubbery at the back, he takes the path leading up to the house, without appearing to have any doubt about its being the right one. For all this he makes approach with caution, looking suspiciously around, either actually afraid or not desiring to be observed. There is little likelihood of his being so. At that hour all in the settlement should be asleep. The house stands remote, more than a mile from its nearest neighbour. It is empty, has been stripped of its furniture, of everything. What should anyone be doing there? What was he doing there? A question which would suggest itself to one seeing him, with interest added on making note of his movements. There is no one to do either, and he continues on to the house, making its back door, where there is a porch, as also a covered way leading to a log cabin, the kitchen. Even as within the porch, he tries the handle of the door, which at a touch goes open. There is no lock, or if there was, it has not been thought worth while to turn the key in it. There are no burglars in the backwoods. If there were, nothing in that house need tempt them. Its nocturnal visitor enters under its roof. The ring of his footsteps, though he still treads cautiously, gives out a sad, solemn sound. It is in unison with the sights that come, deep drawn from his breast, at times so sonorous as to be audible all over the house. He passes from room to room. There are not many, only 5 of them. In each he remains a few moments, gazing dismally around. But in one, that which was the widow's sleeping chamber, he tarries a longer time, regarding a particular spot, the place formerly occupied by a bed. Then a sigh, louder than any that has preceded it, succeeded by the words, low muttered, "There she must have breathed her last." After this speech, more sighing, accompanied by still surer signs of sorrow, sobs and weeping. As the moonbeams, pouring in through the open window, fall upon his face, their pale silvery light sparkles upon tears streaming from hollow eyes, chasing one another down emaciated cheeks. After surrendering himself some minutes to what appears a very agony of grief, he turns out of the sleeping chamber, passes through the narrow hallway, and on into the porch. Not now the back one, but that facing the front of the road. On the other side of this is an open tract of ground, half cleared, half woodland, the former sterile, the latter scraggy. It seems to belong to no one, as if not worth claiming or cultivating. It has been, in fact, an appanage of Colonel Armstrong's estate, who had granted it to the public as the site for a schoolhouse and a common burying ground, free to all desiring to be instructed or needing to be interred. The schoolhouse has disappeared, but the cemetery is still there, only distinguishable from the surrounding terrain by some oblong elevations having the well-known configuration of graves. There are in all about a score of them, some having a plain headboard, a piece of painted plank, with letters rudely limed, recording the name and age of him or her resting underneath. Time and the weather have turned most of them grayish, the dates decayed, the names scarcely legible. But there is one upon which the paint shows fresh and white, in the clear moonlight gleaming like a meteor. He who has explored the deserted dwelling stands for a while with eyes directed on this recently erected memorial. Then, stepping down from the porch, he passes through the wicket gate, crosses the road, and goes straight towards it, as though a hand beckoned him thither. When close up, he sees it to be by a grave upon which the herbage has not yet grown. The night is a cold one, chill for that southern clime. The dew upon the withered grass of the grave turf is almost congealed into hoar-frost, adding to its ghostly aspect. The lettering upon the headboard is in shadow, the moon being on the opposite side. But stooping forward, so as to bring his eyes close to the slab, he is enabled to decipher the inscription. It is the simplest form of memento, only a name with the date of death. Caroline Clancy, died January 18th. After reading it, a fresh sob bursts from his bosom, new tears start from his eyes, and he flings himself down upon the grave, disregarding the dew, thinking not of the night's dullness. He stretches his arms over the cold turf, embracing it as though it were the warm body of one beloved. For several minutes he remains in this attitude, then suddenly rising erect, as if impelled by some strong purpose, there comes from his lips, poured forth in wild passionate accent, the speeches: "Mother, dear mother, I am still living, I am here, and you, dead, no more to know, no more to hear me. O God!" They are the words of one frantic with grief, scarce knowing what he says. Presently, sober reason seemed to assert itself, and he again resumed speech, but now with voice, expression of feature, attitude, everything so changed that no one, seeing him the moment before, would believe it the same man. Upon his countenance sternness has replaced sorrow. The soft lines have become rigid, the melancholy glance is gone, replaced by one that tells of determination, of vengeance. Once more he glances down at the grave, then up to the sky, till the moon, coursing across high heaven, falls full upon his face. With his body slightly leaning backward, the arms along his side, stiffly extended, the hands closed in convulsive clutch, he cries out, "By the heavens above, by the shade of my murdered mother, who lies beneath, I swear not to know rest, never more seek contentment, till I've punished her murderer. Night and day, through summer and winter, shall I search for him, yes, search till I've found and chastised this man. This monster who has brought blight on me, death to my mother, and desolation to our house. Ah, think not you can escape me. Texas, whether I know you have gone, will not be large enough to hold, nor its wilderness wide enough to screen you from my vengeance. If not found there, I shall follow you to the end of the earth. To the end of the earth. Richard Darkey. Charlie Clancy. He turns as if a shot has struck him. He sees a man standing within 6 paces of the spot. Sime Woodsy. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 36. She is true, still true. The men who thus mutually pronounce each other's names are they who bear them, for it is, in truth, Charles Clancy who stands by the grave, and Simeon Woodley who has saluted him. The surprise is all upon the side of Simi, and something more. He beholds a man all supposed to be dead, apparently returned from the tomb, sees him in a place appropriate to resurrection, in the centre of a burying ground, by the side of a recently made grave. The backwoodsman is not above believing in spiritual existences, and for an instant he's under a spell of the supernatural. It passes off in his perceiving that real flesh and blood is before him, Charles Clancy himself, and not his wraith. He reaches this conclusion the sooner for having all along entertained a doubt about Clancy being dead. Despite the many circumstances pointing to, almost proving, his death, Woodley was never quite convinced of it. No one has taken so much trouble or made so many efforts to clear up the mystery. He has been foremost in the attempt to get punishment for the guilty man, as in the search for the body of his victim, both of which failed, to his great humiliation. His grief, too, for he certainly lamented his lost friend. Friends they were of no common kind. Not only had they oft hunted in company, but been together in Texas during Clancy's visit to the Lone Star State, together at Nacogdoches, where Borlasse received chastisement for stealing the horse, together saw the thief tied to the stake, Woodley being one of the stern jury who sentenced him to be whipped, and saw to the sentence being carried into execution. The hunter had been to Natchez for the disposal of some pelts and deer meat, a week's produce of his gun. Returning at a late hour, he must needs pass the cottage of the Clancys, his own humble domicile lying beyond. At sight of the deserted dwelling, a painful throb passed through his heart, as he recalled the sad fate of those who once occupied it. Making an effort to forget the gloomy record, he was riding on, when a figure flitting across the road arrested his attention. The clear moonlight showed the figure to be that of a man, and one whose movements betrayed absence of mind, if not actual aberration. With the instinct habitual to the hunter, Woodley at once tightened rein, coming to a stop under the shadow of the roadside trees. Sitting in his saddle, he watched the midnight wanderer, whose eccentric movements continued to cause him surprise. He saw the latter walk on to the little woodland cemetery, take stand by the side of a grave, bending forward as if to read the epitaph on its painted slab. Soon after, kneeling down as in prayer, then throwing himself prostrate along the earth. Woodley well knew the grave thus venerated, for he had himself assisted in digging and smoothing down the turf that covered it. He had also been instrumental in erecting the frail tablet that stood over. Who was this man, in the chill, silent hour of midnight, flinging himself upon it in sorrow or adoration? With a feeling far different from curiosity, the hunter slipped out of his saddle, and leaving his horse behind, cautiously approached the spot. As the man upon the grave was too much absorbed with his own thoughts, he got close up without being observed, so close as to hear that strange adoration, and see a face he never expected to look upon again. Despite the features, pale and marked with emaciation, the hollow cheeks, and sunken by glaring eyeballs, He recognized the countenance of Charles Clancy, soon as he did so, mechanically calling out his name. Hearing his own pronounced in response, Sime again exclaimed, "Charlie Clancy," adding the interrogatory, "is it yourself or your shader?" Then, becoming assured, he threw open his arms and closed them around his old hunting associate. Joy at seeing the latter still alive expels every trace of superhuman thought, and he gives way to exuberant congratulation. On Clancy's side the only return is a faint smile, with a few confused words that seem to speak more of sadness than satisfaction. The expression upon his face is rather or chagrin, as if sorry at the encounter having occurred. His words are proof of it. "Simeon Woodley," he says, "I should have been happy to meet you at any other time, but not now." "Why, Clancy?" returns the hunter, supremely astonished at the coldness with which his warm advances have been received. "Surely you know I'm your friend." "Right well I know it." "Well, then, believing you to be dead, though I for one never felt sure of it, still thinking it might be, didn't I do all my possible to get ye justice done for ye?" "You did. I've heard all. Everything that has happened. Too much I've heard. Oh God, look there. Her grave. My murdered mother." "That's true. It killed the poor lady, sure enough. Yes, he killed her." "I needn't ask who you refer to. I heard you mention the name as I got up. We all know that Dick Darke has done whatever he's been done. We had him put in prison, but the skunk got away from us by bribing of another skunk like himself. The two went off together, and no word's ever been since heard about either. I guess they've put up for Texas, where every scoundrel goes nowadays. Wall, Lordy, I'm so glad to see you still alive. Won't you tell me how it all came about?" "In time I shall, not now. But why are ye so displeased at meeting me that mayn't be the grandest but saintly one of the truest and fastest of your friends?" "I believe you are, Woodley, am sure of it, and now that I think more of the matter, I'm not sorry at having met you. Rather, I'm glad of it, for I feel I can depend upon you, Sime. Will you go with me to Texas?" "To Texas or anywheres? In course I will. And I reckon we'll have a good chance of meeting Dick Darke there, and then—" "Meet him!" exclaimed Clancy, without waiting for the backwoodsman to finish his speech. "I'm sure of meeting him. I know the spot where. Ah, Simeon Woodley, 'tis a wicked world. Murderer as that man is, or supposed to be, there's a woman gone to Texas who will welcome him, receive him with open arms, lovingly entwine them around his neck. Oh God!" "What woman are you talking of, Clancy?" "Her who has been the cause of all, Helen Armstrong." "Wal, you speak the truth partwise, but only partwise. There can be no doubt of Miss Armstrong's being the innocent cause of most of what been dead. But as to her having a liking for Dick Darke, or putting them soft white arms of hern willingly or lovingly around his neck, there you're clear off the trail. 1,000,000 miles off it. There your girl hates the very sight of the man, as Sim Woodley have good reason to know, and I know too that she's nuts on another man. Likewise has been afore all this happened, and I reckon still continue to be. Women, that air, women of her kidney, ain't so changeable as people supposes. Both Miss Helen Armstrong having once been inclined towards this other man, and ready to freeze to him, I have the proof in my pocket." "The proof? What are you speaking of?" "A document. Charles Lee Clancy. That shed have reached you long ago, seeing that it's got your name on it. There's both a letter and a picture. To examine 'em, we must have a clearer light than what's under this tree, or can be got out of that ere moon. Suppose we adjourn to my shanty. There we can set the logs a-blazing, when they throw their glint on the bit of paper I spoke about. I'll take long odds you won't be so down in the mouth. Come along, Charlie Clancy. You've had a darn dough-trotted deal both of suffering and sorrow. Be cheered. Sim Woodley got something that's likely to put ye straight upright on your pins. It's only a bit of pasteboard on a sheet of paper, both inside what's in Natchez they call an envelope. Come with me to the old cabin, and there you can take a squint at them." Clancy's heart is too full to make a rejoinder. The words of Woodley have inspired him with new hope. Health, long doubtful, seems suddenly restored to him. The colour comes back to his cheeks as he follows the hunter to his hut. His strides exhibit all its old vigour and elasticity. When the burning logs are kicked into a blaze, when by its light he reads Helen Armstrong's letter and looks upon her photograph on that sweet inscript intended for himself, he cries out in ecstasy, "Thank heavens, she is true, still true!" No longer looks he the sad, despairing invalid, but the lover, strong, proud, triumphant. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 37. The Home of the Hunted Slave. Throughout all these days, where has Clancy been? Dead? And come to life again? Or but half killed and recovered? Where the while hidden, and why? Questions that in quick succession occur to Simeon Woodley, meeting him by his mother's grave. Not all put then and there, but afterwards, on the hunter's own hearth, as the two sit before the blazing logs, by whose light Clancy has read the letter so cheering him. Then Woodley asks him, and impatiently awaits the answers. The reader must be asking the same questions, and in like manner expecting reply. He shall have it, as Woodley, not in a word or at once, but in a series of incidents, for the narration of which it is necessary to return upon time, as also to introduce a personage hitherto known but by repute, the fugitive slave, Jupiter. Jupe is of the color called light mulatto, closely approximating to that of newly tanned leather. His features are naturally of a pleasing expression, only now and then showing fierce, when he reflects on a terrible flogging and general ill treatment experienced at the hands of the cruel master from whom he has absconded. He is still but a young fellow, with face beardless, only 2 darker streaks of down along the upper lip, but the absence of virile sign upon his cheeks has full compensation in a thick shock covering his crown, where the hair of Shem struggles for supremacy with the wool of Ham, and so successfully as to result in a profusion of curls of which Apollo might be proud. The god of beauty need not want a better form or face, nor he of strength a set of sinews tougher, or limbs more tersely knit. Young though he may be, Jupe has performed feats of Herculean strength, requiring courage as well. No wonder at his having won Jewel. A free, fearless spirit he, somewhat wild, though not heart wicked, a good deal given to nocturnal excursions to neighboring plantations. Hence the infliction of the lash, which has finally caused his absconding from that of Ephraim Darke. A merry, jovial fellow he has been, would be still, but for the cloud of danger that hangs over him. Dark as the den in which he has found a hiding place. This is in the very heart and center of the cypress swamp, as also in the heart and hollow of a cypress tree. No dead log, but a living, growing trunk, which stands on a little eyot, not immediately surrounded by water, but marsh and mud. There is water beyond, on every side, extending more than a mile, with trees standing in and shadowing its stagnant surface. On the little islet, nature has provided a home for the hunted fugitive, an asylum where he is safe from pursuit, beyond the scent of savage hounds, and the trailing of men almost as savage as they. For the place cannot be approached by watercraft, and is equally unapproachable by land. Even a dog could not make way through the quagmire of mud, stretching immediately around it to a distance of several hundred yards. If one tried, it would soon be snapped up by the great saurian, master of this darksome domain. Still is there a way to traverse the treacherous ground, for one knowing it, as does Darke's runaway slave. Here again has nature intervened, lending her beneficent aid to the oppressed fleeing from oppression. The elements, in their anger spoken by tempest and tornado, have laid prostrate several trees whose trunks lying along the ooze lap one another and form a continuous causeway. Where there chances to be a break, human ingenuity has supplied the connecting link, making it as much as possible to look like nature's own handiwork, though it is that of Jupiter himself. The hollow tree has given him a house ready built, with walls strong as any constructed by human hands, and a roof to shelter him from the rain, if no better than the lair of a wild beast. Still is it snug and safe. The winds may blow above, the thunder rattle, and the lightning flash, but below, under the close canopy of leaves and thickly woven parasites, he but hears the first in soft sighings, the second in distant reverberation, and sees the last only in faint phosphoric gleams. Far brighter the sparkle of insects that nightly play around the door of his dwelling. A month has elapsed since the day when, incensed at the flogging received, this cruel as causeless, he ran away, resolved to risk everything, life itself, rather than longer endure the tyrannous treatment of the Darks. Though suspected of having taken refuge in the swamp, and there repeatedly sought for throughout all this time, he has contrived to baffle search. Nor has he either starved or suffered except from solitude. Naturally of a social disposition, this has been irksome to him. Otherwise, he has comforts enough. Though rude, his domicile, and remote from a market, it is sufficiently furnished and provided. The Spanish moss makes a soft couch, on which he can peacefully repose. And for food, he need not be hard up, nor has he been for a single day. If it comes to that, he can easily entrap an alligator, and make a meal off the tenderest part of its tail, this yielding a steak, which, if not equal to best beef, is at all events eatable. But Jupe has never been driven to diet on alligator meat, too much of musky flavor. His usual fare is roast pork, with now and then broiled ham and chicken, failing which, a fricassee of coon or a barbecue of possum. No lack of bread besides, maize bread in its various bakings of pone, hoe cake, and dodger. Sometimes, too, he indulges in Virginia biscuit of sweetest and whitest flour. The question is called up, whence gets he such good things? The coon and possum may be accounted for, these being wild game of the woods, which he can procure by capture. But the other viands are domestic, and could only be obtained from a plantation. And from one they are obtained, that of Ephraim Darke. How? Does Jupiter himself steal them? Not likely. The theft would be attended with too much danger. To attempt it would be to risk not only his liberty, but his life. He does not speculate on such rashness, feeling sure his larder will be plentifully supplied, as it has hitherto been by a friend. Who is he? A question scarce requiring answer. It almost responds to itself, saying, Blue Bill. Yes, the man who has kept the fugitive in provisions, the faithful friend and confederate, is no other than the coon hunter. Something more than bread and meat has Blue Bill brought to the swamp's edge. They're storing them in a safe place of deposit mutually agreed upon. Oft as he starts forth a-cooning, may he be observed with something swelling out of his coat pockets, seemingly carried with circumspection. Were they at such times searched, they would be found to contain a gourd of corn whiskey, and beside it a plug of tobacco. But no one searches them. No one can guess at their contents, except Phoebe. To her, the little matter of commissariat has necessarily been made known by repeated draughts of her meat safe, and calls upon her culinary skill. She has no jealous suspicion as to why her scanty store is thus almost daily depleted. No thought of its being for Brown Bet. She knows it is for poor Jupe, and approves, instead of making protest. End of chapter 37. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 38 of The Death Shot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Death Shot by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 38. an excursion by canoe. On that day when Dick Darke waylaid Charles Clancy, almost the same hour in which the strife is taking place between them, the fugitive slave is standing by the side of his hollow tree, on the bit of dry land around its roots. His air and bearing indicate intention not to stay there long. Ever and anon he casts a glance upward, as if endeavoring to make out the time of day, a thing not easily done in that sombre spot, for he can see no sun, and only knows there is such by a faint reflection of its light scarce penetrating through the close canopy of foliage overhead. Still, this gradually growing fainter tells him that evening is at hand. Twilight is the hour he's waiting for, or rather some 20 minutes preceding it, for to a minute he knows how long it'll take him to reach the edge of the swamp, at a certain point to which he contemplates proceeding. It is the place of deposit for the stores he receives from the coon hunter. On this particular evening he expects something besides provender, and is more than usually anxious about it. Mental, not bodily food, is what he is craving. He hopes to get tidings of her whose image is engraven upon his heart, his yellow girl, Jewel. For under his coarse cotton shirt and saddle-colored skin, Jupe's breast burns with a love pure and passionate, as it could be were the skin white and the shirt finest linen. He knows of all that is taking place in the plantations, is aware of what has been done by Ephraim Darke in the matter of the mortgage, and what is about to be done by Colonel Armstrong. The coon hunter has kept him posted up in everything, facts and fancies, rumors and realities. One of the last and latest is the intention of the Armstrongs to remove from the neighborhood. He has already heard of this, as also their destination. It might not so much concern him, but for the implied supposition that his sweetheart will be going along with them. In fact, he feels sure of it, an assurance that, so far from causing regret, rather gives him gladness. It promises a happier future for all. Jupe, too, has had thoughts about Texas. Not that the Lone Star State is at all a safe asylum for such as he, but upon its wild borderland there may be a chance for him to escape the bondage of civilization by alliance with the savage. Even this idea of a freedom far off, difficult of realization, and if realized, not so delectable, has nevertheless been flitting before the mind of the mulatto. Any life but that of a slave, his purpose modified by late events and occurrences, is likely to be altogether changed by them. His Jewel will be going to Texas, along with her master and young mistresses. In the hope of rejoining her, he will go there too, as soon as he can escape to the swamp. On this evening he expects later news, with a more particular account of what is about to be done. Blue Bill is to bring them, and direct from Jewel, whom the coon hunter has promised to see. Moreover, Jupe has a hope of being able to see her himself previous to departure, and to arrange an interview through the intervention of his friend, is the matter now most on his mind. No wonder, then, his scanning the sky, or its faint reflection, with glances that speak impatience. At length, becoming satisfied it must be near night, he starts off from the eyot, and makes way along the causeway furnished by the trunks of the fallen trees. This serves him only for some 200 yards. ending on the edge of deep water, beyond which the logs lie submerged. The last of them showing above is the wreck of a grand forest giant, with branches undecayed and still carrying the parasite of Spanish moss in profusion. This, hanging down in streamers, scatters over the surface and dips underneath, like the tails of white horses wading knee-deep. In its midst appears something which would escape the eye of one passing carelessly by. On close scrutiny, it is seen to be a craft of rude construction, a log with the heartwood removed. In short, a canoe of the kind called dugout. No surprise to the runaway slave seeing it there. No more at its seeming to have been placed in concealment. It is his own property, by himself secreted. Gliding down through the moss-bedecked branches, he steps into it, and after balancing himself aboard, dips his paddle into the water and sets the dugout adrift. Away for a while, through thick-standing trunks that require many tortuous turnings to avoid them. At length, a creek is reached, a bayou with scarce any current, along which the canoe man continues his course, propelling the craft upstream. He has made way for something more than a mile when a noise reaches his ear, causing him to suspend stroke with a suddenness that shows alarm. It is only the barking of a dog, but to him no sound could be more significant, more indicative of danger. On its repetition, which almost instantly occurs, he plucks his paddle out of the water, leaving the dugout to drift. On his head is a wool hat of the cheap fabric supplied by the penitentiaries of the Southern States, chiefly for Negro wear. Tilting it to one side, he bends low and listens. Certainly a dog-giving tongue, but in tone strange, unintelligible. It is a hound's bay, but not as on slot or chase. It is a howl or plaintive whine, as if the animal were tied up or being chastised. After listening to it for some time, for it is nearly continuous, the mulatto makes remark to himself, "There's no danger in the growl of that dog. I know it nearly as well as my own voice. It's the deer hound that belongs to young Masser Clancy. He's no slave catcher." Reassured, he again dips his blade and pushes on as before. But now, on the alert, he rows with increased caution, and more noiselessly than ever. So slight is the plash of his paddle, it does not hinder him from noting every sound, the slightest that stirs among the cypresses. The only one heard is the hound's voice, still in whining, wailing note. "Lor!" he exclaims once more, staying his stroke and giving way to conjectures. "What can be the matter with that poor brute? There must be something amiss to make it cry out in that strain. Hope 'tain't no mischance happened its young masser, the best man about all these parts. Come what will, I'll go to the ground and see." A few more strokes carries the canoe on to the place where its owner has been accustomed to moor it for meeting Blue Bill, and where on this evening, as on others, he has arranged his interview with the coon hunter. A huge sycamore standing half on land, half in the water, with long outstretching roots laid bare by the wash of the current, affords him a safe point of debarkation. for on these his footsteps will leave no trace, and his craft can be stowed in concealment. It chances to be the spot where the dog is still giving tongue, apparently not more than 200 yards off. Drawing the dugout in between the roots of the sycamore, and there roping it fast, the mulatto mounts upon the bank. Then, after standing some seconds to listen, he goes gliding off through the trees. If cautious while making approach by water, he is even more so on the land. So long being away from it, he there feels less at home. Guided by the yelps of the animal that reach him in quick repetition, he has no difficulty about the direction, no need for aught save caution. The knowledge that he may be endangering his liberty, his life, stimulates him to observe this. Treading as if on eggs, he glides from trunk to trunk, for a time sheltering behind each, till assured he can reach another without being seen. He at length arrives at one, in rear of which he remains for a more prolonged period. For he now sees the dog as conjectured, Clancy's deerhound. The animal is standing, or rather crouching, beside a heap of moss, ever and anon raising its head and howling, till the forest is filled with the plaintive refrain. For what is it lamenting? What can the creature mean? Interrogatives which the mulatto puts to himself, for there is none else to whom he may address them. No man near, at least none in sight, no living thing save the hound itself. Is there anything dead? Question of a different kind which now occurs, causing him to stick closer than ever to his cover behind the tree. Still, there is naught to give him a clue to the strange behaviour of the hound. Had he been there half an hour sooner, he need not now be racking his brain with conjectures, for he would have witnessed the strife, with all the incidents succeeding, and already known to the reader, with others not yet related, in which the hound was itself sole actor. For the animal, after being struck by Darke's bullet, did not go directly home. There could be no home where its master was not, and it knew he would not be there. In the heart of the faithful creature, while retreating, affection got the better of its fears, and once more turning, it trotted back to the scene of the tragedy. This time not hindered from approaching the spot, the assassin, as he supposed himself, having wound up his cruel work and hurriedly made away. Despite the shroud thrown over its master's body, the dog soon discovered it, dead. No doubt the animal believed, while tearing aside the moss with claws and teeth, and afterwards with warm tongue licking the cold face. Believing it still, as crouched beside the seeming corpse, it continues its plaintive lamentation, which yet perplexes the runaway while alarming him. Not for long does he listen to it. There is no one in sight, therefore no one to be feared. Certainly not Charles Clancy, nor his dog. With confidence thus restored, he forsakes his place of concealment, and strides on to the spot where the hound has couched itself. At his approach, the animal starts up with an angry growl, and advances to meet him. Then, as if in the mulatto recognizing a friend of its master, it suddenly changes tone, bounding towards and fawning upon him. After answering its caresses, Jupe continues on till up to the side of the moss pile. Protruding from it, he sees a human head, with face turned towards him, the lips apart, livid and bloodless, the teeth clenched, the eyes fixed and filmy. And beneath the half-scattered heap he knows there is a body. Believes it to be dead. He has no other thought than that he is standing beside a corpse. End of chapter 38. Recording by John Brandon.